administration to appeal. In its filing, the administration says the court lacks constitutional authority to hear the case, as it, quote, rests on a single pedestrian's subjective architectural feelings. The initial lawsuit was brought by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, a nonprofit that claims Trump exceeded his authority by raising the historic East Wing. The administration says the claims are legally baseless, arguing the president has complete authority to renovate the White House.
Serbia said on Sunday that explosives of devastating power were found near the Turk Stream pipeline. The critical gas pipeline carries Russian natural gas to Hungary and beyond. Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić said there were 2 large packages of explosive fuses. He added that the investigation is still ongoing, and that both Hungary and North Serbia would not have gas if the pipeline had been interrupted there. In Facebook post, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said he told a special defense council meeting on Sunday. The incident comes a week before pivotal elections on April 12 in Hungary. Nationalist Orban fights to hold on to his more than 60-year grip on power, with his party trailing the opposition party in polls. Orban had in February scaled up security around energy infrastructure in the country. He had upped his stakes in the election, saying that it was a choice between war or peace. Budapest has also been in a dispute with Ukraine over a halt in oil supplies via the Druzhba pipeline. Orban's Fidesz party has sought to associate opposition leader Peter Matthew with Brussels and Ukraine, suggesting that voting for his party means voting for tax and war.
President Donald Trump set a new deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz of tax energy plants and bridges, saying Iran had Tuesday evening. He told the Wall Street Journal in a Sunday interview. Trump later posted on social media with no other detail, quote, Tuesday, 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Representatives for the White House would not be immediately reached for comment on the post. Earlier on Sunday, Trump announced that U.S. Special Forces rescued an airman in a high-risk mission deep inside Iran. The airman was wounded, but Trump said he'll, quote, be just fine. The president also posted a message full of expletives, threatening Iran to open the strait, quote, you see bastards or you'll be living in hell, just watch. However, in the kind of mixed messaging Trump has used since the weekend, he told Fox News on Sunday that Iran was negotiating with a deal possible by Monday. Adding to pressure, Washington's ally in war, Israel, was preparing to have Iranian energy facilities next week and was awaiting U.S. approval, according to senior Israeli official. Video posted on Saturday showed that quickly after an Israeli strike on an Iranian petrochemical plant. The Reuters did not independently identify what was filmed. Meanwhile, Iran showed its and cross-border attacks and struck infrastructure in the Gulf. In Israel's northern city of Haifa, search and rescue teams were combing through debris after an Iranian missile hit a residential building. Israeli paramedics said 9 people were being treated for shrapnel and blast injuries. Tehran is demanding an end to hostilities, and its parliamentary speaker condemned Trump's threats Sunday, saying he was being misled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see that kind of land helping return humans to the moon.
Mars 2 is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon.
Just seeing the mountains to the north, you can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma, and Freeland, and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
Houston, Katie, good morning and happy Easter to every downer. I want to kick off Easter Sunday by honoring our crewmate, our friend Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen with his phone. Just with our main eyes, you can really start to see topography. There is elevation on the moon on this very shaped boat, and that already makes the moon look wildly different.
You have a lot of people looking forward to tomorrow.
As fuel prices rise due to the war in Iran, China's switch to electric vehicles is paying dividends. And this will be problems. Try swing to EVs to ship products.
Once rates or get expensive and prices rise right away, but electric vehicle electricity prices will less the same. And if you change, it's only a small amount.
It's a sentence shared by this taxi driver in the city. She says EVs are a bit more expensive up front, but keep charging is more economical over time. China hasn't been immune to war shocks. The oil prices surging after Iran moved close to the critical Strait of Hormuz shipping route. Beijing still relies heavily on imported crude, road transport, one of the main sources of demand. But its total EV is now about the size of Bristol walls combined. And Communist Party Union and Jim Lee sees the trend of electric vehicle adoption will dampen the country's reliance on oil.
So auto sector account for 4% transport consumption, and over the last decade what we've seen is that gradually EVs actually start to account for about more than half of passenger vehicle sales. What that means is that oil consumption in China, coming from transport is actually going to be, not leading the growth anymore.
At least China was now one of the world's more resilient economies in the face of oil shocks. Besides the boost from EVs, its help factor including a pipeline network, reduces standards and seaborne supply of energy.
Korea appears to be quietly pulling back from longtime partner Iran, while keeping options open with the United States. That's according to South Korean lawmakers on Monday, for they were briefed by the country's intelligence agency. Seoul's National Intelligence Service, or NIS, said Pyongyang hasn't sent weapons or supplies to Iran since the war began in late February, and has stayed notably silent after Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in airstrikes. North Korea also did not congratulate Khamenei's son after he was named Iran's new leader. While China and Russia have spoken out repeatedly on the conflict, Pyongyang has issued a two-tone-down statement so far, and has avoided direct criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump. The NIS believes that restraint is deliberate, aimed at preserving diplomatic space ahead of the summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Trump in May. At the same time, South Korean intelligence says the war is adding to pressure on North Korea's economy, forcing Pyongyang to look down the run for support. Park Eun-won is a member of the South Korean Parliament's Intelligence Committee.
North Korea is also facing significant economic difficulties due to the war in the Middle East. They are experiencing setbacks in securing industrial supplies, rising prices, and foreign exchange rates. Amid these circumstances, they are making moves to secure additional oil from Russia.
Intelligence officials say Kim Jong-un's recent comments about getting along with the U.S. point to a calculated move, position North Korea for talks with Washington once the Middle East conflict calms down.
Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz created both winners and losers across the Gulf. Reuters analysis shows Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia are benefiting from surging prices and alternative export routes, while Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar are losing billions as their shipments are choked. The divide comes down to geography and infrastructure. Iran controls the choke point. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Oman can bypass it via pipelines and ports. Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar oil and gas cannot. Benchmark crude up about 60% in March. That was as the war entered its second month. For Saudi Arabia, higher prices mean increased royalties and taxes from state oil giant Aramco. It's overwhelmingly owned by the government and sovereign wealth fund. Aramco come to comment when asked about Reuters' calculations. Representatives for the other countries or their oil companies did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The kingdom's biggest pipeline is the 746-mile east-west link. It connects eastern oil fields to the ready port of Yanbu. But experts warn the advantage is vulnerable to further strikes by Iran or Yemen's Houthis. Iraq and Kuwait were hit hardest, with estimated monthly revenues down by about 3/4 versus a year earlier. Qatar's liquefied natural gas is also trapped, helping push global gas markets higher. Buyers using bypass routes face soaring freight rates and war risk premiums, piling costs on crude. For the long term, however, the impact is unclear. Some oil companies and politicians in the West have lobbied for increased investment in fossil fuels to try to protect against supply shocks. But some analysts say renewable energy provides the best protection.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued a fresh threat to Iran from the White House on Monday, warning Tehran it must make a deal by Tuesday night or face wire bombing raids on power plants and bridges. Earlier, he vowed to enforce the Tuesday night deadline for Iran to agree to a ceasefire deal. He said Iran had made a proposal to end the conflict that it fell short of U.S. demands.
Made a proposal, and it's a significant proposal. It's significant. It's not enough, but it's a very significant step.
Iran said on Monday that it wanted a lasting end to the war with the U.S. and Israel and pushed back against pressure to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. At a White House press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Monday would see the largest wave of U.S. strikes of the war so far, and that Tuesday would be more severe.
Per the President's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this President does not play around.
Critics said Trump would be committing war crimes if the U.S. attacked civilian power plants, a point that Trump dismissed on Monday, saying the real crime would be Iran obtaining nuclear weapons.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack finding this pilot.
Trump also detailed the weekend rescue mission to recover a downed American airman missing inside Iran.
Scaled, clip faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe said his agency used misdirection to convince the Iranians the airman was somewhere else.
CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians, who were desperately hunting for our airman. On Saturday morning, we achieved the primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA.
Trump also said he would demand that the reporter who first leaked that the airmen in Iran had been rescued reveal their source, and threaten them with jail if they refused.
U.S. stocks ended higher on Monday, with Nasdaq leading Wall Street's main indexes with a more than 0.5% gain.
The entire country can be taken out in one night.
President Donald Trump has threatened to escalate the war if Iran fails to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But investors drew some reassurance from a report that indicated the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators continued to discuss terms of a potential ceasefire deal. That helped stocks edge higher, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq gaining for the fourth consecutive session, their longest winning streaks since January. Jeff Schulze, head of economic and market strategy for Cleared Investments, said that while volatility will likely continue, so too should stocks' recent upward momentum.
Investors are using the playbook of buying the geopolitical dip. When you go back to 1950, there's been over 20 military conflicts. If you had bought the day that conflict began, the S&P 500 has been positive 3% over the next 3 months and positive almost 6% over the next 6 months. And the S&P 500 down almost 5% over the last month. We think that is probably a good buying opportunity for investors given the resilience of the U.S. economy.
Stocks on move Monday included the Leno Therapeutics, which jumped more than 32% after Neurocrine Biosciences agreed to acquire the rare disease drug maker for $2.9 billion in cash. Rising Bitcoin prices boosted crypto-linked firms, with U.S.-listed shares of Coinbase gaining about 2% and Strategy climbing 6.5%. And shares of memory chip maker Seagate Technology gained 5.5% after Morgan Stanley added to its top pick list.
Ukraine's weapons manufacturer 5 points behind the Mingo cruise missile is in talks with European companies to launch a new cheaper defense system by the end of 2027. Years of know-how gained on the battlefield fighting Russian forces have made Ukraine a leading innovator in low-cost defense tech. Governments look at ways to defend their size, whether above Ukraine against Russian Iskander missiles or due to repercussions from the US-Israeli war with Iran. Ukraine and many other Western allied nations rely heavily on the US-made Patriot system to stop ballistic missiles, but they're increasingly in short supply amid excessive deployment in the Gulf. And the Patriot system may require 2 or 3 air defense missiles to bring down a ballistic projectile, says 5 Points co-founder and chief designer Des Timmerman.
You must decrease the price of intercept the ballistic missile, because right now it's like we spend 2 of Patriot to intercept the Iskander. It's pretty big money. If it can increase intercept less than $1 million, it will be great. It will be like game changer in air defense solution.
Fabian Hoffman, a missile expert at Norwegian Defense University College, said Ukraine's timeline for their defense system is ambitious, but he sees strong demand from governments even if it's less effective than the Patriots. 5 Points founded after Moscow's 2022 invasion and is Ukraine's biggest maker of the long-range drones used in the majority of strikes deep inside Russia. Its FP5 long-range cruise missile, commonly known as the Flamingo, has been used to hit Russian military facilities and armed factories, including a ballistic missile plant nearly 870 miles inside Russia. Tillerman says also with final days of developing 2 supersonic ballistic missiles, one of which would be able to reach Moscow. Russia's defense ministry didn't respond to a request for comment. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky visited several Gulf countries in late March and said drone interceptors and military expertise are delivering results for nations there defending against Iranian attacks. 5 Points says it's also making hundreds of long-range strike drones a day at about $57,750 a piece to produce. It is awaiting approval to begin exports to several Gulf states who expressed interest, separately for potential investment by a UAE firm to pursue new business opportunities.
Yeah, from a cabin of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth.
This is the moment for astronauts in NASA's Artemis 2 mission became the farthest flying humans in history.
But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
NASA astronauts Christina Koch, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen passed the record previously set by the Apollo 13 crew as they made their way toward the shadowed far side moon. It's a climactic point in the Artemis 2 mission, the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program.
A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one.
The crew used this moment to pay tribute to Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol.
It's a great spot on the moon. And we'd like to collect care and spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
The multi-billion-dollar series of missions seek to return astronauts to the moon's surface by 2028 before China. It also aims to establish a long-term U.S. presence there for the next decade. Building a moon base would serve as a proving ground for potential future missions to Mars.
We are now falling to the moon rather than rising away from Earth.
Earlier, Cook relayed how the astronauts realized they'd entered the moon's gravitational sphere of influence.
We have the Earth out, the crescent out, the side hatch, and the moon out window 3, and definitely by far the moon is bigger than the Earth.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood.
They also received a message from astronaut Jim Lovell, who was part of Apollo 8 and 13 missions. The message was reported a few months before his death in August 2025.
It's a historic day, and I will ultimately don't forget to enjoy the view.
During the 6-hour flyby, astronauts will use professional cameras to take detailed photos through Orion's window of the silhouette moon. It's a rare and scientifically valuable vantage point of sunlight filtering around its edges in what will effectively be a lunar eclipse.
South Korea's spy agency now believes North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter has been positioned as his successor. That's according to lawmakers on Monday after a closed-door parliamentary meeting. People Power Party lawmaker Lee Sung-hoon cited a recent public display of Kim's daughter drive a tank, adding that the imagery is intended to highlight her supposed military aptitude and spelled out over a female heir. Kim's daughter is believed to be around 13 and to be named Ju Ai. The National Intelligence Service told lawmakers its assessment was based on what it described as credible intelligence collected by the agency. Earlier images also showed Ju Ai firing a rifle at shooting range. One lawmaker said such leader intended to pay homage to Kim's own public military appearances. He was being prepared to succeed his own father during the early 2010s. The latest assessment of Ju Ai is a progression from earlier analysis by the spy agency, which said she was likely to be groomed to succeed her father. Some North Korean experts, however, urged caution interpreting images as definitive succession signals.
Australia's most decorated living soldier Ben Robert Smith was arrested Tuesday over the killing of unarmed civilians while deployed in Afghanistan. Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett confirmed the arrest.
Good afternoon. A former Australian Defence Force member has today been arrested and will be charged with 5 counts of war crime murder after a joint investigation between the Office of the Special Investigator and the AFP.
Police said the 47-year-old former ADF member was arrested at Sydney Airport and would appear at a New South Wales court later the same day.
It will be alleged the man was a member of the ADF when he was involved in the death of Afghan nationals between 2009 and 2012 in circumstances that constitute war crimes under the Commonwealth Criminal Code.
Barrett said the victims were unarmed and under Australian military control.
It will be alleged the victims were detained, unarmed, and were under the control of ADF members when they were killed. It will be alleged the victims were shot by the accused or shot by subordinate members of the ADF in the presence of and acting on the orders of the accused.
Robert Smith was once hailed as a national hero and awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions during 6 tours of Afghanistan. He has consistently denied wrongdoing. Allegations first reported in 2018 led to Australia's most extensive defamation trial, which he lost. Charges follow years-long investigations into alleged war crimes by Australian special forces in Afghanistan. Police stress the charges do not reflect the broader Australian military.
The alleged conduct related to these charges is confined to a very small section of our trusted and respected ADF, which helps keep this country safe.
Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche said on Tuesday that President Donald Trump should be allowed to shape better probe of individuals, including those who have previously investigated him.
We have thousands of ongoing investigations and prosecutions going on in this country right now. And it is true that some that involve men, women, and entities that the President in the past has issues with and believe should be investigated. That is his right, and indeed it's his duty to do that. He needs to lead this country.
Blanche Commerce's first public remarks since being named acting Attorney General. He faced pressure from still for prosecution of president's perceived enemies. At press conference land, sold the notion that the Justice Department has been improperly targeting Trump's opponents.
People say the President wants to go after his little enemies. No, the President said time and time again that he wants justice.
Trump fired former Attorney General Pam Bondi in part over dissatisfaction with the pace and outcome of case Trump has demanded. Blanche was asked whether he wants to be nominated the vacant post.
If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I'm back being a dad, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and ask him to go to something else, I'll say thank you very much, I'll be sure. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
Justice Department Trump has opened a slew of investigations into Trump's adversaries, but the DOJ has encountered obstacles from judges and grand jurors in many of the investigations. Nigeria's Dangote refinery says it has increased exports of gasoline and urea to African countries by supply disruptions caused by the Iran war. Africa's largest refinery is operating its maximum capacity of 650,000 barrels a day. Owner Alio Dangote, Africa's richest man, said the facility had shipped around 17 cargoes of gasoline to other African nations to cushion the impact of the crisis.
The challenges are many. One is of urea, which is fertilizer that we have. I think in the last group, they will be loading to mostly African countries, which we are not doing before. And then now is to do with also petroleum products, which are now sending mainly to African countries.
Exports of urea fertilizer have also risen as buyers seek alternative sources for the product, much of which normally comes from the Middle East. Officials say the refinery can produce up to 3 million metric tons of urea annually, most of which is typically exported to the United States and South America. But despite refinery running at maximum output, industry figures show fuel prices in oil-producing Nigeria have reached record highs. United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, on a visit to the facility, outlined the U.S. role in alleviating challenges in the region.
I think the U.S. job here is to amplify and put visibility on the possibilities of mitigating a food security crisis, and this is one of them. I hope that when we get back, we can continue to talk to the partners that would partner, the countries that would partner with the Dangote industry.
Dangote said the refinery also hopes to secure more crude cargoes priced in local currency to help curb fuel costs.
Wall Street indexes ended mixed, with Dow being almost 0.2% and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq moving marginally higher. Stocks paired deeper losses in the last hour of trading, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq heading into positive territory minutes before the closing bell. The reversal came after Pakistan's Prime Minister said on X that diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement of the war in the Middle East were progressing steadily. He urged President Donald Trump to extend his Tuesday deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks and requested that Iran open the strait for the same time frame as a gesture of goodwill. But Matt Stuckey, chief portfolio manager at Equity's Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management Company, said the near-term off-ramp could still leave markets in murky waters.
Unfortunately, with this conflict in the Middle East, the fear of the engagement has become more widespread. And if we were to see potentially the U.S. back away from involvement, there's still the lingering concern that markets are likely to have that traffic the strait is likely to be in a capacity or in a more expensive profile for seeing transit through that strait. So in the fear desolation exit versus what we saw at last year with Liberation Day.
Among the 7 stock moves, United Health dumped nearly 9.5% after the U.S. government announced on Monday it would raise payments to private insurers, offer a Medicare Advantage plan to older adults, and increase from the new flat change proposed earlier. Humana rose out 8%, and CVS Health gained more than 6.5%. Shares of Apple dropped more than 2% after a report that tech giant's long-awaited foldable phone is encountering engineering setbacks. And chipmaker Broadcom plumped more than 6% after signing a long-term deal with Alphabet to deal with AI chips and other components.
Russia on Tuesday vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that urged countries to coordinate efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, calling it biased against Iran. That would have U.S. President Donald Trump agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire, hours before the deadline for Iran to reopen the strait or face devastating attacks. The truce conditioned on the Strait of Hormuz reopening. 11 council members had backed the Bahrain-sponsored measure, but Beijing and Moscow blocked it, and 2 countries abstained. U.S. Ambassador to the UN called to condemn vetoes, accusing Iran of holding the global economy hostage and calling on responsible nations to join Washington in securing the passage.
Today's veto marks a new low, and it shows how frightening a safer, more secure, more united Middle East can be.
While Beijing and Moscow said Council should push for de-escalation and diplomacy, China and Russia used their vetoes even though Bahrain had significantly weakened its draft for China opposed authorizing force. The versions meant to have dropped the authorization of the use of force and removed an explicit reference binding force that had appeared in an earlier draft. Iran welcomed the vetoes, with Iran's UN ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani saying it prevented the Security Council from being misused for legitimate aggression.
Gun battle critical and peace went on for at least 10 minutes in the Israeli consulate Istanbul on Tuesday, according to witnesses and authorities. Footage referenced by Reuters shows one of the attackers in a dark tarp and carrying a backpack moving along paths with an automatic rifle and a handgun to happen near a security checkpoint and glass houses in the heart of Turkey's main financial district. The Israeli consulate occupies a floor in one of the towers. No Israeli staff were responsive at the time of the attack, Turkish and Israeli authorities said. A post from the Israeli Foreign Ministry says they appreciate Turkish security forces' swift action. Authorities didn't immediately say what motivated the attackers. Turkey's President Tayyip Erdogan condemned the attack, a heinous act of terrorism, and praised the security forces who stopped it.
Won't allow climate trust in Turkey to damage by such violent time provocations as dies.
The country's interior minister said the critical hanging to an organisation that, quote, exploits religion, and that two of them brothers were travelled in from the city of Israeli diplomat have mapped the conflict and shortly after Hamas-Israel war began in late 2023. That conflict prompted broad pro-Palestinian protests outside the consulate and across the country, the digital and Turkish-Israeli diplomatic ties. Since then, heavily on police have remained in a broad area surrounding the conflict.
Relaunched the heaviest strikes yet on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut. As it said, some of the strikes came without the usual warnings for civilians to evacuate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he could also resume attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve them either by an agreement or renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday. Talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated the ceasefire, intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said that under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who will lead the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran could misunderstand the terms.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case.
Doubts over the deal showed up on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz stayed shut to vessels without permits, and shippers say they want more clarity before moving their boats. Both the United States and Iran have declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. Israel launched the heaviest strikes yet on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut. Residents said some of the strike came without the usual warnings for civilians to evacuate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he could also resume attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve them either by an agreement or renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as a 2 week ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday, with talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated the ceasefire, intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said that under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who will lead the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran appeared to misunderstand the terms.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case.
Doubts over the deal showed up on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz stayed shut to vessels without permit, and shippers say they want more clarity before moving their boats. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. Gulf hope a cheap interceptor developed by Japanese firm Terra Drone and Ukrainian partners could be used to wave Iranian attacks. Since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran, Tehran has launched large numbers of low-cost Shahed drones. U.S. forces and regional allies have largely relied on expensive missiles to stop them, rapidly depleting their air defense stockpiles. Terra Drone Chief Executive Toto Tokushige says the conflict has highlighted the limits of missile-based air defense.
So for this current war in the Middle East, Shahed drones are flying one after another from Iran toward Israel. From Tel Aviv to Tehran is about 994 miles, right? So those hits are flying around 1,200 miles. Finally, people in Japan and overseas as well have come to understand just how extremely important these interceptor drones are, especially since missiles are running out in the Middle East.
Terra Drone says its A1 drones cost about $2,500 each. By contrast, each Patriot interceptor missile costs around $4 million, making them an expensive way to shoot down Shaheds, priced in the low $10,000s.
Shooting a down with missiles might just be fine, but shooting a Shahed that costs around $31,000 with missile that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, that kind of economic irrationality just isn't feasible anymore. And people are starting to realize that, so demand is extremely high. But among them, with conflict in the Middle East happening now, and then in areas near Russia, like Poland and Europe, those areas are seeing particularly strong attention, or rather, strong interest in this technology.
Terra Drone began offering military sales last month through a partnership with Ukrainian startup Amazing Drones. The Terra A1 has not yet been battle-tested, and is expected to be delivered to Ukraine's military for trials. Russia's foreign ministry said Wednesday that it had summoned Japan's ambassador in protest over Terra Drone's investment in Ukrainian interceptor drone technology. Moscow said relations with Tokyo had reduced to zero over what it calls Japan's unfriendly stance.
Funds in Chiang Mai been rings to their trucks and pee using bridges, amusing panel of people watching. But just a month ago, these items were performed to hundreds of visitors. Meeting Elephant Park owner Bob Taylor said his business is a victim of tumbling travel demand caused by conflict in the Middle East.
During this crisis, we are before the we get customer for around 150 to customer each day today. During the crisis, we have like 3 customers for like days, so the number dropped drastically to like almost none.
Across the ground, a house for traditional elephant handlers wait quietly atop their elephants. Now, only a few of the packers make multiple trips a day, where before each animal carry visitors into forest up to 6 times a day. Tyler said more than 200 staff have agreed to take 10 unpaid days off each month to cut costs, allowing the park to prioritize feeding 68 elephants 4 meals a day. Such struggles are unique as hotels, restaurants, and tour operators across the city have also been hit. That's according to the president of Chiang Mai Tourism Association, who also said worst yet to come.
I think the effects will hit hardest for me. You would like to see workers in the tourism industry being reduced in numbers. Or in the future, some businesses might have to close down because we do not see the end of the crisis. We don't know how much the tourism sector will recover. Will it come back to its original state?
ได้ปริมาณใกล้เคียงกันเดิมเมื่อไหร่
1, 2, and 3 to the king. For now, gates remain open at the Elephant Park. Quiet when the customers will return, however, seems very uncertain.
3 to the king.
Hi, I'm Brad Hoop, commander of Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 of America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 4 years that cost billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the President expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industrial base. After successfully conducting more than 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands on thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused defensive operations in accordance with the ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present. We remain vigilant, and we remain ready if all. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent letters to the force expressing my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them. So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 4 days, you destroy a military that Iran built for over 40 years. Your courage, grit, and ingenuity has served America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury. We continue to hold their memories, their families, their friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their self-service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride. So to our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
Security patrolled Islamabad on Saturday, as U.S. and Iranian negotiators held their highest-level talks in half a century to try to end their 6-week war. As negotiations took place, President Donald Trump said his military was clearing the Strait of Hormuz, that 2 U.S. warships had passed through the waterway, and conditions were being set to clear lines. Iran state TV denied any U.S. ship that crossed the strait. A crucial transit point for global energy supply is that Tehran is effectively blocked, but Trump is about to reopen. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Saturday that the waterway remains a serious disagreement in the talks. Trump's Vice President J. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and son-in-law Jared Kushner flew to Islamabad on Saturday, while the Iranian delegation arrived dressed in black, in mourning for Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and others killed in the past 6 weeks. With conflicting versions from officials and media in both nations, U.S. and Iranian sides appear to remain far apart. Iran's demands include control of the Strait of Hormuz, payment of war reparations, and ceasefire across the region, including Lebanon, according to Iranian state TV and officials.
We just left the Strait. I'd like to make our money.
Trump stated it goes to vary during the campaign, but at a minimum wants free passage for global shipping through the strait and crippling of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Meanwhile, U.S. ally Israel, which joined the February 28th attacks on Iran that launched the war, has also been bombing Tehran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing nearly 2,000 people. Israel and the U.S. have said Lebanon is not part of the Iran-U.S. ceasefire.
Women of the Said family cried out in anger Sunday as they grieved members of their family killed in Israeli airstrikes. Among the bodies wrapped in green cloth, one was smaller than the rest. Elise Said was not yet 2 years old when an airstrike killed her last Wednesday as Israel launched one of its attacks on Lebanon. The bombardment came after news of a ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, which Lebanon had expected to include them. Taline's grandfather Nasser Hussein said that news of the ceasefire led to their tragedy.
They said it was a ceasefire. Like all these people, we went to the village. We went to the graveyard to read the prayers for martyrs and walk home. We read the prayers and went home. We were cleaning up the glass. We were cleaning up, and suddenly we felt like a storm was landing right on us. I have 4 months at home.
7-year-old Lene, Taline's older sister, is battling her own wounds at a hospital. She suffered a head injury and severe burns from a blast at their home in South Lebanon. The head of emergency operations, Jabal Amal Hospital in Tyre, said last week's bombardment was one of the hospital's worst days in recent years, with many of the patients children. Since the latest war in Lebanon began on March 2nd, Israeli operations have killed more than 2,000 people, including 165 children and nearly 250 women. In the midst of grief and loss, grandfather Said questioned the justice of their situation.
What humanity are they talking about? This is humanity? This isn't humanity. This is a war crime. Where are the human rights? A child is wounded in Israel. The whole jumps up. Are we not people? Are we not humans? We're like them.
Oslo and Kyiv accused each other on Sunday of breaking the 32-hour ceasefire to mark Orthodox Easter. Both reported over 1,000 drone and shelling attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said it recorded 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Sunday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. At a military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We wanted to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, the soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that the truce was a, quote, humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced the temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end tonight, Sunday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposals were turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce. Oslo and Kyiv accused each other on Sunday of breaking their 32-hour ceasefire to mark Orthodox Easter. Both reported over 1,000 drone and shelling attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said it recorded 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Sunday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. At a military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We wanted to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, the soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that the truce was a, quote, humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced the temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end tonight, Sunday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposal turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce.
A lot has been said about it.
U.S. Representative Eric Swalwell posted a video on X on Friday denying accusations of sexual assault by a former congressional staffer.
They're absolutely false. It did not happen. They have never happened.
The California Democrat and a leading candidate for governor of the state vowed to fight the allegations while apologizing to his wife for unspecified, quote, mistakes in judgment in his past. The San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday that a woman who previously worked in Swalwell's district office accused him of 2 non-consensual sexual encounters, one while she was employed by him in 2019 and another in 2024 after she had left his staff. The report stated that the unidentified woman was quoted saying she had been too intoxicated on both occasions to consent. The former staffer later told CNN that Swalwell had raped her during the later encounter, which Swalwell strongly denied.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false.
Several leading Democratic politicians urged Swalwell to end his campaign for governor. Democrat House Leader Hakeem Jeffries called for an investigation.
President Donald Trump ordered the U.S. military to blockade the Strait of Hormuz after marathon talks with Iran wrapped up on Sunday. No deal to end the war. A social media post Trump said he also told Navy to, quote, seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid toll to Iran. Came after U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance announced the failed result in Pakistan's capital where the talks were held.
We've had a number of discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement.
Both sides blame each other for failed negotiations. Vance said Iran chose not to accept American terms, including nuclear arms.
The simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term. We haven't seen it yet, but we will.
The talks in Islamabad came after a ceasefire was agreed earlier in the week. They were the first direct US-Iranian meeting in over a decade and the highest level since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson Esmail Baiyi said the two sides reached an understanding on some issues but remained far apart on a few key matters. However, he told Iran media diplomacy would continue. He described an atmosphere of distrust and said it was natural that an agreement could not be reached in a single session. Pakistan's foreign minister Ishaq Dar urged the two sides to uphold the two-week truce. He said his country would continue to facilitate engagement to try and end the fighting that had killed thousands and sent global oil prices soaring since it began over 6 weeks ago. During the talks that started on Saturday, 3 supertankers carrying oil along with some commercial vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping data showed they appear to be the first oil tankers to exit the Gulf since the ceasefire deal. Hundreds of vessels are still stuck there.
Rubio is embarking on a past 10-day trip of Algeria, Cameroon, Angola and Equatorial Guinea from April 13 to 23. Colonel Michael Burney, senior official and close advisor to Leo, told Reuters he is making the visit with a mission to help turn the world's attention to Africa. Leo has made only one big overseas trip since being elected last May, visiting Turkey and Lebanon in November and December. He also visited Monaco in March. Vatican officials and African church leaders say the upcoming tour is a personal priority. Africa has more than 20% of world's Catholics according to Vatican statistics. It is a region where Catholicism is growing fastest, with 3% of the value of the church based on the continent. Leo succeeded the late Pope Francis, 70, relatively young for a pope and in good health. His trip of nearly 11,185 miles will include 25 speeches and official meetings with political leaders and local Catholics. Plans include to encourage Catholics to dialogue in Algeria and to visit the Great Mosque of Algiers. In Cameroon, Leo will hold a meeting for peace in a place where fighting between the government and separatist movement has killed thousands of people since 2017. Through the countries Leo is visiting have populations where more than half of people identify as Catholic.
Hungary's veteran nationalist leader Viktor Orban conceded defeat on Sunday after a landslide election victory by the upstart opposition Peace Party. The result is setback for both Orban's ally in Russia and U.S. President Donald Trump's White House. Challenger Peter Major's centre-right party grabbed a two-thirds majority in parliament, enabling big institutional reform, allowing a new government to restructure key institutions. The result marks the end to Orban's 16 years in power and has significant implications not only for Hungary, but for the European Union, Ukraine, and beyond. After our before polls were due close, data showed close to 78% of voters cast ballots, up from nearly 68% 4 years earlier. Orban, a Eurosceptic, carved out a model of a liberal democracy, seen as blueprint by Trump's Make America Great Again movement and its admirers in Europe. Many Hungarians have grown increasingly wary of the 62-year-old after 3 years of economic stagnation and soaring living costs, as well as reports of oligarchs close to the government amassing more wealth. This leader Major successfully tapped into this frustration and win. Orban's exit deprives Russian President Vladimir Putin of his main ally in the EU and sent shock waves through Western right-wing circles, including White House.
Being presidential election on Sunday afternoon. Provisional results are expected Tuesday, with Finance Minister Romuald Adani to toast the victory. It was sourced by West African Asian President Talon, who's ruled since 2016, but is unable to take a third term under the constitution. The polls were held 4 months after the government narrowly survived the coup attempt. Adani, who served as finance minister for a decade, is promising to expand access to clean water and guarantee merchant health care, but also face pressure to address the country's security problems. Benin had been hard to say among coastal West African states like jihadist groups. The main opposition party, Democrats, failed to get off lawmakers to sponsor a candidate of its own. They also blocked back the only other candidate on the ballot, Paul Hope of Kauri Forces for Emerging Benin, a former ruling party that now has a smaller following. More than 7.9 million people were registered to vote, including 62,000 Benin nationals living abroad.
Britain is putting on hold a deal to seize sovereignty of Chagos Island after it was criticized by U.S. President Donald Trump. The Indian Ocean island chain is home to the strategic U.S.-British Diego Garcia Air Base. Washington had previously backed the agreement made last year. It would see Britain cede the islands to Mauritius, but retain control of the military base on a 99-year lease. U.S. support is needed for the deal to go ahead. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office said on Saturday London would try to persuade Washington to give its formal approval. Trump said in February the deal was a big mistake, despite having said it was the best that Starmer would get. Ties between the US and UK have become strained, but Trump's ambitions to acquire Greenland and Starmer's reluctance to get Britain involved. The US is really war on Iran.
Not happy with the UK.
A British government spokesperson said ensuring long-term operational security of Diego Garcia remains a priority, and that it still believes the agreement is the best way forward. Britain forcibly displaced up to 2,000 indigenous Chagosians in the late 1960s and 1970s to establish the base. Recent operations launched from Diego Garcia include bombing instructions who targets in Yemen in 2024 and 25, humanitarian aid deployments to Gaza. The campaign group Indigenous Chagosian People has raised questions about what they said were enormous sums of money wasted in a collapsed negotiation. They also doubted the legality of the plan, which they say denies the Chagosians their right to self-determination.
Critical.
OpenAI Sam Altman is seeking the dismissal of punitive damages claims in his sister's civil lawsuit. Annie Altman accused him of repeated sexual abuse more than 2 decades ago, an accusation he denies. In a filing made on Wednesday in St. Louis federal court, the OpenAI co-founder and chief executive argued that Missouri's child sexual abuse statute does not authorize punitive damages for his sister's claims and instead limits her to quote damages for injury or illness caused by childhood sexual abuse. He said punitive damages are also unavailable for conduct he allegedly committed as a child and renewed his request to dismiss the lawsuit altogether. Lawyers for Annie Altman did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Annie Alvin accused her brother of sexually abusing and raping her between 1987 and 2006 at the family home in suburban Clayton, Missouri. She said the abuse began when she was 3 years old and he was 12. She claims that, quote, last acts of sexual abuse and rape occurred when Sam Altman was an adult. The Altman family has said that Annie Altman has mental health challenges and received financial support. Sam Altman said his sister began accusing him on social media of sexual abuse after they rejected her extortionate demand for, quote, greater and greater financial support. Her lawsuit began in January 2025. Altman is also countersuing his sister for defamation over her posts. He is seeking $1, saying he, quote, does not want to harm his sister financially, but was averred that her statements are not true.
A fire at the largest of Australia's 2 oil refineries is hitting petrol production. This comes as the country faces mounting pressure to strengthen fuel security amid global supply disruptions linked to the Iran war. Fire Rescue Victoria's Assistant Chief Fire Officer McGinnis gave an update.
Yes, approximately 11:15 last night, a fire broke out here at the Beaver oil refinery plant in Baroyo. The fire started in what's called the Muggat plant, which is a section of the refinery that assists with the production of high-octane fuels. There's been a significant leak of liquid hydrocarbons and gases that have fueled the fire.
Emergency crews said the fire has burst through the night, that has been contained to a limited area of site. No injuries have been reported. Authorities say there's no threat to the public, though smoke may affect nearby areas and traffic restrictions remain in place. Fire comes Prime Minister Anthony Albanese travels through Southeast Asia to shore up fuel security amid tensions in the Middle East. The refinery processes about 120,000 barrels a day. It supplies more than half of the fuel needs of Australia's second most populous state, around 10% of national demand. Energy Minister Chris Bowen says petrol production could be affected for some time, though the full impact isn't clear yet.
Obviously, the fire's still burning, so we can't make any final sort of conclusions about the impact. It's not positive development. It will have an impact, but at this point, production of diesel and jet fuel does continue, and no reason to believe at this point that there's need to stop that. The impact on petrol production, I'm sure production will continue, but it may be impacted for some time, obviously.
Vive Energy CEO Scott White told reporters their primary focus is to completely put out the fire and hit operations at 2 units at the refinery before assessing damage at the site and safely restoring production. Vive shares Ron Tringholt, pending an update on the impact of the fire.
Kid among the critics.
Should Ticketmaster Live issue broke up? Probably. Would that alone fix things? I sure wouldn't. And I'm sure of this. No artist should be forced to sell tickets without saying who sells them and how they are sold.
That was back in January. Now Ticketmaster and parent company Live Nation face a legal rebuke too. A New York jury found Wednesday that the pair operated an illegal monopoly in US live events. In a statement, Big Apple Attorney General Letitia James said, a jury found what we have long known to be true. Live Nation and Ticketmaster are breaking the law and costing consumers millions of dollars in the process. Live Nation has legal challenges pending that might yet undermine the verdict. But if it stands, the firm could face claims of damages from US states and even be forced to sell Ticketmaster. The jury found that Live Nation had illegal monopolies market for ticketing services to venues including major amphitheaters. It said that the company made use of venues conditional on artists accepting the use of its promotion services, echoing demand made by Kid Rock in his testimony to Congress.
Number 1. Artists should control who sells their tickets and how.
The Department of Justice has already agreed a settlement with Live Nation, requiring it to open up access to 13 amphitheaters. But critics say the deal doesn't go far enough, and some states have said they will step up antitrust actions. Live Nation shares closed 6% lower following the verdict, while competitors including Vivid Seats and StubHub saw their stock jump. Donald First Lady Melania Trump were rushed to safety Saturday night after a man armed with their shotgun tried to breach security at the test correspondent center. The incident sparked chaos at the event. Attendees took out and armed service officers ran to the room and hustled the president to safety. Found in a letter, Trump posted on social that Ash had been apprehended. He looked at a hazily arranged news conference where he and the reporters were still in their formal wear.
Men got to a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of the Secret Service that acted very quickly. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and that's his job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great.
Trump posted a video set to show suspect attempting to rush security for the event. He also posted a still showing a man being held face down on the floor.
The man is captured. They've gone to his apartment. I see he lives in California, and he's a sick person, very sick person.
Trump said federal agents were raiding suspect's home. He was detained at California, called Allen, about 51 years old. Police said the suspect was believed to have acted alone with further danger posed, and officials say FBI would lead probe into the incident.
In a new world record time of 59 minutes and 30 seconds, Britannia, South Africa away!
New mark record holder, Sebastian away. Win by. Future generations will look back on 26th of April 2026. At the day a man broke through a physical and psychological barrier long thought insurmountable. And the day, forever attached to that moment, will leave Sebastian.
A broken bureaucracy has done the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense.
They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were normal. All while the CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this race system on its head. We're not tolerating delays in production or cost overruns anymore. We've pushed out the bureaucrats who've made these deals a path and placed them with those talented negotiators in the private sector. A group of businessmen so elite, they'd rightly dubbed Deal Team 6. Simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at speed of business, not bureaucracy. Now when the defense company expands its production to sell more equipment to the U.S. military, they pay the bill. They pay for new factories, assembly lines, manufacturing plants, not the taxpayer. In exchange, we're giving these companies steady, long-term orders for exactly what our warriors need. And defense companies are making things at higher volumes much more quickly while keeping their prices flat. Should these companies fail to deliver, we will hold them accountable and bring in new companies who will. Speed, volume, and fiscal responsibility. It's common sense, and it's what the American taxpayer demands. The War Department has made the move from bureaucracy to business. Over the next month, we will release a series of videos that highlight how President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion defense budget will make generational investment in our arsenal of freedom. This investment will secure and protect homeland, ensure American military remains the most lethal fighting force on earth for generations to come. We're going to spend every dollar of that money responsibly, because that's what you deserve, that's what America needs, and that's what this president demands.
Fears of renewed military operations between the U.S. and Iran rose on Monday over the movement shipped to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran State TV said on Monday its Navy had forced a U.S. warship to turn back from entering crucial waterway. The semi-official Fars news agency said 2 missiles struck a warship near the port of Dask, where Iran maintained a base, but U.S. Central Command quickly denied any of its had been struck. A senior Iranian official told Reuters that a warning shot was fired against the U.S. warship to prevent its entry into the strait. Reuters has been unable to independently verify the claims. The contradicting accounts come after President Donald Trump said the U.S. started an effort on Monday morning to free ships stranded in the strait, calling it a, quote, humanitarian gesture. In response to Trump's announcement, Tehran told commercial ships and oil tankers to refrain from any movement that was not coordinated with Iran's military. CENTCOM on Monday said its destroyer had escorted 2 U.S.-flagged merchant vessels out of the strait, and that American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. Iran has blocked nearly all shipping into and out of the Gulf since it was attacked by the U.S. and Israel at the end of February. That closure cut off around a fifth of the world's oil and gas shipments, and then oil prices soared by 50% or more. The United States and Israel suspended attack on Iran 4 weeks ago, and U.S. and Iranian officials held round of face-to-face talks. Iranian state media said on Sunday Washington had invaded its response to a 14-point Iran proposal by Pakistan, and that Tehran was reviewing it. Their side gave details.
Welcome to World Largest Exchange, where we uncover the most profound and enduring marvel of our world. Today, we embark on a journey through time, bridging the gap between ancient scriptures and the modern landscape. The Bible is filled with incredible stories, and for many, the idea of walking in the footsteps of biblical figures seems like a dream. But what if I told you that any of these sacred places still exist, standing as powerful testaments of millennia of history and faith? Join us as we explore the little landmarks that still exist today across the world. These are not just archaeological sites, they are linked connections to stories that have shaped civilizations. Prepare to walk where history truly happened. King Fajuni Nurten, one of the oldest continually inhabited seas on earth, Sea of Damascus, Syria. Damascus is not only one of the oldest seas in the world, with evidence of habitation dating back thousands of years, but it's also mentioned multiple times throughout the Bible. Most famously, it's the place where Saul, later named Paul, had his transformative vision on the road to Damascus, Acts 9 verses 1 to 9. This pivotal moment in Christian history took place just outside the ancient gates. Today, Damascus still thrives as a modern city, but its ancient heart beats strong, with centuries of mosques, churches, and marketplaces standing at living witnesses from the past. It's a distinct enduring human civilization and faith. Number 9. A sea names falling walls and enduring history. The Sea of Jericho, is saying. Believed to be one of the oldest intuitively inhabited cities in the world, Jericho holds immense biblical significance. It's famously known for the dramatic story in the book of Joshua. Its wall miraculously fell after Joshua armed marched around for 7 days. Joshua 6 verses 1 to 27. Jericho is also mentioned in the New Testament as saying Jesus' encounter with Zacchaeus. Today, an archaeological tell, or mound, marks the site of the ancient city's ruins, where multiple layers of civilization have been unearthed. The modern city of Jericho, surrounded by lush palm trees, continues to flourish, little to biblical narratives. Our 8th landmark takes us to the town of Jesus himself, the city of Nazareth, Israel. Nazareth, nestled in the Low Galilee region, is where Jesus spent his childhood and early adulthood. It's the place where the angel Gabriel is said to have appeared to announce that she could see Jesus. Luke 1 verses 26 to 38. Although vibrant, modern city today, Nazareth still contains its deeply rooted in biblical tradition. The magnificent Church of the Annunciation, built over the traditional site of Mary's house, stands as a central pilgrimage destination, allowing visitors to connect with the very beginnings of Jesus' story. It's a powerful reminder of human abuse. Number 7. The sacred birthplace of Christ. See Bethlehem, West Spain. Bethlehem, small town just out of Jerusalem, hold unparalleled print as birthplace of Jesus Christ. Matthew 2 verses 1 to 12, Luke 2 verses 1 to 7. Jesus Church of Nativity, one of the oldest continuously operated church in the world. Built with grotto, Jesus is traditionally believed to have been born. Visiting the sacred site, especially at Christmas, connects Pilgrims with one of the most significant events in Christian history. The city is a vibrant hub of faith, culture, and ancient traditions, echoing with stories from millennia past. For our countdown, at number 6, a river and spiritual significance, Jordan River. Jordan River is finishing as a site where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, Matthew 3 verses 13 to 17. Flowing from the Sea of Galilee down to the Dead Sea, this river has been a place of pilgrimage and religious ceremony for centuries, symbolizing spiritual cleansing and rebirth. While the flow has diminished over time due to various factors, designated baptismal sites like Hazar El-Yaha and West Bank Yarden in Israel continue to attract countless visitors who wish to renew the faith in its 30 waters. Its legacy as a sacred boundary and a place of spiritual initiation endures. Entering top 5, at number 5, a ridge of prophecy and prayer, Mount of Olives, Jerusalem. This prominent ridge runs parallel to Jerusalem's Old Sea and holds immense biblical significance. It is mentioned multiple times as a place of prayer for Jesus, where he wove Jerusalem, and where he stood to heaven after his resurrection. Luke 19 verses 41 to 44, Acts 1 verses 9 to 12. Today, the Mount of Olives offers a king panoramic view of the ancient city, and its slopes are dotted with numerous churches, ancient olive groves, and Jewish cemeteries. Its place where history, prophecy, and spiritual tradition converge, providing a profound connection to Jesus' sign of days and ascension. Just shy of the podium, number 4, a tranquil place of pivotal prayer, the Garden of Gethsemane, Jerusalem. Situated at the foot of Mount of Olives, Jerusalem, the Garden of Gethsemane is a point state Jesus prayed in English, was arrested the night before his crucifixion, Matthew 26 verses 36 to 56. The garden still exists today, a place of quiet reflection and solitude. Contains several ancient olive trees, some of which are believed to be many hundreds, perhaps even 1,000 or more years old. While it's impossible to confirm they stood there at the time of Christ, they offer a tangible to that pivotal moment of deep prayer and betrayal, making it an incredibly powerful place to visit. Claimed the bronze medal number 3, found in the Revelation, Mount Sinai, Jabal, Egypt. According to the Old Testament, this is the sacred mountain where Moses received the 10 Commandments from God, Exodus 19:20. Located in the rugged Sinai Peninsula of Egypt, Mount Sinai, or Jabal Musa, the profound pilgrimage site of Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. Men devout pilgrims climb the mountain's steep paths, often the on horse, to witness the sunrise from the summit, connecting the powerful biblical narrative of divine revelation. At its base lies St. Catherine's Monastery, one of the oldest working Christian monasteries in the world, adding another layer of historical and spiritual depth to the sacred landscape. Our runner-up at number 2, being the heart of biblical history, the city of Jerusalem. Arguably the most important city in the entire Bible, Jerusalem is central to both the Old and New Testaments. It's not just a city. It's a living museum of faith and history. It's home to some of the holiest sites in the world, including the revered Western Wall, a remnant of the Second Temple complex, the Temple Mount, sacred to multiple faiths, Garden Tomb, and the tradition path Jesus to his crucifixion, the Via Dolorosa. Walking its ancient streets, sheets land old stones, you can feel the echoes of prophets, kings, and the very footsteps of Jesus, making it an unparalleled destination for spiritual and historical exploration. Finally, at number 1, a serene body of water central to Jesus' ministry, the Sea of Galilee, Tiberias, Israel. The freshwater lake, also known as Lake Hinnon, perhaps the most vivid backdrop to many of Jesus' stories and miracles. It's where he called his disciples, Matthew 4 verses 18-22, caught a furious storm, Mark 4 verses 35-41, to water, Matthew 14 verses 22-33, and delivered beneath his teachings. Today, the surrounding area, including the city of Tiberias, remains a popular pilgrimage tourist destination. Visitors can take a peaceful ride on the very waters where these transformative events are believed to have taken place, experience and direct, tangible connection to gospel narratives. It's a place where the ancient past is incredibly present. Mention that Jesus is a biblical stands portal, ending with the story that shaped humanity for millennia. They invite us to stop our present and connect with the past that continues to resonate across cultures and faiths. What are these incredible lands you most want to visit? Let us know in the comment below. If you've been moved by this journey through biblical history, be sure to hit that like button, share this video with us seekers, and subscribe to World Arts Exchange for more incredible explorations of our world's enduring wonders. Until next time, keep exploring the roots of our past. Welcome to World Arts Extremes. We explore the planet's most epic presence. Today, we're taking on battle of urban beauty, asking questions as subjective as it is fascinating. When it comes to beautiful cities, what country comes on top? In one corner, we have the United States, a land defined by sprawling landscapes and a rich tapestry of history. Neither we have China, a nation of explosive growth and ancient dynasties. This isn't about which country is that. It's about exploring two fundamental different philosophies of beauty. This should be found in the organic blend of a city with its natural surroundings, or in the breathtaking spectacle of human ambition and architectural daring. Join us as we explore the extremes of urban design, you and the Dutch. Let's start with the American contenders. The American ideal, nature and history. American urban beauty is often tied to two things: its connection to stunning natural landscapes and its preservation of historical character. Unlike many of the counterparts, American cities often feel as though they grew organically from the land, not on top of it. First, let's talk about San Francisco, California. The city's beauty is the direct result of its unique geography. It's a city of hills, where every tree offers a new, breathtaking vista of the day. The iconic Golden Gate Bridge and those connected points images human ingenuity with the raw beauty of the Pacific Ocean. The beauty of San Francisco is in its dynamic, living relationship with the land and sea. Next, we journey to the south, to Savannah, Georgia. Here, beauty is on a much more intimate, human scale. Sandstone town is famous for its 22 meticulously planned squares, which serve as a oasis in its bustling city. Its streets are candied by ancient live oak trees draped in Spanish moss. This isn't the beauty of Grand Island. It's the beauty of deliberate planning, slow moving history, and a peaceful, serene atmosphere that feels like stepping back in time. Then we have a city that combines old elements: Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston's a visual feast, known for its pastel colonial house, cobblestone alleys, and a waterfront that's within a century of history. The beauty here is its preservation, its charming character, and the way the sea feels both grand and welcoming at the same time. And finally, consider Seattle, Washington. Seattle's beauty is a fan base of magnetic backdrop. The city's modern skyline is framed by the snow-capped peak of Mount Nick to the east and shimmering Puget Sound to the west. It's a place where you can be in the heart of a bustling metropolis and yet feel completely immersed in Pacific Northwest's natural grandeur. The American ideal of urban beauty is one blending them, of complementing its surroundings rather than dominating them. The Chinese idea, future and tradition. Now, let's cross the Pacific and look at Chinese idea. Here, the beauty is about a breathtaking ambition, vision based change, and a powerful contrast between ancient legacies and relentless fear. Our first stop is to see the defines modern beauty, Shanghai. The beauty demonstrates a cycle of light and scale, a skyline that seems to reflect gravity. Shanghai's beauty is its scale, its verticality, its dazzling, neon-lit ambition. It's a city that looks forward, a symbol of economic power and architectural daring that creates a truly unforgettable visual experience. Then there's a city that offers a different kind of extreme, Beijing. Beijing's beauty is not in its skyline but in its soul. It's the inspiring contrast between the ancient walls of the forbidden sea and the ultra-modern metropolis that is on around. Just into the Tiananmen Square, the city of pale past and the dynamic presence and side by side is a powerful reminder of a civilization with deep history and unstoppable future. Our next city breaks the mold entirely, Guilin. Many people don't think Guilin is a city, but it's a perfect example of China's unique relationship with nature. The city is a small, human-scale presence in some of the world's most decayed natural formations, the towering park mountains and the serene river. This is beauty where the city is merely a footnote, it's the immense power of nature. And finally, consider the extreme density and beauty of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's beauty is a masterpiece of verticality. The city's skyscrapers rise dramatically from the ocean, climbing the steep slopes of the mountains behind it. The view from Victoria Peak, panorama of skyscrapers, cliffs, and green hills is one of the most iconic and stunning in the world. It's beauty that is both dense and breathtakingly at the same time. The verdict. So, which country leads beautiful cities? The American ideal of beauty is rooted in history and its intimate relationship with nature. The Chinese ideal is a stunning display of human vision, scale, and a dramatic dialogue between the past and future. Ultimately, there is no single winner. The most beautiful city is the one that speaks to your soul. Deep charming, human-scale beauty of a place like Savannah, but dizzying, awe-inspiring spectacle of a skyline like Shanghai's. The true beauty of these two nations is they each offer a completely different, yet equally spectacular vision of what a city can be. Which country cities do you find more beautiful? Let us know in the comments below. If you were amazed by these incredible urban gems, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Largest Experience for more extraordinary discoveries. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to World Largest Streams, where we uncover the most astonishing facts about human history and ingenuity. Today, we're taking a journey to the very foundation of human knowledge, exploring continent whose mathematical brilliance has often been overlooked, Africa. Long before the Greeks or Romans, African civilizations were developing sophisticated mathematical concepts, formulas, and tools that profoundly influenced the world. These aren't just curiosities, they're groundbreaking innovations that shaped advanced thought, practical application, and a deep understanding of the cosmos. Join us as we kept on by ancient mathematical formulas and innovation from Africa that laid the groundwork for modern science and technology. Prepare to have your understanding of mathematical history transformed. Taking our list number 5, an artifact that redefines the origin of human counting, the Bumbo bone. Discovered in the cave in Eswatini, formerly Swaziland. The Bumbo bone is a baboon fibula marked with 29 distinct incidents. Dating back a stunning 35,000 to 40,000 years, it stands as the oldest known mathematical artifact in the world. Many scholars believe this to be the form of telesaic or calendar, mostly used by women to track menstrual cycles or lunar phases. Its assistance is profound, highlighting that early mathematical and chronological thinking, the act of modifying tracking, originated in Africa, demonstrated a fundamental opposite for abstract thought tens of thousands of years ago. It's a silent witness to the dawn of narrow understanding. At number 4, the practical geometry that built the ancient world's wonders, Egyptian geometry. Ancient Egyptians are not just master builders, they are master geometers. They developed incredibly practical, advanced methods of geometry crucial for managing land surveys after the annual floods and of force, constructing monumental buildings like the pyramids. They famously used slopes with lots of form accurate right angles for building foundations, a technique that demonstrated an early, applied understanding of the Pythagorean theorem, E2 plus B2 equals E2, long before Pythagoras. Even more remarkably, the Moscow mathematical papyrus detailed how it could calculate the exact volume of a truncated pyramid, complex formula that focuses the sophisticated spatial reasoning and mastery of 3D geometry, innovating foundational to architecture and engineering worldwide. Often sought as a complete mathematical textbook from the ancient world, the Roman mathematical papyrus. This ancient Egyptian document, dating back to around 1450 CE, is a key source of information on mathematics of the time. Discovered in Egypt, it's essentially a collection of 84 mathematical problems and their solutions, serving as a teaching tool for scribes and engineers. The papyrus includes examples of algebra, geometry, and arithmetic, showing how Egyptians calculated the area of circles, the volume of pyramids, and solved linear equations. Its existence is a powerful testament to the formalized mathematical knowledge that existed in ancient Nephra, providing invaluable insights into their advanced problem-solving techniques and their systematic approach to education. At number 2, a unique numerical system that drove ancient calculations, Egyptian fractions. Ancient Egyptians used a unique and highly innovative system of fractions. Instead of using complex fractions like 5/6, all fractions were expressed as a sum of different unit fractions, fractions with a numerator of 1, such as 1/2 plus 1/3. This system, extensively detailed in documents like the Roman mathematical papyrus, requires sophisticated problem-solving to write down complex values into similar parts. While seemingly counterintuitive to us today, this method was a major mathematical innovation in ancient Egypt, influencing later civilizations and demonstrating advanced and unique understanding of number theory and numerical manipulation. It highlights a distinct way of thinking about problems that challenge future mathematicians for centuries. And finally, a mathematical artifact truly wrote the history of numbers. At number 1, the Ashango bone. Discovered in Congo, the Ashango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This bone clearly features a series of vertically carved tally marks, which many archaeologists and mathematicians believe represent prime number table, a lunar calendar, even a method for basic multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and abstract thought far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concepts of mathematics and modern global banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These all building block contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds, and that history is often far richer and more diverse than we have sometimes thought. Which of these groundbreaking African innovations amazed the most? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been inspired by the brilliance of the African continent, be sure to hit the like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logistics Streams for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring and celebrating the true wonders of our world. Apple vs Apple Pro. Which one's right for you? Welcome to World Logistics Streams, a go-to source for all things tech. If you ever found yourself in the App Store, sitting a MacBook Air and MacBook Pro, or an iPad Air and an iPad Pro, you've probably asked the same question: what's the real difference? It's no aims to see, almost same to look. It's easy to get confused. But the truth is, the difference between Air and Pro is much more than just a name. It's a fundamental decision about what you need for your device. Today, we're going through the dark thing in the dark to give you clear, no-necessary guide to choosing the right Apple product for you. We'll break in the board for this performance, design, and features, so you can make a smart, confident decision. Let's start with the laptops. MacBook Air versus MacBook Pro, portability versus performance. When you look at Apple laptops, the simplest way to think about the difference is this: the MacBook Air is the ultimate machine for portability, and the MacBook Pro is the ultimate machine for performance. Let's start with the MacBook Air. Who is this laptop for? It's for the student taking notes, the writer working from a coffee shop, or the everyday user who wants fantastic, reliable machine to browse the web, streaming videos, and acting daily productivity tasks. Key features of the Air are its lightweight design, its fanless architecture, its nano battery life. Because it has no fan, it's completely silent. You won't hear a single word, no matter what you're doing. It's silent and profound message you carry and use all day, with a battery that often lasts an entire workday on a single charge. It's truly built for life and good, but silence comes with trade-off. Without a fan, the Air can handle intense, long workloads. It tried to heavy tasks like editing a 4K video or running class stuff for hours. The Air would warm and slow down to protect itself. It's not designed for that kind of intense, sustained work. As the name suggests, this is machine for professionals. Think video editor under film, software developer compiled code, with the 3D art scale intricate models. The Pro's main advantage is its raw power. It comes with a more powerful processor and, crucially, a built-in cooling fan. That fan allows the laptop to stay cool, so it can run at peak performance for hours on end with the fellow. While slightly thicker and heavier than the Air, it's still an incredibly portable machine that doesn't compromise on speed. Pro also offers a router, more item display, more ports of connecting accessories, and the ability to configure with more memory and storage. It's built for those who need a course that work, no matter how demanding the job. So when it comes to the laptops, your choice is simple. If your work involves basic tasks, you prioritize a super lit, quiet, all-day machine. MacBook Air is perfect. But if you're a professional who needs software power and speed for intensive tasks, the MacBook Pro is the only way to go. iPad Air versus iPad Pro, all-around versus all-in-one. The same philosophy of emphasis provides apple salads, but with a slight twist. Here, the choice is between a fantastic all-round salad and hind dice that can genuinely function as app replacement. Let's start with the iPad Air. The iPad Air is for anyone who wants a portable tablet that balances performance and portability. It's an incredible device for students, for artists who enjoy digital drawing, and for anyone who loves gaming and media consumption. It uses powerful Apple to reach, making a significant upgrade from a standard iPad. This means it can handle most tests with ease for creative work and heavy gaming. It's so slick, lightweight, and supports both the Apple Pencil and the Magic Keyboard, transforming it into a versatile productivity tool. For most people, the iPad Air is more than enough power for everything they could possibly need to do on a tablet. Now let's talk about the iPad Pro. The iPad Pro is the ultimate tablet for creative professionals. Its key features are its advanced display and its higher performance. The Pro screen features promotion technology, which allows for an incredibly smooth and responsive experience, whether you're scrolling through a web page or drawing with the Apple Pencil. It also has a more powerful M-series chip and more RAM, making it true performance piece for professional-grade work. The Pro also has a more advanced camera system with LiDAR scanner, which allows for incredibly accurate depth mapping and advanced augmented reality. This device is for those who need a larger screen and every possible professional feature to work on go. In the world of tablets, your choice custom to this. If you want a phenomenal all-around device for everyday use, the iPad Air is a brilliant choice that gives you great value. But if you're an artist, designer, or a professional who needs the absolute best in screen technology and performance to place a traditional laptop, iPad Pro is in a class of its own. So to them all, the Air model is about portability and everyday tasks, while the model is about raw power and professional workloads. Don't pay for power you don't need. Choose the one that fits your life and your budget. Which one do you think is right for you? Let me know in the comments below. If this video helped you, please give it a like and subscribe to World Artist Exchange for more explain simply. Thanks for watching, and stay sharp.
No.
كرماتشو كم جرت نقال مني كبور أفقوباي تاقس تشافو كبور أفقوباي أغنيو تشاقر كبور مكتب تقلع منستر تمسجن طرونه كبور أطول انفارة የፓርቲያችን ምክትል ፕሬዝዳንት የተከበራችሁ የሁሉም ክልል ርዕሳነ መስተዳድሮች የሁለቱ ከተማ ከንቲቦች ሚኒስትሮች አባግዳዎች አለስንቄዎች የቢሾፍቱ ፍልቅልቅ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች ሁላችሁም ለዚህ ታላቅ ቀን በሰላም እንኳን አደረሳችሁ። የዘንድሮ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ማስጀመሪያ መርሃ ግብር በቢሾፍቱ እንዲጀመር ከተወሰነበት ዋነኛ ምክንያት አንዱ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ የኮሪደር ስራ ብቻ ሳይሆን ዛፍ መትከል፣ አበባ መትከል፣ ችግኝ በማፍላት ለአዲስ አበባ ጭምር ትልቅ ግብዓት ስለሆነችና የዚህ ዓላማ ስኬት ለነበራችሁ አስተዋጽኦና ለነበራችሁ ድጋፍ ምስጋና ለማቅረብ ጭምር ነውና እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መርሃ ግብር በቀጥታ የኢትዮጵያን ሉዓላዊነት ከማረጋገጥ የኢትዮጵያን ብልጽግና ከማረጋገጥ ህልማችን ጋር የሚተሳሰር አንኳር ጉዳይ ነው። የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት በምግብ ራስን በመቻል፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ድንበርን በማስጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ቅርሶቻችን በመጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ዳራችን በመጠበቅ በብዙ መልኩ የሚገለጥ ሲሆን የአረንጓዴ አሻራና ሉዓላዊነት ያላቸው ትስስር ምን እንደሚመስል ለመርዳት እንዲያግዘን የአንድ ሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ የሚባለው በሁለት ዋና መንገዶች ነው። አንደኛው መንገድ ባዕድ አልሞ አስቦ ታጥቆ ድንበር ጥሶ ሲገባብን ያኔ የሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ ይባላል። በዘመናት መካከል ኢትዮጵያውያን አባቶቻችን እንደዚህ ያለው መደፈር እንዳያጋጥም ሕይወታቸውን፣ አጥንታቸውን፣ ደማቸውን፣ ማንነታቸውን በመገበር ነፃ ሀገር ሊያስረክቡን ችለዋል። ሁለተኛው ሉዓላዊነት የሚደፈርበት መንገድ ጠላት ከውጭ መጥቶ ሳይሆን የኛ ሀብት የኛ ንብረት በዋዛ ፈዛዛ መልሰን የማንተካው እንደ አፈር ያለ ውድ ሀብት ድንበር ጥሶ ከክልላችን ሲወጣ ሌላ የሉዓላዊነት መደፈር መገለጫ ነው። የመጣን መከላከል ብቻ ሳይሆን አላግባብ የሚወጣን ጭምር ተከላክለን ማቆየት ያስፈልግ ነበር፣ ያስፈልጋል። ለዚህ ነው የምንሰራው። ባለፉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በተሟላ ሁኔታ ሳትገነዘብና ሳታቅ ያጣችው የአፈር መጠን በገንዘብ ሊተመን አይችልም። ከፍተኛ ሀብት ስናጣ ቆይተናል። ያንን አፈር ከመሸርሸር ነፃ ከመጓዝ ከምስጋና ውጭ ከመቀበል ተከላክሎ ማቆየት ሉዓላዊነትን የምንከላከልበት አንድ መገለጫ ነው። መጥቶም ብንከላከል ሳያስፈቅድ ሲሄድም ብንከላከል ሁለቱም ለኢትዮጵያ ህልውናና መቀጠል ወሳኝ ጉዳዮች ስለሆኑ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ከሚያስጠብቁ በአንድ ጉዳይ እኔና እናንተ እየተሳተፍን እንደሆን አምነን ገብቶን ደስ ሊለንና በደስታ ልንተክል እንደሚገባ ላሳስባችሁ ፈልጋለሁ። የኛ አባቶች አድዋ ላይ ገድል ሰርተዋል። እኔና እናንተ በግሪን ሌጋሲ ሌላ ገድል እየሰራን ነው። ልጆቻችን ሁለት የሉዓላዊነት መገለጫ ያስባሉ። አድዋ ላይ ተዋግተው ከውጭ የመጣን ጠላት ተከላከሉ። በግሪን ሌጋሲ ዘመን ደግሞ ተባብረው ችግኝ ተክለው የሚሸረሸር ተራራን፣ የሚጓዝ አፈርን፣ የሚነጥፍ ውሃን ተከላከሉ ብሎ ሁለቱንም በእኩል ልጆቻችን ለማውሳት እንዲችሉ ስለሚያስችል በሰራችሁት ስራ ገናም በምንሰራው ስራ እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ፣ እንኳን ተሳካላችሁ ማለት እወዳለሁ። የዘንድሮ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መሪ ቃል ተስፋን መትከል ይላል። ተስፋን መትከል የነገን ብሩህ ታሪክ ዛሬ መጻፍ ነው። ተስፋን መትከል የተስፋችን ስሮች ወደ ታች ዘልቀው እንዲገቡ ማድረግ፣ የብልጽግና ግንዶች ወደ ላይ እንዲያድጉ፣ የብልጽግና ቅርንጫፎች ወደ ጎን እንዲስፋፉ፣ የብልጽግና ፍሬዎች ከተከልነው ዛፍ የምንበላው የምንሸጠው ሀብት እንዲሆኑ የሚያስችል ነው። ለምን ተስፋን መትከል በተለየ መንገድ መረጣችሁ ያላችሁ እንደሆነ ተስፋ በጣም በርካታ ትርጓሜዎች አሉት። ለምሳሌ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች በሰባተኛው ሀገራዊ ምርጫ ሙሉ ቀን በፀሐይ በውርጭ ሳይታክቱ ተሰልፈው መርጠዋል። የመረጡት ግን የቢሾፍቱ ከንቲባ፣ የኦሮሚያ ክልላዊ መንግስት በቂ ስራ ሰሩልን ብለው ሳይሆን ሊሰሩልን ይችላሉ ብሎ ተስፋ አድርገው ነው። ተስፋን አድርገው ብንደግፍ አብረን ብንቆም የተሻለ ልማት ሊመጣ ይችላል ብለው ነው። በዚህ ምርጫ የምታሸንፉ ሰዎች አስምራችሁ ልትገነዘቡ የሚገባው ነገር የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ ተሰርቶለት ሳይሆን ተስፋ ሰንቆ ነው የመረጠው። ይህንን ተስፋ በተለያየ መንገድ ከዛሬው ኩነት ጋር አያይዞ ማየት ያስፈልጋል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ መቀነት ነው። አረንጓዴ መቀነት ስለሆነ ሀገርን ያልብሳል። ቅድም እንዳያችሁት የገረጣን የነጣን ስፍራ አረንጓዴ በለምለም ልብስ ያልብሳል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል ነው፣ መንፈስ ያድሳል። እዚህ ቦታ የሚቀመጥ ማንም ሰው ይህንን ተራራ ይህንን ሐይቅ አይቶ ውስጡ ደስታ የማይሞላ ሐሴት የማይላበስና የመረጋጋት ስሜት በውስጡ የማያደርሰው አይኖርም። ተፈጥሮ እንደዚህ አይነት ጉልበት አለው። የተረበሸ ማንነት የማከም ጉልበት አለው። ይህ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል መንፈስ ያድሳል። አረንጓዴ ወርቅም ነው ተስፋ። አረንጓዴ ወርቅ ቢዋሩት ጌጥ ነው፣ ቢነግዱ ቢሸጡበት ደግሞ ሀብት ነው። ቡናን ተመልክቱ። ከ600 ሚሊዮን ዘንድሮ 3 ቢሊዮን ገደማ ኤክስፖርት እንደርሳለን። ስንረከብ 600 ሚሊዮን ነበር፣ ዛሬ 3 ቢሊዮን ደርሰናል። ይህ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ውጤት ነው። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ውርስ ነው። ትውልድ የሚኮራበት ብሩህ ነገ ዛሬ የሚሳልበት የሚጻፍበት፣ ልጆቻችን ይህንን ባህል ይህንን ልምድ ይዘው ያደጉ እንደሆነ የበለጸገ አረንጓዴ የለበሰ ከጓሮ ከማሳው የሚበላ የሚሸጥ የሚሸምትበት ሀገር ስለሚረከቡ እንደኛ በደህንነት በችግር በእርዳታ የሚታወቁ ሳይሆኑ በልተው ጠግበው ማገዝ የሚችሉ እንደሚሆን ምንም ጥርጥር የለውም። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ እንቅስቃሴያችን በጀመርነው መንገድ ተቀናጅተን ተደምረን በአንድ ልብና መስራት መትከል እስካስቀጠል ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ የተረጂነት ታሪኳ ያ ክፉ ታሪክ ጥፋት ላይ ቆምን የእርዳታ የማገዝ ታሪኳ በእናና በእናንተ ዘመን እንደሚጀመር ምንም ጥርጣሬ የለኝም። ዛሬ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ያለበትን የሥራ ሁኔታ ከስራ ኃላፊዎች ጋር ለማየት እድል አግኝተን ነበር። የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች ይህንን ስራ አልፎ አልፎ በእግርም ቢሆን እየሄዳችሁ ማየት አለባችሁ። ብዙ ስራ ብዙ ፕሮጀክት በተለያየ ሀገር ያየን ቢሆንም እኔና ጓደኞቼ እዛ የተግባባ ነው እስከዚህ ባለው እድሜያችን በቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ደረጃ ማሽን የሚንቀሳቀስበት ከፍተኛ ሰው የሚንቀሳቀስበት ስራ አይቻላቅም አይተውም አያውቁም። እናንተም አይታችሁ አታውቁም። ቅርብ ስላለ በዋዛ ፈዛዛ ማለፍ የለበትም። ማየት አለባችሁ፣ መስራት አለባችሁ፣ ማገዝ አለባችሁ፣ መጠበቅ አለባችሁ። አይችሉም ብለው ነበር በአረንጓዴ አሻራ ችለን ዓለም ተደሟል። በኤርፖርት አትችሉም ብሏል፣ ችለን እናሰርፋቸዋለን። ለዚህ ሳይሰራለት በበቂ ሳይበላ በበቂ ሳይታገዝ አምኖ በተስፋ ለመረጠ ህዝብ የሚቀጥለው ምርጫ ታላቅ ስጦታ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት የመጀመሪያውን ዙር መጨረስ ይሆናል። ይሄ ትልቅ ኮሚትመንት ነው። ተመራጩ መንግስት የሚቀጥለውን ምርጫ ለማድረግ ሲሰናዳ የቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ካላለቀ አትምረጡ። አሁን በተስፋ መርጣችኋል። ነገ ግን በስራ መሆን አለበት፣ በዴሊቨሪ መሆን አለበት። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ለምግብ ዋስትና ያለውን ፋይዳ ቅድም በዝርዝር ወንድማችን አቶ አዲስ አረጋ አቅርቦታል። ዋና ጉዳይ አፈራችንን ከስደት ግድባችንን ከደለል መከላከል ስንችል የጎደሉ ሐይቆች ሲሞሉ የጎደሉ ጀቶች ሲሞሉ ፓምፖች መጠቀም ስንጀምር የኢትዮጵያ ግብርና ምን መሆን እንደሚችል በግልጽ ማየት ተችሏል። ከዚያ በተጨማሪ በሄድንበት ዓለም ሁሉ የተለየ የአቮካዶ ዝርያ፣ የብርቱካን ዝርያ፣ የሎሚ ዝርያ፣ የሮማን ዝርያ ባየንባቸው ቦታዎች ሁሉ መጠነኛ ዘር አምጥተን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ10 በላይ አዳዲስ የፍሩት ችግኞች እያፈላን እየተከልን እንገኛለን። በሚቀጥሉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በካካዋ በአዳዲስ የሮማን ዝርያዎች በማክዴሚያ በተለያዩ ከዚህ ቀደም በማናቃቸው ፍሩቶች በገበያ የምናያቸው በማሳችን የምናያቸው ሽጠን የምንጠቀምባቸው ለምግብ ዋስትናችን ሁነኛ ሚና የሚጫወቱ ስለሚሆን ባገኘን ቁጥር ማፍላት፣ ማባዛት፣ መትከል በዚያ ውስጥ ደግሞ ስራን ማበራከት ከሁላችን የሚጠበቅ ተግባር ይሆናል። ከስራ ዕድል አንጻር በጣም በርካታ ሰዎች ችግኝ በማፍላት በመሸጥ በማጓጓዝ በመንከባከብ ስራ እያገኙ ይገኛሉ። ከዚያ ባሻገር ቡናው ዶላር ሆኗል፣ አቮካዶ ዶላር ሆኗል። የተከለው ማፍራት ብቻ ሳይሆን ገንዘብ ሆኗል። አሁን የምንተክለው ገንዘብ ይሆናል። ሲደመር ልጆቻችን የጠገበች የበለጸገች ሀገር እንዲረከቡ ስለሚያስችል ሳንታክት አብረን እንድንሰራ አደራ ልላችሁ እፈልጋለሁ። ከቱሪዝም አንጻር ከዚህ ቀደም በእኛ ስህተት ምክንያት የሸሹ የዱር አራዊቶች እየተመለሱ ነው። አዕዋፋት እየተመለሱ ነው። ሐይቆች ሲሞሉ አዕዋፋትም እየመጡ ነው። እዚህ ቢሾፍቱ ብቻ አሁን እያያችሁ ያላችሁት የአዕዋፋት መበራከትና መመለስ የዚህ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች የምታስተውሉ ይመስለኛል። እኔ ብዙ ቪዲዮ ብዙ ፎቶዎች አሉኝ። ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ አስደማሚ አስደናቂ የአዕዋፋት ዝርያዎች እንዳሉ ከምናይባቸው የኢትዮጵያ ቀጠናዎች አንዱ ከቢሾፍቱ እስከ አዋሽ ያለው ነው። ዩኒክ ዝርያ ያለባቸው የሚያምሩ መደመርን በጋድ የሚያሳዩ ሲበሩ እንዴት መሰብሰብ ውበት እንደሆነ አብሮ መቆም አስፈላጊ እንደሆነ አብሮ የሚሰበሰብ የሚቆምን ኃይል ሳትወዱ በግድ ቀና ብላችሁ ማየት አስገዳጅ ሁኔታ የሚፈጥር መሆኑን እነዚህ አዕዋፋት ያሳያሉ። የዱር እንስሳትን ለማየት ጫካዎቻችን ለማየት ሐይቆቻችን ለማየት ሰዎች ደግሞ ገንዘብ አምጥተው ያፈሳሉ። በሁሉም መስክ አረንጓዴ አሻራ አዋጭ ስራ ነውና ተባብረን እናሳካው። ባለፉት ዓመታት 48 ቢሊዮን ችግኞች ተተክለዋል። በዚህ ዓመትና በሚቀጥለው ዓመት የምንተክለው ተደምሮ 65 ቢሊዮን ለመድረስ እቅዳለን። ባለፉት ዓመታት ተክለን ቅድም ያየናቸውን የአፍሪካ ክላይሜት ወደ ኢትዮጵያ ማምጣት ተችሏል። ኮፕ ሰብ ሳሃራ ላይ ሲዘጋጅ ኢትዮጵያ የመጀመሪያው ነው። በሚቀጥለው ዓመት 2027 በፈረንጆች ኖቬምበር ዲሴምበር አካባቢ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ70 እስከ 80 ሺህ የሚጠበቁ የዓለም እንግዶች ይመጣሉ። ያኔ ሙሽራዋ ቢሾፍቱ በሺህ የሚቆጠሩ እንግዶች ትቀበላለች። ይህ ስራ ወደ ኢትዮጵያ ይመጣበት ዋነኛው ምክንያት ችለን ዓለም ያልቻለውን ሰተን ስላሳየን ነው። 48 ቢሊዮን በነፃ ህዝብ ተባብሮ የተከለበት አንድም ሀገር ዓለም ላይ የለም። ታላቅ ታሪክ ነው። ዘንድሮ ከ8 ቢሊዮን በላይ እንተክላለን። በዚያ ወደ 56 ወይም ከዛ በላይ ለመግባት እንሞክራለን። በሚቀጥለው ዓመት ከምንጨምረው ጋር 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ ተክልን ነው ኮፕ የምናሰናዳው። ኮፕ ኢትዮጵያ ሲዘጋጅ 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ መትከል የቻለች ሀገር የሚልን ዜና ለመላው ዓለም የምናበስርበት ጊዜ ይሆናል። ይህ እንዲሳካ ተመራቂዎች፣ ሙሽሮች፣ በማንኛውም ሁኔታ የምንሰባሰብ ሰዎች፣ ወጣቶች፣ ሴቶች፣ አዛውንቶች፣ ታዳጊዎች ችግኝ መትከል የስራችን አካል መሆኑን ችግኝ መትከል ለልጆቻችን አንድ ቁም ነገር ማቆየት መሆኑን አምነን ከዛሬ ጀምሮ በሚደረጉ እንቅስቃሴዎች ወደን ፈቅደን ጠዋት ማታ ቀን ሳንል በርብርብ እንድንተክል፣ ስብሰባዎች ችግኝ ሳንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ቸርች መስጊድ የምንሄድ ሰዎች ችግኝ ሳንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ችግኝ ስንተክል ተፈጥሮን ስንከባከብ መንከባከብ የሚገባን ምድር ስንከባከብ ጸሎቱ ይደመጣል። ለመላው የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ በሚቀጥሉት 2-3 ወራት ኑ እንደተለመደው ተስፋችንን እንትከል። ኑ ለኢትዮጵያ ወንድና ሴት ታዳጊዎች ተስፋን እንትከል። ኑ በትብብር የገረጣች የደህየች ኢትዮጵያን አረንጓዴ እናልብስ። ኑ በትብብር ለዓለም ተባብረን አድዋ ላይ የፈጠርነውን ገድል ተባብረን አዲስ ገድል በማሳየት አፍሪካን፣ ዓለምን እናንቃ። እንተባበር፣ እንችላለን። እንሳ፣ እናሳካለን። ያ ሲሆን ፈጣሪያችንም ያግዘናል። ሁሌም እንደምታውቁት ኢትዮጵያ በልጆቿ ጥረት ታፍራና ተከብራ ለዘላለም ትኖር። ኢትዮጵያ ለምና ለዘላለም መኖር አትችልም። ኢትዮጵያ የሌሎችን ድጋፍ ጠይቃ አትችልም። በልጆቿ ጥረት ግን ታፍራ ተከብራ ለዘላለም ነፃ ሆና በልጽጋ ትኖራለች። አመሰግናለሁ።
Welcome to World Arts Streams. We celebrate human ingenuity across the globe. Today, we're shining a spotlight on a continent whose profound contributions have often been overlooked, Africa. From the dawn of civilization to cutting-edge modern solutions, Africa is the cradle of groundbreaking ideas and inventions. These aren't just fascinating relics. Their innovations have laid foundations for global progress, created industries, and continue to shape our world in ways you might never have imagined. Join us as we count the top 10 multi-billion-dollar African innovations and inventions that are shaping the world. Kicking off our list in Upton, an innovation that literally feeds the world, agricultural domestication. Long before global trade routes, African civilizations were revolutionizing how humanity sustained itself. The African continent is the birthplace of many of the world's most important staple crops. Sorghum, pearl millet, African rice, and yams were all first domesticated here thousands of years ago. This foundational agricultural innovation, originating across various regions of Africa, provided stable food sources for ancient civilizations, not just in the continent, but globally through trade and migration. The economic and societal value of the domesticated crops, which now underpin multi-billion-dollar industries worldwide, is measurable. It's a fundamental invention that allowed complex societies to flourish. At number 9, brilliant blend technology and ethics for modern challenge, smart shrimps. From South Africa comes crucial innovation addressing one of today's most pressing issues, wildlife conservation. Smart shrimps are a revolutionary form of conservation technology. The motion-activated snares designed not to harm animals. Instead, when an animal is detected, they send an immediate signal to a local ranger, allowing for a swift, ethical intervention. This invention is modern, a effective solution to combat poaching and protect endangered species. It represents a multi-billion-dollar impact on biodiversity and global fight against illegal wildlife trade, showcasing Africa's role in ethical tech solutions. Our 8th spot is a modern financial revolution that began in the heart of East Africa, M-Pesa. Launched in Kenya in 2007, M-Pesa is arguably one of Africa's most globally influential innovations. Its mobile-based money transfer service allows users to send, receive, pay for goods via text message, without the need for a traditional bank account. It was a revolutionary solution for a population with limited access to traditional banking infrastructure. M-Pesa quickly became lifelong for millions, driving unprecedented financial inclusion and enacting a mobile banking revolution that has since been adopted and replicated in dozens of countries worldwide, creating a multi-billion-dollar industry and transforming economies. And number 7, a nation system of written communication that endures to this day, the script. Originating in the Horn of Africa, the Guzi script is an ancient Semitic writing system used for centuries in what is now Ethiopia and Eritrea. What makes a remarkable innovation is its evolution. Unlike many ancient writing systems, it developed its own unique phonology and later evolved to a digit or software. Each character represents a constant or combination. This sophisticated system has been continuous for thousands of years and is still used today in religious texts and daily life, highlighting the endurance, intellectual independence, and profound cultural value of African writing systems, underpinning centuries of knowledge dissemination. Halfway through a countdown, number 6, an architectural marvel built without mortar, great Zimbabwe architecture. From the period between the 11th and 15th centuries, the people of the Kingdom of Zimbabwe built an incredible complex of stone structures without using any mortar. Great Zimbabwe ruins, a series of massive stone enclosures and walls that stand as high as 36 feet, are a testament to advanced indigenous engineering. This architectural marvel, its precision and scale apple built European explorers, proves that sub-Saharan Africa had its own sophisticated architectural traditions and engineering powers that were entirely independent of foreign designs. It stands as a multi-billion-dollar cultural heritage site, a symbol of ancient African unity. Entering our top 5, at number 5, profound understanding of the human body and healing, ancient surgery. Long before modern hospitals, African doctors performed complex surgical procedures thousands of years ago. Odd clever in Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria suggest a remarkable level of medical knowledge. Ancient Egypt acquired procedures treating dislocated joints, broken bones, even complex conditions. Archaeological discoveries have shown evidence of sophisticated preparation, a form of brain surgery, with a surprisingly high success rate. This evidence points to a level of medical understanding that was far ahead of time, forming foundational knowledge that would have contributed to multi-billion-dollar medical industries globally. It's a foundational invention, underpinning which every scientific, technological, multi-billion-dollar industry known to humanity, making arguably Africa's most profound and enduring contribution to global progress. Just shy of the podium, and therefore, a treasure trove of learned revelry in the world, is by manuscripts. For centuries, the city of Timbuktu was the intellectual, spiritual capital of the Islamic world, of called Athens, Africa. It was home to a vast library and a thriving intellectual community. The Timbuktu manuscripts, a collection of hundreds of thousands of meticulously preserved texts, cover a wide range of subjects: astronomy, mathematics, medicine, law, history, and theology. This salt-building collection of knowledge proves the existence of a major center of learning and a culture that valued preservation and dissemination of knowledge far before the European Renaissance, profoundly influencing global scholarship. Claiming the metal item 3, ancient observatory that predates Stonehenge, Nab-Ptah Stone Circle. Located deep in the Sahara Desert of southern Egypt, the Nab-Ptah Stone Circle is an ancient astronomical site that predates Stonehenge by over 1,000 years. This arrangement of megalithic stones, dated back more than 7,000 years, shows a clear and precise alignment with the summer solstice and North Star. This is undeniable evidence that early African people had deep, sophisticated understanding of celestial movements, using their knowledge to create a calendar for farming and tracking seasons. This innovation in astronomy and calendar making laid foundational knowledge for countless multi-billion-dollar industries, from agriculture and navigation. All run at number 2, a master of materials that out in Terra, ancient metallurgy and iron smelting. While many parts of the world are still the Stone Age, various African cultures were mastering metallurgy. The Haya people of Vade and for instance, developed a highly advanced form of iron smelting over 2,000 years ago. They used source furnaces that reached temperatures over 1,800 degrees Celsius, a level of technology that was not widely achieved in Europe until the late 19th century. This early mastery of iron, across regions like Tanzania, Nigeria, and Sudan, was crucial for revolutionary advancements in agriculture, tools, and even early industrialization, contributed foundational knowledge to industry buildings today. And finally, the innovation opened the door to complex thought, predating virtually all of this, and number 1, the Ashango bone, mathematics. Discovered in the Congo, the Ashango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This baboon filler features a series of vertically carved tally marks, which many archaeologists and mathematicians believe represent prime number table, a lunar calendar, or even a method for basic multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and astrophysics far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concepts of mathematics to modern banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These multi-billion dollar contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds and that history is often far richer and dearer than we are sometimes taught. What of these groundbreaking African innovations makes you the most? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been inspired by the billions of the African continent, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to our largest streams for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring and celebrating true leaders of our world.
Yes, my brother. You put it again. I think what is Kenya. Yes.
Just hit this down there, please. Ladies and gentlemen.
Eight milligrams of KNP is on board warehouses as Russian suspenders the run board continues called the effort trades association. Tifas like us Sharia worry about the impact.
The subsidy holds around the middle point actually most farmers. And so it will continue we see so many people going children drawing of soon and people skipping meals.
Here exports average 100 million land. The annually totally started by the assumption close up and show like stretchable moves. The senator George Omuga is managing radio association that runs the mob association. He said losses since last first were hiding up the tune of $8 million per week.
It is a very independent website, but have a very independent logo. And the kids are all over the by the place. So the click about market share of 5%. So should this work with you, the net seconds to be mostly the ticket of image class.
Take this but because either was the moving but over longer routes, driving up freight insurance costs and increasing exporters margin.
Yeah, look at that point.
Rain out there, Pat is certainly already rain out there. There's a main area. There's a study hours that are becoming shorter. Going to start here now. Strong crew them as they walk them through configuring their various console.
Water is increased there. Is access line that also provides the fuels. Now watching the crew walk across Krakasar, getting a beautiful view of Candy Sir. So they are continuing to put on Love, Ree, and Jeremy. They've been checked. Now. When to turn around, here we are back to the line where the close crew.
Liquid hydrogen. Those who pallets are minus 423 for hydrogen and 287 for liquid oxygen.
And TD.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking up in those suits. Message the guy from us. We're moving up.
Staying best collaboration and then 5 European.
Sank and oil jumped above $100 on Thursday after US President Donald Trump vowed to keep hitting Iran.
We're in great shape for the future.
Trump said in a Wednesday primetime address the US hit Iran extremely hard within weeks. He argued key military aims were close to being met and the conflict was nearing its end. But he didn't give timeline for exit, which kept investors unsure of the scope and duration of the campaign. Oil prices climbed more than 7% on Thursday, with Brent crude near $108 per barrel by early morning in Europe. It was driven by investing concern Trump didn't spell out when or how the Strait of Hormuz will reopen. The strait is a critical shipping route which was recently shut, and oil supply disruption have already hit Asia hard. Asia stocks were down after this week, with almost all regional businesses in the red. Japan's Nikkei led by 2.4%, while South Korea's Kospi slid even more, 4.7%. Europe also opened with a fall of more than 1%. US stock futures slid by a similar amount. A potential end to the month-long US-Israel war with Iran had lifted global stocks not dollar off its recent highs in the past 2 sessions. That after a brutal March where soaring oil prices hurt risk asset. But investors were back to selling almost everything except the US dollar after Trump's Wednesday speech. Risk-off mood looks set to grow ahead of the long weekend, with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are likely to cut exposure quickly. They may be worried that any prolonged disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a sharp blow to global growth. Trump said the US doesn't need the key oil gateway and it will open naturally once the conflict is over.
Black billboards in Moscow are labeling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns linked to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and as US brokered peace talks on ice due to Iran war. Live fire incentives are being offered, particularly to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow is diversifying its push to replenish its army ranks, but is not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said this week's not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of the Security Council, told State Media on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value pilots. Crew students suggest Moscow is keen to pull more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, cities are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what has long become grinding war attrition. Many Russian universities are offering students significant financial incentives if they enlist some packages of exemption from fees for accommodation and direct payments. There are unconfirmed media reports universities having recruitment quotas to meet, Reuters were unable to independently confirm that.
President Donald Trump on Friday proposed privatizing airport security operations held by the Transportation Security Administration in bid to cut costs. White House proposed a company for the federal agency $50 million and would require small airports to enroll in a program in which TSA pays private screeners. It comes as Trump looks to cut 10% in one-time spending for the 2027 fiscal year, while proposing a massive $50 billion increase in the military budget. As the U.S. continues its war against Iran, the request ultimately requires approval of Congress. TSA has about 50,000 federal employees who handle screening in nearly all U.S. airports. But documents released on Friday say we're currently using the privatization program have demonstrated saving compared to federal screening operations. Major U.S. airports suffered massive disruptions after TSA security officers were paid in February amid a dispute in Congress. More than 500 TSA officers quit in recent weeks. Privatization could help remove TSA for congressional funding flights, but cuts the airport agency become a critical time for air travel, rising concerns about air safety. Trump's budget also includes money to hire more air traffic controllers.
Underground of KNP is on board warehouses as Russia to the Iran war continues called to eat effort trade association. philosophers like Alex worry about the impact.
This actually supports around the middle between Kenya and most of us. And so it will continue. We see so many people going children drinking of school and people skipping health.
Kenya exports after 100 million kilograms. The annual activity started by great assumption close open shows unstable mood. The senator George Obuga is then in greater of this decision that runs from Mombasa here. His losses in March 1st were high enough to the tune of $8 million per week.
It is another independent website, and Pakistan which also neighbors Iran by 40%, so they keep about market share of 6%. So should this work continue, the impact, the negative consequences to be mostly to the teacher that people plus.
Listen, but because our area was still moving, but only by longer routes, driving up for dangerous costs and causing exporters margins.
Yeah, look at that for you.
There are cooks rain out there, but it certainly is already rain out there. There's a main area. There's good spotty hours are becoming ashore. You're going to start here now from the crew themselves as they walk them through configuring their various console.
Water is structured there. The access Orion also provides the tools. Now watching a crew walk across Krakatoa at a beautiful view of Candy Sir. They're continuing to put on love, read, and journey. They've attracted now. When our turn, we can. Here we are back to Orion, where the crew.
Liquid hydrogen. Those two planets are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 287 for liquid oxygen.
And Go ahead. Yeah, we're looking up on those messages that guys from us from within.
So that's the collaboration agent and we have European.
Sang and oil jumped above $100 on Thursday after US President Donald Trump vowed to keep hitting Iran.
We're in great shape for the future.
Trump said in a Wednesday primetime address the US hit Iran extremely hard within weeks. He argued key military aims were close to being met and the conflict was nearing its end. But he didn't give a timeline for an exit, which kept investors unsure about the scope and duration of the campaign. Oil prices climbed more than 7% on Thursday, with Brent grew near $108 per barrel by early morning in Europe. It was driven by investor concern Trump didn't spell out when or how the Strait of Hormuz would reopen. The strait is a critical shipping route which is recently shut, and oil supply disruption have already hit Asia hard. Asia's stocks were down after the speech, with almost all regional bourses in red. Japan's Nikkei led by 2.4%, while South Korea's Kospi slid even more, 0.7%. Europe also opened with a fall of more than 1%. The US futures slid by a similar amount. A potential end to the month-long US-Israel war with Iran had lifted global stock not dollar off its recent highs in the past two sessions. That after a brutal March where soaring oil prices hurt risk asset. But investors back to selling almost everything except the US dollar after Trump's Wednesday speech. Risk-off mood looks set to grow ahead of long weekend with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are likely to cut exposure quickly. They may be wary that any prolonged disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a sharp blow to global growth. Trump said the US doesn't need the key oil and it will open naturally once the conflict is over.
Black billboards in Moscow are labelling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns hoping to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and as US broker peace talks on ice due to Iran war. Large financial incentives are being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow is diversifying its push to replenish its army ranks, but it is not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said this week was not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of the Security Council, told State Media on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Recruiting students suggests Moscow is aiming to pull more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, these are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what is long become grinding war of attrition. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some packages offer exemption from fees, free accommodation, and direct payments. There are unconfirmed media reports universities having recruitment quotas to meet. Operators were unable to independently confirm that.
President Donald Trump on Friday proposed making privatizing airport security operations held by the Transportation Security Administration in bid at costs. White House side proposed a $24 federal agency $52 million and would require small airports to enroll in a program in which it pays private cleaners. Comes Trump looks to cut 10% non-defense spending for the 2027 fiscal year, while proposing a massive $500 billion increase in military budget as the U.S. continues its war against Iran. The request ultimately required approval by Congress. The FAA has 50,000 federal employees who handle screening in nearly all U.S. airports. But documents released on Friday say airports currently using the privatization program have demonstrated savings compared to federal screening operations. Major U.S. airports have mass disruptions after TSA security officers were paid in February amid a budget dispute in Congress. More than 500 TSA officers have quit in recent weeks. Privatization could help move TSA for congressional landing flights, but cuts the airport security agency become a critical time for air travel, rising concerns about air safety. Trump also included money to hire more air traffic controllers.
Black billboards in Moscow are labelling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns hoping to woo students across Russia to join drone units fighting in Ukraine. It comes as Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and as US brokered peace talks on ice due to Iran war. Large financial incentives are being offered in particular to those studying technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow is diversifying its push to replenish its army ranks, but is not part of general mobilization drive. The Kremlin said this week was not on the agenda.
Dmitry Medvedev, deputy chairman of Security Council, told the media on Friday more than 400,000 people had signed up last year and over 80,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Recruiting students suggest Moscow is aiming to pour more skilled human resources into its drone forces. For both sides, these are playing an increasingly pivotal role in what has long become grinding war attrition. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some packages offer exemptions from fees for accommodation and direct payments. But unconfirmed media reports universities having recruitment quotas to meet, Reuters was unable to independently confirm that.
Country sought to restart climate energy trade wars as U.S. President Donald Trump and Iran could escalate drive oil price sharp higher and deepen anxiety across global markets. It's still video on Thursday. Trump wanted on to make deal before this late and share what he planned to reveal the U.S. truck naval construct bridge linking Tehran to northwestern suburb of Karachi. This island footage shows no signs for the Highway Bridge. Iranian state media said on this bridge would hit on Thursday, killing 8 people and wounding dozens. Iran foreign minister condemned the attack, said this right on civilian infrastructure, not force run to rent.
We're going to hit extremely hard for the next 2 to 3 weeks.
This each night before Trump repeated threat against Iran's civilian power plant and said U.S. forces would intensify operations over the coming weeks during Mao's retaliation from Iran. Nearly 5 weeks to the U.S. Iranian Iran conflict has spread instability across the region. Iran closure the Strait of Hormuz has brought the 5th world's global oil and liquefied natural gas trade. Britain's foreign minister Ed Cooper tried to talk to around 4 countries to restore freedom of navigation.
We've seen Iran hijack an international shipping route to hold the global economy hostage.
But that day, the agreement hadn't reached. Iran meanwhile wants the trade could make close long-term the United States and Israel. The standoff's oil price soared. U.S. crude on more than 11% Thursday, up 38% as trade price and loss supply ships. One analyst will price could climb above $150 a barrel if shipping is not restored soon. Attention is now turned to the United Nations, where Security Council has voted on better resolution to protect commercial shipping industry. Yet the weekly high has made it clear its opposition to authorizing these supports.
The to show fragments of U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran were leaked by Iranian media on Friday. U.S. officials told Reuters that search and rescue efforts so far rescued one of the 2 crew members who ejected from the F-15 fighter jet. It is the first one incident that's signed in nearly 5-week-old war. Pentagon and U.S. Central Command did not respond to requests for comment. The prospect of U.S. pilots being alive and on a run inside Iran risks the stakes for the United States. An Iranian state university announced a reward to citizens who capture and hand over enemy pilots alive to Iranian authorities. The presenter did not elaborate on the reward. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it was combing an area near where the plane came down in southwestern Iran. These influenced threats by U.S. President Donald Trump to bomb country that to quote stone aid, including to attack Iran's energy infrastructure and desalination plants. He pressed Iran to end the war on U.S. terms.
In the war fee, was the communist-led human movement out to sweep house on Friday. To coincide with much inaction campaign by Washington decades, U.S. blowing much whether city to political prisoners would be mother free. To some them just sticking point negotiations between Washington and Havana. Reuters with several been confined regime from there to Bravo, but not involved in government protests. And for justice is by Trump's real life and region society. All the 2,000 prisoners to release this what Cuba state years for a sovereign humanitarian gesture, the not such amnesty in 10 years. The release of the majority of political prisoners would be seen as a major international Cuba's part in ongoing talk between the 2 countries. Human rights groups self-financed these government securities will do hundreds of political prisoners with Syrian and most the prisoner release process. It was repeatedly made to hold political prisoners. Authorities say that jailbreaking and government protests are guilty crimes, including disorder, resisting arrest, robbery, and vandalism.
The United States government on Sunday said it had rescued an airman caught behind enemy lines after Iran shot down his F-15 fighter jet. The time of the plane had triggered a high-profile search by both Iran and the US. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to a request for comment. It resolves war crisis. President Donald Trump with war on Iran in its 6th week. Conflict has killed thousands, sparked an energy crisis, and threatens loss and damage to the world economy. That's after Iran virtually shut vital street orders. Trump and Israel stepped up pressure on today for Iran to open the strait for pass on edge of cities. The town usually carries out 1/5 of global oil and liquefied natural gas. The US president indicated his delight for Tehran to reach a deal to end the war around 10 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. As the war has escalated, Trump had repeatedly mixed hints of diplomatic progress with threats to bomb the Islamic Republic. Adding to the pressure, senior Israeli defense officials said Israel would prepare to attack Iranian energy facility within the next week and was waiting approval from the United States. Iran had ranged drones and missiles on Israel while targeting Gulf countries allied to the US, with avoided directly joining the war for their escalation. On this peace talks, which Pakistan is seeing brokered Washington and Tehran, peace remains fair and also low US public support for the war.
Has ordered halt instruction and wait was all rules wrong sharp pushback from Trump administration, which says the ruling puts presidential security at risk. In an emergency motion filed Friday with U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the administration argued the policy of the executive branch and quote open exposed, warning of what it calls grave national security harms. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon earlier this week ordered instruction to stop a lawsuit challenging project moves forward. The lawsuit seeks to block the $400 million ballroom plane twisted of recently demolished East arguing project required congressional approval. Leon temporarily deleted enforcement of his order for 14 days will allow Trump administration to appeal. In a filing, the administration has constitutional authority to hear the case as quote rests on single pedestrian's subjective architectural feelings. The initial lawsuit up initial draws for store accreditation, a non-profit that claims Trump exceeded his authority by raising historic East The administration says the claims are legally baseless, arguing the president has complete authority to renovate the White House.
Out on Sunday that explosive of devastating power were found near Turk Stream pipeline. The Kirkuk pipeline carries Russian natural gas to Hungary and beyond. Syrian President-elect Vučić said there were 2 large packages of explosive with fuses. He added that the investigation is still ongoing, and that Hungary and northern Serbia would not have gas if the pipeline had been interrupted there. In a Facebook post, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said he had called a special defense council meeting on Sunday. The incident comes a week before pivotal elections April 12 in Hungary. National Orban fights to hold on to his more than 60-year grip on power. with his party trailing the opposition Tea Party in polls. Orban had in February scaled up security around energy infrastructure in the country. He had upped the stakes in the election, saying that was choice between war or peace. Budapest has also been in a dispute with Ukraine over a hold in oil supplies via Druzhba pipeline. Orban's Fidesz party has sought to associate opposition leader Peter Matthew with Brussels and Ukraine, suggesting that voting for his party means voting for tax and war.
President Donald Trump had a new deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or freeze tax energy plants and bridges, saying Iran had until Tuesday evening. He told the Wall Street Journal in a Sunday interview. Trump later posted on social media with no other detail, quote, Tuesday, 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Representatives for the White House could not be immediately reached for comment on the post. Earlier on Sunday, Trump announced that U.S. Special Forces rescued an airman in a high-risk mission deep inside Iran. The airman was wounded, but Trump said he'll, quote, be just fine. The president also posted a message full of expletives, threatening Iran to open straight, quote, you crazy bastards or you'll be living hell, just watch. However, in the kind of mixed messaging Trump has used since the war began, he told Fox News on Monday that Iran was negotiating with a deal possible by Monday. Adding to pressure, Washington's ally in war, Israel, was preparing to attack Iranian energy facilities next week and was waiting U.S. approval, according to senior Israeli defense official. Video posted on Saturday showed heavy smoke that was likely the aftermath of an Israeli strike on an Iranian petrochemical plant, though Reuters could not independently identify when it was filmed. Meanwhile, Iran showed it could still launch cross-border attack and disrupt infrastructure in the Gulf. In Israel's northern city of Haifa, search and rescue teams were combing through debris after an Iranian missile hit a residential building. Israeli paramedics said 9 people were being treated for shrapnel and blast injuries. Tehran is demanding an end to hostilities, and its parliamentary speaker condemned Trump's threat Sunday, saying he was being misled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Landed on the moon 1972 in lunar module named Orion. A meta-seed of Canada land helping return humans to moon.
Arsu is at MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon.
This is Moscow North. You can see your Copernicus running your gamma. It's and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our whole legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
Houston and Bakery, good morning and happy Easter to everyone down. We wanted to kick off Easter Sunday by honoring our crew, our friend, humanitarian, that flowed.
Just with our main eyes, you can really start to see where there is elevation on the moon, this very shape mode, and it makes the moon look wildly different.
People looking for tomorrow.
As fuel prices rise due to war in Iran, Chinese rich electricity being given. And this could have a big problem. Try to say swing to EVs to products.
Once percent won't get extended the price rise right away, but electricity price more or less the same, and if you change it's only a small amount.
It's a symptom check by this taxi driver in Sydney. She says EVs are a bit like sense upfront, but keep buying is more economic over time. China hasn't been immune to wash the oil processing after Iran moved close to the critical Strait of Hormuz shipping route. Beijing still relies heavily on imported crude to import one of the main sources of demand, but still to EV, more about the size of the rest of the world combined. And economists had to do endless chimney is different of electric vehicle adoption, but the country relies on oil.
So almost to account for 4% transport, and over the last decade we have seen is gradually EVs actually start to kill about more than half of passenger vehicle sales. That means all consumption in China, road transport actually going to be not need to grow anymore.
At least China will now one of the world's most resilient economies in the face of oil costs. Besides the boost from EVs, it's all factor including a network, resistant and stable supply of energy.
Korea appears to be quite pulling back from longtime partner Iran, while keeping options open with the United States. That's according to South Korean lawmakers on Monday, for they were briefed by the country's intelligence agency. Seoul's National Intelligence Service, or NIS, said Pyongyang hasn't sent weapons or supplies to Iran since the war began in February, and has stayed notably silent after Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in airstrikes. North Korea also did not congratulate Khamenei's son after he was named Iran's new leader. China and Iran have spoken out repeatedly on the conflict. Pyongyang's issued a two-tone statement so far, as avoided the criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump. The NIS believed that restraint is deliberate, aimed at preserving diplomatic space ahead of the summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Trump in May. At the same time, South Korean intelligence says the war is added to pressure on North Korea's economy, forcing Pyongyang to look down the run for support. Arun is a member of South Korean Parliament's Intelligence Committee.
North Korea is also facing significant economic difficulties due to the war in the Middle East. They are experiencing setbacks in securing industrial supplies, raising prices, and foreign exchange rates. Amid these circumstances, they are making moves to secure additional oil for Russia.
Intelligence officials say Kim Jong-un's recent comments about getting along with the U.S. point to a calculated move, positioning North Korea to talk with Washington once the Middle East conflict calms down.
Iran's effective closure of Strait of Hormuz created both winners and losers across the Gulf. Reuters analysis shows Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia are benefiting from surging prices and alternative export routes, while Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar are losing billions as their shipments are choked. The fight comes down to geography and infrastructure. Iran controls the choke point. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Oman can bypass it for pipelines and ports. Iraq, Kuwait, and much of Qatar oil and gas cannot. Benchmark Brent crude up about 60% in March. That was as the war ended its second month. For Saudi Arabia, higher prices mean increased royalties and taxes for state oil giant Aramco. It's overwhelmingly owned by the government and sovereign wealth fund. Aramco declined to comment when asked about Reuters' calculations. Representative of the other countries or their oil companies not immediately respond to requests for comment. The kingdom's biggest pipeline is the 746-mile east-west link. It connects eastern oil fields to the Red Sea port of Yabu, but experts warn the advantage is vulnerable to further strikes by Iran or Yemen's Houthis. not accurate with targets, with estimated monthly revenues down by about 3/4 versus a year earlier. Carol's liquefied natural gas is also trapped, helping push global gas markets higher. Buyers using bypass routes face soaring food rates and war premiums, higher costs on crude. For the longer term, however, the impact is unclear. Some oil companies and politicians in the West lobby for increased investment in fossil fuels to try to protect against supply shocks, but some analysts say renewable energy finds the best protection.
The entire can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
U.S. President Donald Trump issued a fresh threat to Iran from the White House on Monday, warning Tehran it must make a deal by Tuesday night or face wider bombing raids on power plants and bridges. Earlier, he vowed to enforce the two-night deadline for Iran to agree to a ceasefire deal. He said Iran had made a proposal to end the conflict that fell short of U.S. demands.
Proposal, and it's a significant proposal. It's significant step. It's not enough, but it's very significant.
Iran said on Monday that it wanted a lasting end to war with the U.S. and Israel and pushed back against pressure to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. At the White House press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Monday would see the largest wave of U.S. strikes of the war so far, and that Tuesday it would be more severe.
Per President's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around.
Critics have said Trump would be committing war crimes if the U.S. attacked civilian power plants, a point that Trump dismissed on Monday, saying the real crime would be Iran taking nuclear weapons.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack finding this pilot.
Trump also detailed the weekend rescue mission to recover a downed American airman missing inside Iran.
Scaled, faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe said his agency had used misdirection to convince the Iranians the airman was somewhere else.
CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airman. On Saturday morning, we achieved the primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and brightest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still visible to the enemy, but not to the CIA.
Trump also said he would demand that a reporter who first leaked that the airmen in Iran had been rescued reveal their source and threaten them with jail if they refused.
U.S. did higher on Monday, with the Nasdaq leading Wall Street's main indexes with a more than 0.5% gain.
The entire country can be taken out in one night.
President Donald Trump has threatened to escalate the war if Iran fails to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But investors drew some reassurance from a report that indicated the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators continued to discuss terms of potential ceasefire deal. That helped stocks edge higher, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq gaining for the fourth consecutive session, their longest winning streaks since January. Jeff Schulze, head of economic and market strategy for Clearbridge Investments, said while volatility will likely continue, so too should stocks' recent upward momentum.
Investors are using the playbook of buying the geopolitical debt. When you go back to 1950, there's been over 20 military conflicts. If you bought the day that conflict began, the S&P 500 has been positive 3% over the next 3 months, and positive almost 6% over the next 6 months. And the S&P 500 down almost 5% over the last month. We think that this is probably a good buying opportunity for investors given the resilience of the U.S. economy.
Stocks on move Monday included Soleno Therapeutics, which jumped more than 32% after Neurocrine Biosciences agreed to acquire the rare disease drug maker for $2.9 billion in cash. Rising Bitcoin prices boosted crypto-linked firms, with U.S.-listed shares of Coinbase gaining about 2% and Strategy claiming 6.5%. And shares of memory chip maker Seagate Technology gained 5.5% after Morgan Stanley added to its top pick list.
Ukraine's manufacturer Firepoint Domingo cruise missile is in talks with European companies to launch a new cheaper air defense system by the end of 2027. Years ago, gained on the battlefield fighting Russian forces have made Ukraine leading innovator in low-cost defense tech. Governments look at ways to defend their skies, whether above Ukraine against Russian Iskander missiles or due to repercussions from the US-Israeli war with Iran. Ukraine and near-Western allied nations rely heavily on the US-made Patriot system to stop ballistic missiles, but increasingly in short supply amid excessive deployment in the Gulf. And the Patriot system may require 2 or 3 air defense missiles to bring down a ballistic projectile, says Firepoint's co-founder and designer Des Timmerman.
You must decrease the price to accept the ballistic missile, because right now it's like respect of to accept the Iskander, it's pretty big money. If it can increase, instead less than $1 million, it will be great. It will be like game-changing air defense solution.
Fabian Hoffman, missile expert at Regional University College, said Ukraine's timeline for their defense system is ambitious, but he sees strong demand from governments, even its less effective than the Patriot. Firepoint's founded after Moscow 2022 invasion and is Ukraine's biggest maker of long-range drones, using the majority of strikes inside Russia. Its FP5 long-range cruise missile, commonly known as the Flamingo, has been used to hit Russian military facilities and armed factories, including a ballistic missile plant nearly 870 miles inside Russia. Tillerman says also final stages of developing 2 supersonic ballistic missiles, one of which would want to reach Moscow. Russia's Defense Ministry didn't respond to a request for comment. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky visited several Gulf countries in late March and said drone interceptors and military expertise are delivering results for nations there defending against Iranian attacks. Firepoint is also making hundreds of long-range drones today at about $57,750 a piece to produce. It is waiting approval to begin exports to several Gulf states to express interest separately for potential investment by UAE firm to pursue new business opportunities.
Yeah, the cabin of integrity here as we surpass the first humans have ever traveled from planet Earth.
This is the moment for astronauts on NASA's Artemis 2 mission, becoming the furthest flying humans in history.
But we, most importantly, use this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this security is not long-lived.
NASA astronauts Christina Cook, Reed Watman, Dirk Glover, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen passed the record previously set by the Apollo 13 crew as they made their way toward the shadow far side of the moon. its climactic point in the Artemis 2 mission, the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program.
A number of years ago, we started the journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one.
The crew used this moment to pay tribute to Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol.
And we'd like to collect care and spell that CARROLF.
The multi-billion-dollar series of missions seek to return astronauts to the moon's orbit by 2028 before China also aims to establish a long-term U.S. presence there for the next decade. Building a moon base would serve as a proving ground for potential future missions to Mars. Earlier, Cook rated how the astronauts realized they'd entered the moon's gravitational sphere of influence.
We have the Earth out, the crescent out, the side hatch, and the moon out in debris, and definitely by far, the moon is bigger than Earth.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood.
They also received a message from astronaut Jim Lovell, who was part of Apollo 8 and 13 missions. The message was recorded a few months before his death in August 2025.
It's a story kid, and I know a busily complete two stories to do.
During the 6-hour flyby, astronauts will use professional cameras to take detailed photos through Orion's window of the silhouette moon. It's a rare and scientifically valuable vantage point of sunlight filtering around its edges in what will effectively be a lunar eclipse.
South Korea's spy agency now believes North Korean leader Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter has been positioned as his successor. That's according to lawmakers on Monday after a closed-door parliamentary meeting. People Power Party lawmaker Lee Sung-gun cites a recent public display of Kim's daughter drive a tank, adding that imagery is intended to highlight her supposed military aptitude and spell doubts over a female heir. Kim's daughter is believed to be around 13 and to be named Blue Eye. The National Intelligence Service told lawmakers its assessment was based on what it described as credible intelligence collected by the agency. Earlier images also showed Eye firing a rifle at shooting range. One lawmaker said such scenes are intended to pay homage to Kim's own public military appearances. He was being prepared to succeed his own father during the early 2010s. The latest assessment of July is progression from earlier analysis by a spy agency, which said she was likely to be groomed to succeed her father. Some North Korean experts, however, urged caution in interpreting images as definitive succession signals.
Australia's most decorated wing soldier Ben Robert Smith was arrested Tuesday over the killing of armed civilians while deployed in Afghanistan. Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett confirmed the arrest.
Good afternoon. A former Australian Defence Force member has today been arrested and will be charged with 5 counts of war crime murder after a joint investigation between the Office of the Special Investigator, the AFP.
Police said the 47-year-old former ADF member was arrested at Sydney Airport and would appear at a New South Wales court later the same day.
It will be alleged the man is a member of the ADF when he was involved in the death of Afghan nationals between 2009 and 2012. In circumstances that constitute war crimes under the Commonwealth Criminal Code.
Barrett said the victims were unarmed and under Australian military control.
It will be alleged victims were detained, unarmed, and were under control of ADF members when they were killed. It will be alleged the victims were shot by the accused or shot by subordinate members of the ADF in the presence of and acting on the orders of the accused.
Robert Smith was once hailed as a national hero and awarded the Victoria Cross for his actions during 6 tours of Afghanistan. He has consistently denied wrongdoing. Allegations first reported in 2018 led to Australia's most extensive defamation trail, which he lost. Charges follow years-long investigations into alleged war crimes by Australian special forces in Afghanistan. Police stressed the charges do not reflect the broader Australian military.
The alleged conduct related to these charges is confined to a very small section of our trusted and respected ADF, which helps keep this country safe.
Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche said on Tuesday that President Donald Trump should be allowed to shape better probe of individuals, including those who have previously instated him.
We have thousands of ongoing investigations and prosecutions going on in this country right now. And it is true that some of them involve men, women, and entities that the president in the past is with and believe should be investigated. That is his right, and indeed it's his duty to do that, meaning lead this country.
Blanche's comments are his first public remarks since being named as acting Attorney General. He's pressured Trump to prosecution of president's perceived enemies. At President Frank Slack sold the notion that Justice Department had improperly targeting Trump's opponents.
He said President Slaughter's little enemies. No, the president time and time again he wants justice.
Trump fired former Attorney General Pam Bondi in part of dissatisfaction with the pace and outcome of case Trump has demanded. Blanche was asked whether he wants to nominate the vacant host.
If he chooses to nominate somebody else, I'm back to be a dad. That's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and ask me to go to something else, I'll say thank you very much. I'll be sure. So I don't have any bolder aspirations than all that.
Justice Department under Trump has opened a slew of investigations into Trump's adversaries, but the DOJ has countered obstacles from judges and grand jurors in many of the invitations. Nigeria's Dangote refinery said it has increased exports of gasoline and urea to African countries by supply disruptions caused by the UN war. Africa's largest refinery has been operating at its maximum capacity of 650,000 barrels a day. Owner Alio Dangote, Africa's richest man, said the facility hedged around 17 cargoes of gasoline to other African nations to cushion the impact of the crisis.
There's many. One is of urea, which is for leather that we have. I think in last group they will be loading to mostly African countries, which were not before. And then now is to do with also petroleum products, which are now sent mainly to African countries.
Exports of urea fertilizer have also risen as buyers seek alternative sources for the product, much of which normally comes from the Middle East. Officials say the refinery can produce up to 3 million metric tons of urea annually, most of which is typically exported to the United States and South America.
But despite refinery running maximum output, industry figures show fuel prices in oil prices in Nigeria have reached record highs. United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amin Mohammed, on a visit to the facility, outlined the UN's role in alleviating challenges in the region.
The UN's job here is to amplify and put visibility on the possibilities of mitigating a food security crisis, and this is one of them. I hope that when we back, we continue to adopt partners that would partner the countries that should buy within the industry.
He said the refinery also hopes to secure more crude cargoes priced in local currency to help curb fuel costs.
Wall index ended mixed, with Dow doing almost 2% and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq moving marginally higher. Stocks paired for losses in the last hour of trading, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq heading into positive territory minutes before the closing bell. The reversal came after Pakistan Prime Minister said on X that diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement of the war in the Middle East were progressing steadily. He urged President Donald Trump to extend his Tuesday deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, and requested that Iran open the Strait for the same timeframe as a gesture of goodwill. But at Stuckey, chief portfolio manager at Quiz and Western U.S. Oil Match Company, said in Iran off-ramp could still live markets in murky waters.
Unfortunately, with this conflict in the Middle East, the fear of the engagement has come more widespread. And if we were to see potentially the U.S. back away from involvement, there's still lingering concern that the markets are likely to have that traffic strip war is likely to be an advantage capacity or in a more excited profile for seeing transit through that strait. So in this year, desolation rate exit versus we saw it's last year with Liberation Day.
Among the 7 stock moves, United Health jumped nearly 9.5%. The U.S. government announced on Monday would raise payments to private insurers offering Medicare Advantage plan to older adults, an increase from a new flat change proposed earlier. Peter Humana rose out 10% and Civi's Health gained more than 6.5%. Shares of Apple dropped more than 2% after a report that tech giant's long-awaited foldable phone is encountering engineering setbacks. And chipmaker Broadcom plunged about 6% after signing a long-term deal with Alphabet to develop its AI chips and other components.
And Russia on Tuesday vetoed a U.S. Security Council resolution that urged countries to coordinate efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, calling it bias against Iran. That was ahead of U.S. President Donald Trump agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire, hours before the deadline for Iran to reopen the strait or face devastating attacks. The truce conditioned on the Strait of Hormuz reopening. The Long Council members had backed a Bahrain-sponsored measure, but Beijing and Moscow blocked it, and 2 countries abstained. U.S. ambassador to the UN called condemned the vetoes, accusing Iran of holding global economy hostage, calling on responsive nations to join Washington in securing the passage.
Today's veto marks a low, and it shows how a safer, more secure, more united Middle East can be.
While Beijing and Moscow said Council should push for de-escalation diplomacy, China and Russia used their vetoes even though Bahrain had significantly weakened its draft for China opposed all rising force, verged mid to drop the authorization of the use of force, and removed an explicit reference to binding enforcement that had appeared in an earlier draft. Iran blocked the vetoes, with Iran's UN ambassador Amir Saeed Irvani saying it prevented the Security Council from being misused, legitimate aggression.
We fit complete with free tennis in the street system on Tuesday, calling U.S. authorities for different waters should the attacks in a top area back move among bars and all that with and handgun. Japan checkpoint plus hours in our Turkey French districts. The rate costed opposite law of the house was done for at the time of the attack. Ocean Trade 30 said. Opposed was really foreign said they appreciate Turkey security forces with action. 30 did not admit say what motivated the attackers. Turkey president but would the attack the heinous act of terrorism and base security forces stopped it.
Moonflower Clement Trust and Turkey to damage Eshbano with find proteins as dice.
The Hunter Minister said that could hang with acquisition that would expect religion at the two brothers so traveled in the city of Israel diplomat that continent after Hamas's war again in 2023 that conflict prompted border protest near outside continent across the country the digital Turkish diplomatic ties since they're heavily on police have remained in a war area surrounding the conflict.
Launched the heaviest right on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strikes aimed at usual warrants for civilians to evacuate. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said good terrorism attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve them either by an agreement or by renewing the fighting. We're prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday, with talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated the ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran appeared to misunderstand the terms.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that to be the case.
That's over the deal showed on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz remained unresolved, raising doubts over whether any oil can hold. The relaunch of heaviest right on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strikes aimed at usual warrants for civilians to evacuate. The Strait of Hormuz stayed shut vessels without permit, and ships say they want more clarity for moving their boats. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unsolved, raising doubts over whether any oil can hold. The relaunch of the heaviest right on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strikes aimed at usual warrants for civilians to evacuate. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said good terrorism attacks on Iran.
We have more goals to complete, and will achieve them either by an agreement or by renewing the fighting. We are prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our finger is on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks ceasefire between the United States and Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday, with talks expected to begin this Saturday. However, Iran says Israel has already violated the ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said that under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never covered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran appeared to misunderstand the terms.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case.
Doubts over the deal showed up on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The Strait of Hormuz, they shut vessels without permits, and shippers say they want more clarity before move their boats. Both the United States and Iran have declared victory after 5 weeks of war, but their core disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. It's hoped a cheap interceptor developed by Tehran drone and Ukrainian partners could be the answer to wave Iranian attacks. Since the start of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iraq, Tehran has launched large numbers of low-cost Shahed drones. U.S. forces and regional allies have largely relied on expensive missiles to stop them, rapidly depleting their air defense stockpiles. Terror drone chief executive Toto Khashoggi says the conflict has highlighted the limits of missile-based air defense.
For this current war in the Middle East, Shahed drones are flying one after another from Iran toward Israel. From Tel Aviv to Tehran is about 994 miles, right? So those hits are flying around 1,200 miles. Finally, people in Japan and overseas as well have come to understand just how extremely important these interceptor drones are, especially since missiles are running out in the Middle East.
Terror drones says A1 drones cost about $2,500 each. By contrast, each Patriot interceptor missile costs around $4 million, making them an expensive way to shoot down Shaheds, priced in below $10,000.
Shooting missiles down with missiles would just be fine, but shooting a Shahed that costs around $31,000 with missile that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. That kind of economic irrationality just isn't feasible anymore, and people are starting to realize that. So demand is extremely high among them, with conflict in the Middle East happening now, and then in areas near Russia, like Poland and Europe. Those areas are seeing particularly strong attention, rather strong interest in this technology.
Terra drone began offering military sales last month through a partnership with Korean startup Amazing Drones. The Terra A1 has not yet been battle-tested and is expected to be delivered to Ukraine's military for trials. Russia's foreign ministry said Wednesday that it had summoned Japan's ambassador in protest over Terra drone's investment in Ukrainian interceptor drone technology. Moscow said relations with Tokyo have been reduced to zero over what calls Japan's unfriendly stance.
Fans in Chiang Mai spin rings with their trucks and paint using brushes, amusing a handful of people watching. But just a month ago, these animals were performed to hundreds of visitors. Metang Elephant Park owner Bob Alert said his business is a victim of tumbling traffic demand caused by conflict in the Middle East.
During this crisis, before that, I'm going to get customer for around 150 to 200 customers each day. During the crisis, we have like 3 customers for like purchase, so the number dropped like drastically to like almost none.
Across the ground, perhaps for traditional elephant handlers wait quietly atop their elephants. Now, only a few of the packers make multiple trips a day, where before each animal would carry visitors into forest up to 6 times a day. Chyler said more than 200 staff have agreed to take 10 unpaid days off each month to cut costs, allowing the park to prioritize feeding its 6 to 8 elephants 4 meals a day. Such struggles aren't unique, as hotels, restaurants, and tour operators across the city have also been hit. That's according to the president of Chiang Mai Tourism Association, who also said worst has yet to come.
I think the effects will hit hardest for me. You would literally see workers in the tourism industry being reduced in numbers. Or in the future, some businesses might have to close down because if we do not see the end of this crisis, we don't know how much the tourism sector will recover. Will it come back to its original state?
For now, gates remain open at the elephant park. Quite when the customers will return, however, seem very uncertain.
Hi, I'm Brad Hoop, commander of the Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 of America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 4 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the President expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industrial base. After successfully conducting more than 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands on thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused offensive operations in accordance with ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present, we remain vigilant, and we remain ready if called. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent letters to the force expressing my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them. So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, brigades, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 4 days, you destroy a military that Iran built for over 40 years. Your courage, grit, and ingenuity has served America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury. We continue to hold their memories, their families, their friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their self-service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride. So to our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
top security patrolled Islamabad on Saturday, as U.S. and Iranian negotiators had their highest level talks in a half a century to try to end their 6-week war. As negotiations took place, President Donald Trump said the military was clearing the Strait of Hormuz, that 2 U.S. warships had passed through the waterway, and conditions were being set to clear lines. Iran states he denied any U.S. ships had crossed the strait. A crucial transit point for global energy supply is that Tehran is effectively blocked, but Trump is about to reopen. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Saturday that the war would remain a serious disagreement in the talks. Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and son-in-law Jared Kushner flew to Islamabad on Saturday, while the Iranian delegation arrived dressed in black, in mourning for Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and others killed in the past 6 weeks. With conflicting versions from officials, media, and both nations, U.S. and Iranian sides appear to remain far apart. Iran's demands include control of the Strait of Hormuz, payment of war reparations, and ceasefire across the region, including Lebanon, according to Iranian state TV and officials.
Strait will open up. We just left the Strait, otherwise to make no money.
Trump stated goals have varied during the campaign, but at a minimum he wants free passage for global shipping through the strait, and crippling of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Meanwhile, U.S. ally Israel, which joined the February 20th attacks on Iran that launched war, has also been bombing Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing nearly 2,000 people. Israel and the U.S. have said Lebanon is not part of the Iran-U.S. ceasefire.
Women of the Said family cried out in anguish Sunday as they grieved a member of their family killed in Israeli airstrikes. Among the bodies wrapped in green cloth, one was smaller than the rest. Elise Said, not 2 years old, when an airstrike killed her last Wednesday as Israel launched one of its deadliest attacks on Lebanon. The bombardment came after news of a ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, which Lebanon had expected to include them. Tilden's grandfather Nasser Hussein said news of the ceasefire led their tragedy.
They said it was a ceasefire. Like all these people, we went to the village. We went to the graveyard to read the prayers from martyrs and walk home. We read the prayers and went home. We were cleaning up last. We were cleaning up, and suddenly we felt like a storm was landing right on us. I have 4 months at home.
7-year-old Tilden's older sister, is battling her own wounds at a hospital. She suffered a head injury and severe burns from the blast at their home in South Lebanon. The head emergency operations Amel Hospital in Tyre said last week's bombardment was one of the hospital's worst days in recent years, with many of the patients' children. Since the latest war in Lebanon began on March 2nd, Israeli operations have killed more than 2,000 people, including 165 children and nearly 250 women. Amidst of grief and loss, grandfather Zaid questioned the justness of their situation.
What humanity are they talking about? This is humanity? This isn't humanity. This is a war crime. Where are the human rights? A child is wounded in Israel. The whole jumps up. Are we not people? Are we not humans? We're like them.
Also, Kiev detailed on Sunday of breaking the 32-hour ceasefire mark Orthodox Easter. Both reported over 1,000 drone and jelly attacks just hours after Saturday truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said to record 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Saturday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. At the military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We wanted to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, the soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that truce was a, quote, humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced a temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end tonight, Sunday. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposed was turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce. Also, Kiev detailed on Sunday breaking their 32-hour ceasefire to mark Orthodox Easter. Both reported over 1,000 drone and jelly attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said recorded 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Saturday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. At a military Easter service, a Ukrainian soldier said Russian reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite the ceasefire. We wanted to evacuate our fallen comrades today, but the Russians are not letting us do so just yet, the soldier said. The Kremlin said Sunday that truce was a, quote, humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday, but that Russian troops will resume fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced the temporary ceasefire on April 9th, and it is set to end tonight, Sunday. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose previous ceasefire proposals were turned down by Moscow, agreed to the truce.
A lot has been said about it.
U.S. Representative Eric Swalwell posted video on X on Friday denying accusations of sexual assault by a former congressional staffer.
They're absolutely false. It did not happen. They have never happened.
The California Democrat and a leading candidate for governor of the state vowed to fight the allegations while apologizing to his wife unspecified, quote, mistakes in judgment in his past.
The San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday that a woman who previously worked in Swalwell's district office accused him of 2 non-consensual sexual encounters, one while she was employed by him in 2019 and another in 2024 after she had left his staff. The report stated that the unidentified woman was quoted saying she had been too intoxicated on both occasions to consent. The former staffer later told CNN that Swalwell had raped her during the later encounter, which Swalwell strongly denied.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false.
Several leading Democratic politicians urged Swalwell to end his campaign for governor. Democrat House Leader Hakeem Jeffries called for an investigation.
President Donald Trump ordered the U.S. military to blockade the Strait of Hormuz after Maryland talks with Iran wrapped up on Sunday with no deal to end the war. In a social media post, Trump said he also told Navy to, quote, seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid toll to Iran. It came after U.S. Vice President Modi announced the failed result at Pakistan's capital where the talks were held.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement.
Both sides blame each other for failed negotiations. Iran said Iran knows not to accept American terms, including nuclear arms.
The simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen it yet, we hope that we will.
The talks in Islamabad came after a ceasefire was agreed earlier in the week. They were the first direct U.S.-Iranian meeting in over a decade and the highest level since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Baiyi said the two sides reached an understanding on some issues but remained far apart on a few key matters. However, he told Iran media diplomacy would continue. He described an atmosphere of mistrust and said it was natural that an agreement could not be reached in a single session. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishtar urged the two sides to uphold the two-week truce. He said his country would continue to facilitate engagement to try and end the fighting that has killed thousands and sent global oil prices soaring since it began over 6 weeks ago. During the talks that started on Saturday, 3 super tankers carrying oil along with some commercial vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Data showed they appear to be the first oil tankers to exit the Gulf since the ceasefire deal. Hundreds of vessels are still stuck there.
Ethiopia is embarking on a packed 10-day trip of Algeria, Cameroon, Angola and Equatorial Guinea from April 13 to 23. Cardinal Michael Bernier, senior official and close advisor to Leo, told Reuters he is making a visit with a mission to help turn the world's attention to Africa. Leo has made only one big overseas trip since being elected last May, visiting Turkey and Lebanon in November and December. He will visit Monaco in March. Vatican officials and African church leaders, the upcoming tour is a personal priority. Africa has more than 20% of the world's Catholics according to Vatican statistics. It is a region where Catholicism is growing fastest, which has seen the value of the church placed on the continent. Leo succeeded late Pope Francis, 70, relatively young for a pope and in good health. His trip of nearly 1,185 miles will include 25 speeches and official meetings with political leaders and local Catholics. Plans include to encourage Catholics to dialogue in Algeria and to visit the Great Mosque in Algiers. In Cameroon, Leo will hold a meeting for peace in a place where fighting between the government and separatist movements has killed thousands of people since 2017. Through the countries Leo is visiting have populations where more than half of people identify as Catholic.
Hungary's veteran nationalist leader Viktor Orban conceded defeat on Sunday after a landslide election victory by the upstart opposition Peace Party. The result is a setback for Orban's allies in Russia and U.S. President Donald Trump's White House. Challenger Peter Magyar's center-right party grabbed a two-thirds majority in parliament, enabling deep institutional reform allowing the new government to restructure key institutions. The result marks the end to Orban's 16 years in power and has significant implications not only for Hungary, but for the European Union, Ukraine, and beyond. After our polls were due to close, data showed close to 78% voters cast ballots, up from nearly 68% 4 years earlier. Orban, a Eurosceptic, calls that a model of an illiberal democracy, seen as a blueprint by Trump's Make America Great Again movement and its admirers in Europe. Many Hungarians have grown increasingly wary of the 62-year-old, with 3 years of economic stagnation and soaring living costs, as well as reports of oligarchs close to the government amassing more wealth. TISA leader Magyar successfully tapped into this frustration and win. Orban's exit deprives Russian President Vladimir Putin of his main ally in the EU, and shocked through Western right-wing circles, including the White House.
Benin presidential election began Sunday afternoon. Provisional results are expected on Tuesday, with Finance Minister Romuald Wadani expected to host a victory. Who was sourced the West African nation's President Talon, who was since 2016 but is unable to seek third term under the Constitution. The polls were held 4 months after the government narrowly survived the coup attempt. Wadani, who served as defense minister for a decade, is promising to expand access to clean water and guarantee emergency healthcare, but also face pressure to treat the country's security problems. Benin has been hardest among coastal West African states by jihadist groups. The main opposition party, Democrats, failed to get enough lawmakers to sponsor a candidate of its own. They also did not pick the only other candidate on the ballot, Pahope of the Kawi forces for emerging Benin, a former ruling party that now has a smaller following. More than 7.9 million people were registered to vote, including 62,000 Benin nationals living abroad.
Is put on hold a deal to cede sovereignty of the Chagos Islands after it was criticized by U.S. President Donald Trump. The Indian Ocean island chain is home to the strategic U.S.-British Diego Garcia Air Base. Washington had previously backed the agreement made last year. It would see Britain cede the island's Mauritius, but retain control of the military base on a 99-year lease. U.S. support is needed for the deal to go ahead. British Minister Keir Starmer's office said on Saturday London would try to persuade Washington to give its full approval. Trump said in February the deal was a big mistake, despite having said it was the best that Starmer would get. Ties between the US and UK have a constraint over Trump's ambitions to acquire Greenland, and Starmer's reluctance to get Britain involved. The US is really war on Iran.
Not happy with the UK.
British government spokesperson said ensuring long-term operational security of Diego Garcia remains a priority, and that it still believes the agreement is the best way forward. Britain forcibly displaced up to 2,000 indigenous Chagosians in the late 1960s and 1970s to establish the base. Recent operations launched from Diego Garcia include bomber strikes in two targets, Yemen in 2024 and 25, and humanitarian aid deployments to Gaza. The campaign group Indigenous Chagosian People has raised questions about what they said were enormous sums of money wasted in a collapsed negotiation. They also doubted the legality of the plan, which they say denies the Chagosians their right to self-determination.
Critical.
OpenAI Sam Altman is seeking dismissal of punitive damages claims in his sister's lawsuit. Annie Altman accused him of repeated sexual abuse more than 2 decades ago, an accusation he denies. In filing it on Wednesday in St. Louis federal court, the OpenAI co-founder and chief executive argued that Missouri's child sexual abuse statute does not authorize punitive damages for his sister's claims and instead limits her to quote damages for injury or illness caused by childhood sexual abuse. He said punitive damages are also unavailable for conduct he allegedly committed as a child and renewed his request to dismiss the lawsuit altogether. Lawyers for Annie Altman did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Annie Altman accused her brother of sexually abusing and raping her between 1987 and 2006 at the family home in suburban Clayton, Missouri. She said the abuse began when she was 3 years old and he was 12. She claims that quote, last acts of sexual abuse and rape occurred when Sam Altman was an adult. The Altman family has said that Annie Altman's mental health challenges and received financial support. Sam Altman said his sister began accusing him on social media of sexual abuse. They rejected her strict demand for quote, greater and greater financial support. Her lawsuit began in January 2025. Altman is also suing his sister for defamation over her posts. He is seeking $1, saying, quote, not want to harm his sister financially, but was afraid that her statements are not true.
The largest of Australia's 2 oil refineries is hitting petrol production. This comes as the country faces mounting pressure to strengthen fuel security amid global supply disruptions into the Iran war. Fire Rescue Victoria's Assistant Fire Officer McGuinness the night.
Just to be 11:15 p.m. last night, a fire broke up here at the Beaver oil refinery plant in Toronto. The fire started in what's called the gas plant, which is a section of the refinery that assists with the production of high-octane fuels. There's been a significant leak of liquid hydrocarbons and gases that have fueled the fire.
Emergency crews said the fire is brought through the night that has been contained to a limited area of site. No injuries have been reported. Authorities say there's no threat to the public, though smoke may affect nearby areas. Traffic restrictions remain in place. Fire comes Prime Minister Anthony Albanese travels through Southeast Asia to shore up fuel security amid tensions in the Middle East. The refinery processes about 120,000 barrels a day. It supplies more than half of the fuel need of Australia's second most populous state, around 10% of national demand. Energy Minister Chris Bones says petrol production could be affected for some time, though full impact isn't clear yet.
Obviously, the fire's still burning, so can't make any final sort of conclusions about the impact. It's not positive development, it will have an impact, but at this point, production of diesel and jet fuel does continue, and no reason to believe at this point that there's need to stop that. The impact on petrol production, I'm sure petrol production will continue, but it may be impacted sometime, obviously.
Vive Energy CEO Scott White told reporters their primary focus was to completely put out fire to hit operations at 2 units at the refinery before assessing damage at the site and safely restoring production. Vive shares on trading halt, pending an update on the impact of the fire.
Kid among the critics.
Should Ticketmaster and Live Nation broke up? Probably. Would that won't fix things? That sure would. And ask you this. No artist should be forced to sell tickets without saying who sells them and how they are sold.
That was back in January. Now Ticketmaster and hair company Live Nation face a legal rebuke too. A New York jury found Wednesday that the pair operated an illegal monopoly in US live events. A statement to Big Apple Attorney General Letitia James said, a jury found what we have long known to be true. Live Nation and Ticketmaster are breaking the law and costing themselves millions of dollars in the process. Live Nation has a legal challenge pending that might yet undermine the verdict. But it stands, the firm could face claims of damages from US states and even forced to sell Ticketmaster. The jury found that Live Nation had illegal monopolies in the market for ticketing services to venues including major amphitheaters. It said that the company made use of venues conditional on artists accepting these of its promotion services, echoing demand made by Kid Rock in his testimony to Congress.
So number 1, artists should control who sells their tickets and how.
The Department of Justice has already agreed to a settlement with Live Nation, requiring it to open up access to 13 amphitheaters. But critics say the deal doesn't go far enough, and some states have said they will step up antitrust actions. Live Nation shares closed over 6% lower following the verdict, while competitors including Vivid Seats and StubHub saw their stock jump. Donald First Lady Melania Trump rushed to safety Saturday night after a man armed with a shotgun tried to breach security element has correspondence dinner. The incident sparked chaos at the event. Attendees took cut and armed Secret Service officers ran into the room and hustled President to safety. About an hour later, Trump posted ultra social that a shooter had been apprehended. He later spoke at a hastily arranged news conference where he and the reporters were still in their formal wear.
Men got a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons and was taken down by several members of the Secret Service that acted very quickly. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. And that's his job. I just spoke to the officer and he's doing great.
Trump posted a video said to show suspect attempting to rush security for the event. He also posted a still showing a man being held face down on the floor.
Miz has been captured. They've gone to his apartment. I see them following her. And it's a sick person, very sick person.
Trump said federal agents were raiding suspect's home. It was leaked named as California called Thomas Allen, about 31 years old. Police said the suspect was believed to have acted alone with no further danger posed. An official said the FBI would lead probe into the incident.
In a new world record time of 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Pretender, Sebastian Joey!
Omnium record holder. Sebastian Joey. Punya ban. generations will look back on 26th of April 2026 as the day a man broke through a physical and psychological barrier long thought insurmountable. And the name forever attached to that moment will be Sebastian.
A broken bureaucracy is doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were normal. All while their CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this race system on its head. We're not tolerating delays in production or cost overrun anymore. We've pushed out the bureaucrats who've made these deals past and placed them with those talented negotiators in the private sector. A group of businessmen so elite, they rightly dubbed Deal Team 6. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at speed of business, not bureaucracy. Now when the defense company expands production and sell more equipment to the U.S. military, they pay the bill. They pay for new factories, assembly lines, manufacturing plants, not the taxpayer. In exchange, we're giving these companies steady, long-term orders for exactly what our warriors need. And defense companies are making things in high volumes much more quickly while keeping their prices flat. Should these companies fail to deliver, we hold them accountable and bring in new companies who will. Speed, volume, and fiscal responsibility. It's common sense, and it's what the American taxpayer demands. The War Department has made the move from bureaucracy to business. Over the next month, we will release a series of videos that highlight how President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion defense budget will make a generational investment in our arsenal of freedom. This investment will secure and protect the homeland, ensure American military remains the most lethal fighting force on earth for generations to come. We're going to spend every dollar of that money responsibly, because that's what you deserve, that's what America needs, and that's what this president demands.
Fears of new military operations between the U.S. and Iran rose on Monday over the movement ship to the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian TV said on Monday its Navy had forced a U.S. warship to turn back from entering the crucial waterway. The semi-official Fars news agency said 2 missiles struck the warship near the port of Jas, where Iran maintains a naval base. But U.S. Central Command quickly denied any of its boats had been struck. A senior Iranian official told Reuters that a warning shot was fired against the U.S. warship to prevent its entry into the strait. Reuters has been unable to independently verify the claims. The contradicting accounts come after President Donald Trump said the U.S. was hard enough on Monday morning to free ships stranded in the strait, calling it a quote humanitarian gesture. In response to Trump's announcement, Tehran told commercial ships and oil tankers to refrain from any movement that was not coordinated with Iran's military. CENTCOM on Monday said its destroyer has escorted 2 U.S. flagged merchant vessels out of the strait, and quote American forces are actively assisting efforts to restore transit for commercial shipping. Iran has blocked nearly all shipping into and out of the Gulf since it was attacked by the U.S. and Israel at the end of February. That closure cut off around a fifth of the world's oil and gas shipments, and sent oil prices soaring by 50% or more. The United States also suspended attack on Iran 4 weeks ago, and U.S. and Iran officials held a round of face-to-face talks. Iranian state media said on Sunday Washington had invaded its response to a 14-point Iran proposal by Pakistan, and that Tehran was reviewing it. Their side gave details.
Welcome to World Logistics Exchange, where we uncover the most profound and enduring of our world. Today, we embark on a journey through time, bridging the gap between ancient scriptures and modern landscape. The Bible is filled with incredible stories, and for many, the idea of walking in the footsteps of biblical figures seems to kiss the dream. But what if I told you that many of these sacred places still exist, standing as powerful testaments of millennia of history and faith? Join us as we explore the biblical landmarks that still exist today across the world. These are not just archaeological sites, they are living connections to sources that have shaped civilizations, prepared to walk where history truly happened. Kicking off our journey in Nurten, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities on earth, the city of Damascus, Syria. Damascus is not only one of the oldest cities in the world, with evidence of habitation dating back thousands of years, but it's also mentioned multiple times throughout the Bible. Most famously, it's the place where Saul, later written Paul, had his transformative vision on the road to Damascus, Acts 9 verses 1 to 9. This pivotal moment in Christian history took place just outside the ancient gates. Today, Damascus still thrives as a bustling modern city, but its ancient heart beats strong, with centuries of mosques, churches, marketplaces standing at living witnesses from the past. It's a distinct and enduring human civilization and faith. Number 9, a city famous for falling walls and doing history, the Sea of Jericho, saying. Believed to be one of the oldest and two inhabited cities in the world, Jericho also has biblical significance. It's famously known for a dramatic story in the book of Joshua. Its walls miraculously fell after Joshua marched around for 7 days. Joshua 6 verses 1 to 27. Jericho is also mentioned in the New Testament as the same where Jesus encountered with Jesus. Today, an archaeological tell, or mound, marks the site of the ancient city's ruins, where multiple layers of civilization have been unearthed. The modern city of Jericho, surrounded by lush palm trees, continues to flourish, little linked to biblical narratives. Our 8th landmark takes us to the tomb of Jesus himself, the city of Nazareth. Nazareth, as the Lord Galilee region, is where Jesus spent his childhood and early adulthood. It's the place where the angel Gabriel is said to have appeared to Mary to announce that she would see Jesus. Luke 1 verses 26-38. Although vibrant, modern city today, Nazareth still contains its deeply rooted in biblical tradition. The magnificent Church of Annunciation, old traditional site of Mary's house, stands as a central pilgrimage destination, allowing visitors to connect with the very beginnings of Jesus' earthly story. It's a powerful reminder of from abuse. Number 7. The sacred birthplace of Christ, Sea of Bethlehem, West Spain. Bethlehem, a small town just south of Jerusalem, holds unparalleled importance as birthplace of Jesus Christ. Matthew 2 verses 1-12, Luke 2 verses 1-7. This centerpiece is the Church of Nativity, one of the oldest continuously operated churches in the world. Built over the grotto, Jesus is traditionally believed to have been born. Visiting the sacred site, especially at Christmas, can still be one of the most significant events in Christian history. The seat of vibrant hub of faith, culture, and ancient traditions, echoing with stories from millennia past. For countdown, at number 6, a river of spiritual significance, Jordan River. The Jordan River is seen in the site where Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, Matthew 3 verses 13-17. Flowing from the Sea of Galilee down to the Dead Sea, this river has been a place of religious ceremony for centuries, symbolizing spiritual cleansing of the earth. While the flow has diminished over time due to various factors, dedicated baptismal sites like Hazar on the West Bank and Jordan and Israel continue to attract countless visitors who renew the faith in its storied waters. Its legacy as a sacred boundary and a place of spiritual initiation endures. Entering a top 5, at number 5, a bridge across the sea in prayer, Mount of Olives, Jerusalem. This prominent bridge runs parallel to Jerusalem's old city and holds immense biblical significance. It meant multiple times as the place of prayer of Jesus, where he wept over Jerusalem, and where he ascended to heaven after his resurrection. Luke 19 verses 31-34, Acts 1 verses 9-12. Today, the Mount of Olives offers a king panoramic view of the ancient city, and its slopes are dotted with numerous churches, ancient olive groves, and Jewish cemeteries. It's a place where history, prophecy, and spiritual tradition converge, providing a profound connection to Jesus' final day and ascension. Here's Shah Vodum, number 4, a tranquil place of pivotal prayer, the Garden of Gethsemane, Jerusalem. To the depth of Mount of Olives, Jerusalem, the Garden of Gethsemane is a point state Jesus prayed in English, was rested the night before his crucifixion, Matthew 26 verses 36-56. The garden still exists today, a place of quiet reflection and solemn beauty. It contains so many ancient olive trees, some of which are believed to be many hundreds, perhaps even thousands or more years old. While it's impossible to confirm they stood there at the time of Christ, they have potential to that pivotal moment of deep prayer and betrayal, making it an incredibly powerful place to visit. Claiming the Ross Middle number 3, the mountain of Revelation, Mount Sinai, Jabal Musa, Egypt. According to the Old Testament, this is the sacred mountain where Moses received the 10 Commandments from God, Exodus 19:20. Located at the Red Peninsula of Egypt, Mount Sinai, or Jabal Musa, a profound pilgrimage site for Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. Many devout pilgrims climb the mountain's steep paths, often 3 hours, to witness the sunrise from the summit, connecting the powerful biblical narrative of divine revelation. As besides St. Catherine's Monastery, one of the oldest Christian monasteries in the world, adding another layer of historical and spiritual depth to this sacred landscape. Our items to the heart of biblical history, the city of Jerusalem. Arguably the most important city in the entire Bible, Jerusalem is filled with the Old and New Testaments. It's not just a city. It's a living museum of faith and history. It's home to some of the holiest sites in the world, including the rear Western Wall, a remnant of Second Temple complex, the Temple Mount, Sacred Temple Face, Garden Dome, and the bridge path Jesus took to his crucifixion, the Via Dolorosa. Walking its ancient streets, sheets land old stones, you can feel the echo of office, kings, and the very steps of Jesus, making it an unparalleled destination for spiritual and historical exploration. Finally, at number 1, a serene body of water central to Jesus' ministry, the Sea of Galilee, Tiberias, 3. The freshwater lake, also known as Lake Hitt, is perhaps the most vivid background to many of Jesus' stories and miracles. It's where he called his disciples, Matthew 4 verses 18-22, caught a furious storm, Mark 4 verses 35-41, warm water, Matthew 14 verses 22-33, delivered beneath his teachings. Today, the surrounding area, including the city of Tiberias, remains a popular pilgrimage tourist destination. The visitor can take a peaceful boat ride on clear waters where these transformative events are believed to have taken place, experience an impact, tangible connection to gospel narratives. Its peace with the ancient past is incredibly present. Information that Jesus come out in the same waters is biblical landmarks and is powerful, ending with the story that shaped humanity for millennia. They invite us to step out of our present and connect with the past that continues to resonate across cultures and faiths. Which of these incredible landmarks do you most want to visit? Let us know in the comment below. If you've been moved by this journey through biblical history, be sure to hit that like button, share this video with fellow seekers, and subscribe to World Arts Exchange for more incredible explorations of our world's enduring wonders. Until next time, keep exploring the roots of our past. Welcome to World Largest Extremes. We explore the planet's most epic parasites. Today, we're taking a battle of urbanity, asking questions as subjective as it is fascinating. When it comes to the seas, which country comes on top? In one corner, we have the United States, a land defined by sprawling landscapes and a rich tapestry of history. In the other, we have China, a nation of explosive growth of nation dynasties. This isn't about which country is better. It's about exploring two fundamentally different philosophies of beauty. The true beauty found in the organic blood of a city with its natural surroundings, or in the breathtaking spectacle of human ambition and architectural daring. Join us as we explore the extremes of urban design, and you can be the judge. Let's start with the American contents. The American ideal, nature and history. American urban beauty is often tied to two things: its connection to stunning natural landscapes and its preservation of historical character. Unlike many of the counterparts, American cities often feel as though they grew organically for land, not on top of it. First, let's talk about San Francisco, California. The city's beauty is a direct result of its unique geography. It's a city of hills, where every tree offers a new, breathtaking vista of the day. The iconic Golden Gate Bridge isn't just next to points. It merges human ingenuity with raw beauty of the Pacific Ocean. The beauty of San Francisco is in its dynamic, living relationship with land and sea. Journey to south, to Savannah, Georgia. Here, the beauty is on a much more intimate, human scale. Savannah's downtown is famous for its 52 meticulously planned squares, which serve as a real oasis in its bustling city. Its streets are canopied by ancient oak trees, draped in Spanish moss. This isn't the beauty of a grand skyline. It's the beauty of deliberate planning, slow-moving history, and a peaceful, serene atmosphere that feels like stepping back in time. Then we have a city that combines both elements: Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston is a visual feast, known for its pastel-colored colonial houses, cobblestone alleys, and a waterfront that's witnessed centuries of history. The beauty here is in its preservation, its charming character, and the way the sea feels both grand and welcoming at the same time. And finally, consider Seattle, Washington. Seattle's beauty is defined by its dramatic backdrop. The city's modern skyline is framed by the snow-capped peak of Mountain View to the east and shimmering Puget Sound to the west. It's a place where you can be in the heart of a bustling metropolis, yet feel completely immersed in Pacific Northwest's natural grandeur. The American ideal of urban beauty is one blending of complementing its surroundings rather than blending them. The Chinese idea, future and tradition. Now, let's cross this and cut Chinese idea. Here, the beauty is about breathtaking ambition, visiting pace of change, and a powerful contrast between ancient legacies and relentless future. Our first stop is to see the divine modern urban beauty, Shanghai. The beauty demonstrates a cycle of light and steel, a skyline that seems to defy gravity. Shanghai's beauty is its scale, its verticality, its dazzling, neon-lit ambition. It's a city that looks forward, a symbol of economic power and architectural air that creates a truly unforgettable visual experience. Then there's a city that offers a different kind of extreme, Beijing. Beijing's beauty is not in its skyline, but in its soul. It's the inspiring contrast between the ancient walls of forbidden sea and the ultra-modern metropolis that is on Mount. Just into the Tiananmen Square, the city of pure past and the dynamic present standing side by side is a powerful reminder of a civilization with deep history and unstoppable future. Our next city right below the Thailand, Gilin. Many people don't think Gilin is a city, but a perfect example of China's unique relationship with nature. The city is a small, human-scale residence slum, some of the world's most became natural formations, the towering powers mountains and the serenely river. This is beauty with the city's merely footnote, spectator the immense power of nature. And finally, consider the extreme density and beauty of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's beauty in masterpiece verticality. The city's skyscrapers rise dramatically from the ocean, climbing the steep slopes of the mountains behind it. The Victoria Peak, panorama of skyscrapers, ships, and green hills is one of the most iconic and stunning in the world. It's a beauty that is both dense and breathtakingly open at the same time. The verdict. So, which country leads beautiful cities? The American ideal of beauty is rooted in history and its symbiotic relationship with nature. The Chinese idea is a stunning display of human vision, scale, and a dramatic dialogue between the past and the future. Ultimately, there's no single winner. The most beautiful city is the one that speaks to your soul. Deeper charming, scale beauty of a place like Savannah, but the dizzying, awe-inspiring spectacle of skyline like Shanghai's. The true beauty of these two nations is that each offer a completely different, yet equally spectacular vision of what a city can be. Which country cities do you find more beautiful? Let us know in comments below. If you were amazed by the incredible urban gems, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Largest Extremes for more extraordinary discoveries. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to World Largest Extremes, where we uncover the most astonishing about human history and ingenuity. Today, we're taking a journey to the very foundations of human knowledge, exploring continent whose mathematical brilliance has often been overlooked, Africa. Long before the Greeks or Romans, different civilizations were developing sophisticated mathematical concepts, formulas, and tools that profoundly influenced the world. These aren't just curiosities, they are groundbreaking innovations that showcase advanced thought, practical application, and a deep understanding of the cosmos. Join us as we keep down 5 ancient mathematical formulas and innovation from Africa that laid the groundwork for modern science and technology. Prepare to have our understanding of mathematical history transformed. Kicking off our list number 5, an artifact that redefines the origin of humankind, the Levant bone. Discovered in the cave in Eswatini, formerly Swaziland. The bumble bones that have a fibula marked with 29 tisons. Dating back a stunning 35,000 to 40,000 years, it stands the oldest known mathematical artifact in the world. Many styles believed to serve the fertility sacred calendar, mostly used by women to track menstrual cycles or lunar phases. Its existence is found, highlighted at early mathematical and chronological thinking. The very act of quantifying and tracking originated in Africa, demonstrated a fundamental capacity for abstract thought tens of thousands of years ago. It's a silent witness to the dawn of narrow understanding. At number 4, the practical geometry that built the ancient world's wonders, Egyptian geometry. Ancient Egyptians were not just master builders, they were master geometers. They developed incredibly practical and advanced methods of geometry crucial for managing land space after the annual Nile floods and, of course, for constructing monumental buildings like the pyramids. They famously used ropes with lots of form accurate right angles for building foundations, a technique that demonstrates an early, applied understanding of the Pythagorean theorem, equal plus 2 equals C2, long before Pythagoras. Even more remarkably, the Moscow mathematical papyrus detail how it could calculate the exact volume of a truncated pyramid, a complex formula that focuses the sophisticated spatial reasoning and aspect 3D geometry, an innovation foundational to architecture and engineering worldwide. Author saw his complete mathematical textbook from the ancient world, the Rain Mathematical Papyrus. This ancient Egyptian document, dating back to around 1550 BC, is a key source of information on mathematics of the time. Discovered in Egypt, it's essentially a collection of 84 mathematical problems and their solutions, serving as a teaching tool for scribes and engineers. The papyrus includes examples of algebra, geometry, and arithmetic, showing how Egyptians calculated the area of circles, the volume of pyramids, and solved linear equations. Its existence is a powerful testament to the formalized mathematical knowledge that existed in ancient Africa, providing invaluable insights into their advanced problem-solving techniques and systematic approach to education. At number 2, unique numerical system drove ancient calculations, Egyptian fractions. Ancient Egyptians used a unique and highly innovative system of fractions. Instead of using complex fractions like 5, 6, all fractions were expressed as the sum of different unit fractions, fractions with the numerator of 1, such as 1/2 plus 1/3. This system, extensively detailed in documents like the Rain Mathematical Papyrus, requires sophisticated problem-solving to break down complex values into similar parts. While seemingly counterintuitive just today, this method was a major mathematical innovation in ancient Egypt, influencing later civilizations and demonstrating advanced and unique understanding of number theory and numerical manipulation. It highlights a distinct way of thinking about numbers that challenge future mathematicians for centuries. And finally, a mathematical artifact that truly rewrote the history of numbers. At number 1, the Ashango bone. Discovered in the Congo, the Ashango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This baboon field features a series of strictly caught tally marks, which many archaeologists and mathematicians believe represent prime number table, a lunar counter, or even a method of basic multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and abstract thought far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concepts of mathematics and modern banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These small building block contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds, and that history is often far richer and more diverse than we have sometimes thought. Which of these groundbreaking African innovations amazed you most? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been inspired by the brilliance of the African continent, be sure to hit the like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logic Streams for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring, celebrating true wonders of our world. App Players Apple Pro, which one's right for you? Welcome to World Logic Streams, or go-to source for all things tech. If you ever found yourself in the App Store, listing a MacBook Air and MacBook Pro, or iPad Air and iPad Pro, you've probably asked the same question: what's the real difference? With similar names and see, almost identical look, it's easy to get confused. But truth is, the difference between Air and Pro is about much more than just a name. It's a fundamental decision about what you need from your device. Today, we're connecting with the marketing and art to give you a clear, bonus guide choosing the right Apple product for you. We'll break in the board for this performance, design, and features, so you can make a smart, confident decision. Let's start with the laptops. MacBook Air versus MacBook Pro, portability versus performance. When you're looking at Apple laptops, the simplest way to think about the difference is this: MacBook Air is the ultimate machine for portability, and the MacBook Pro is the ultimate machine for performance. Let's start with the MacBook Air. Who is this laptop for? It's for the student taking notes, the writer from coffee shop, the everyday user who wants a fantastic, reliable machine to browse the web, streaming videos, and acting daily productivity tasks. Key features of the Air are its lightweight design, its fanless architecture, and its no battery life. Because it has no fan, it's completely silent. You won't hear a single word, no matter what you're doing. It's silent, and performance that you carry and use all day, with a battery that often lasts an entire workday on single charge. It's truly built for life ago, but silence comes with trade-off. Without a fan, the Air can handle intense, lumber clips. If tried to heavy tasks like adding a 4K video or running complex for hours, the Air would warm and slow down to protect itself. It's not designed for that kind of intense, sustained work. As the name suggests, this is a machine for professionals. Think of video editor or internet film, the software developer compiled like code, with the 3D artist creating intricate models. The Pro's main advantage is its raw power. It comes with a more powerful processor and, crucially, a built-in cooling fan. That fan allows the laptop to stay cool, so it can run at peak performance for hours on end with the fellow. While slightly thicker and heavier in the Air, it's still an incredibly portable machine that doesn't compromise on speed. Pro also often offers a rider, more wide display, more ports of connecting accessories, and the ability to configure with more memory and storage. It's built for those who need a course that won't cool, no matter how demanding the job. So when it comes to the laptops, your choice is simple. If your work involves basic tasks, you prioritize a super quiet, all-day machine. MacBook Air is perfect. But if you're a professional who needs software power and speed for intensive tasks, the MacBook Pro is the only way to go. iPad Air versus iPad Pro, all-around versus all-in-one. Same philosophy of Air versus Pro applies to Apple's tablets, but with a slight twist. Here, the choice is between a test all-around tablet and a device that can genuinely function as a laptop replacement. Let's start with the iPad Air. The iPad Air is for anyone who wants a powerful tablet that balances performance and affordability. It's an incredible device for students, for artists who enjoy digital drawing, and for anyone who loves gaming media consumption. It uses powerful Apple M series chip, making it a significant upgrade from standard iPad. This means it can handle most tests with ease, from creative work to heavy gaming. It's so sleek, lightweight, and supports both the Apple Pencil and the Magic Keyboard, transforming it into a super productivity tool. For most people, the iPad Air is more than enough power for everything they could possibly need to do on a tablet. Now let's talk about the iPad Pro. The iPad Pro is the ultimate tablet for creative professionals. Its key features are its advanced display and its top-tier performance. The Pro screen features promotion technology, which allows for an incredibly smooth and responsive experience, whether you're scrolling through a web page or drawing with the Apple Pencil. It also has a more powerful M series chip and RAM, making it a true performance ease for professional-grade work. The Pro also has a more advanced camera system with a larger camera, which allows for incredibly accurate depth mapping and advanced augmented reality. It's the device suggests those who need a larger screen and every possible feature to work on go. In the world of tablets, your choice comes down to this. If you want a phenomenal all-around device for everyday use, the iPad Air is a brilliant choice that gives you great value. But if you're an artist, designer, or a professional who needs the absolute best in screen technology and performance to place your digital laptop, the iPad Pro is in a class of its own. So to sum it all up, the Air models are about portability and everyday tasks, while the Pro models are about raw power and professional workloads. Don't pay for power you don't need. Choose the one that fits your life and your budget. Which one do you think is right for you? Let me know in the comments below. If this video helped you, please hit a like and subscribe to World Artist Exchange for more tech explained simply. Thanks for watching, and stay sharp.
كبجت نقلني كور أبغى هاجر جاو كور أبغى أغنيو تشار بور نتقام مسجن رونا بور طول نارا بارتياشن مكتل زبان كبراشو يقولون كلل زان مدروج يوتو كما كان يبوج مستروج أباغاوج أدزنكوج يبيشوتو فلك كتما واغوج كلهم زيت لكن بسن انقوان أدرس يزنرو ያንዳሻ ማስበማ ነገር በቢሾፍቱ እንዲጀመር ከወሰነበት ዋነኛ ምክንያት አንዱ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ የግሪደርሳ ብቻ ሳይሆን ዛፍ መትከል፣ አበባ መትከል፣ ግንባታ ለአዲስ አበባ ጭምር ትልቅ ግብዓት ስለሆነችና የዚህ ዓላማ ስኬት ለነበራቸው አስተዋጽኦና ለነበራቸው ድጋፍ ምስጋና ማቅረብ ጭምር ነው። እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መርሃ ግብር በቀጥታ የኢትዮጵያን ሉዓላዊነት ካረጋገጠ የኢትዮጵያን ብልጽግና ካረጋገጠ ህልማችን ጋር የሚተሳሰር አንኳር ጉዳይ ነው። የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት በምግብ ራስን መቻል፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ድንበርን በማስጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ቅርሶቻችን በመጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ዳራችን በመጠበቅ በብዙ መልኩ የሚገለጽ ሲሆን የአረንጓዴ አሻራና ሉዓላዊነት ያላቸው ትስስር እንደሚመስል ለመረዳት እንዲያገዘን የአንድ ሀገር ሉዓላዊነት መደፈር የሚባለው በሁለት ዋና መንገዶች ነው። አንደኛው መንገድ ባዕድ አልሞ አስቦ ታጥቆ ድንበር ጥሶ ሲገባብን ያኔ የሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ ይባላል። በዘመናት መካከል ኢትዮጵያውያን አባቶቻችን እንደዚህ ያለ መደፈር እንዳያጋጥም ሕይወታቸውን፣ አጥንታቸውን፣ ደማቸውን፣ ማንነታቸውን በመገበር ነፃ ሀገር ሊያስረክቡ ችለዋል። ሁለተኛው ሉዓላዊነት የሚደፈርበት መንገድ ጠላቶች መቶ ሳይሆን የኛ ሀብት የኛ ንብረት በአዛዛ ለን የምንጠቀው እንዳር ያለ ውድ ሀብት ድንበር ጥሶ ክልላችን ሲወጣ ሌላ የሉዓላዊነት መደፈር መገለጫ ነው። የመጠን መከላከል ብቻ ሳይሆን አላግባብ የሚወጡን ምር ተከላክለን ማቆየት ያስፈልግ ነበር፣ ያስፈልጋል። ለዚህ የምንሰራው ባለፉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በተሟላ ሁኔታ ሳትገነዘብና ሳታውቅ ያጣችው የአፈር መጠን ገንዘብ ሊተመን አይችልም። ከፍተኛ ሀብት ስናጣ ቆይተናል። ያንን ሀፈር ከመሸርሸር ከነፃ ከመጓዝ ከስጋሮች ከመክፈል ተከላክለን ማቆየት ሉዓላዊነትን የምንከላከልበት አንድ መግለጫ ነው። መጥቶም ብንካከል ሳያስብቅስ ብንካከል ሁለቱም ለኢትዮጵያ ህልውና መቀጠል ወሳኝ ጉዳዮች ስለሆኑ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ከሚያስጠብቁ በአንድ ጉዳይ እናንተ እየተሳተፍን እንደሆን አምነን ገብቶን ደስ ይለንን በደስታ ትግል እንደሚገባ ላሳስባችሁ እፈልጋለሁ። እኛ አባቶች አድዋ ላይ ገል ሰርተዋል። እኔና አንተ በዚህ ሌጋሲ ሌላ ገል የሰራ ነው። ሌሎቻችን ሁለት የዋልን ገጽ ያሰባል። አድዋ ላይ ተዋቅተው ከውጭ ጣንጣል ተከላከሉ። በግል ሌጋሲ ደግሞ ተባብረው ችግኝ ተክለው የሚሸርሸር ተራራን የሚባል አረን የሚጠቅ ውሃን ተከላከሉ። ሁለቱን በኩል ልጆቻችን ለመውሳት እንችሉ ስለሚያስችል በሰራችሁ ስራ ገና በምንሰራው ስራ እንኳን ደስ ያላችሁ ተሳክላችሁ ማለት ነው። የዘንድሮ አረንጓዴ አሻራ ንቀል ተስፋን መትከል ይላል። ተስፋን መትከል ነገን ብሩህ ታሪክ ዛሬ መጻፍ ነው። ተስፋን መትከል የተስፋችን ሰዎች ወዳጅ ዘልቀው እንዲገቡ ማድረግ፣ የብልጽግና ግንዶች ወላይ እንዲያጉ፣ የብልጽግና ቅርንጫፎች ወጉን እንዲሳፉ፣ የብልጽግና ፍሬዎች ከከልነው ዛፍ የምንበላው የምንጭጠው ሀብት እንደሆኑ የሚያስችል ነው። ለምን ተስፋን መትከል በተለየ መንገድ መረጣችሁ ያችሁ እንደሆነ ተስፋ በጣም በርካታ ትርጓሜዎች አሉት። ለምሳሌ የቢሮ ከተማ ነዋሪዎች በሰባተኛው ሀገራዊ ምርጫ ሙቅን ፀሐይ በውጭ ሳይታክቱ ተሰልፈው መጥተዋል። የመረጡት ግን የሾቱ ግንቲባ የኦሮሚያ ክልላዊ መንግስት በቂ ስራ ሰሩልን ብለው ሳይሆን ሊሰሩልን ሲሉ ተስፋ አድርገው ተስፋን ታጥቀው ተስፋን አድርገው ብንደግፍ አብረን ብንቆም የተሻለ ልማት ሊመጣ ይችላል ብለው በዚህ ምርጫ የምታሸንፉ ሰዎች አስባችሁ ልትገነዘቡ የሚገባው ነገር የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ ሰርቶለት ሳይሆን ተስፋ ሰንቆ ነው ያረጠ። ይህንን ተስፋ በተለያየ መንገድ እዛው ከተጋራ ያይዝ ማየት ያስፈልጋል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ መቀነት ነው። አረንጓዴ መቀነት ስለሆነ ሀገርን ያብሳል። ቅድም ያያችሁት የገጣን የነጣን ፍራ አረንጓዴ በልምልም ልብስ ያብሳል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል ነው። መንፈስ ይደሳል። እዚህ ቦታ የሚቀመጥ ማንም ሰው ይህንን ተራ ይህንን ሀይቅ አይቶ ውስጡ ደስታ የማይሞላ ሀሴት የማይላበስና መረጋጋት ስሜት ውስጥ የማያርሰው አይኖርም። ተፈጥሮ እንደዚህ ያድርባል አለው። ተበሽምነት የማከም ጉልበት አለው። የአረንጓዴ ጸዳል መንፈስ ያድሳል። አረንጓዴ ወርቅም ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ወርቅ ቢዋጉት ቤት ነው። ነግዱ ቢሸርብቶ ሀብ ነው። እንደምትመለከቱ ከ600 ሚሊዮን ዘንድሮ 3 ቢሊዮን ገደማ ኤክስፖርት እንደርሳለን። ስንረከብ 600 ሚሊዮን ነበር። ዛሬ 3 ቢሊዮን ደርሰናል። ይህ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ውጤት ነው። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ውርስ ነው። ትውልድ የሚኳበት ብሩህ ነገር ዛሬ የሚሳልበት የሚጻፍበት ልጆቻችን ይህንን ባህል ይህንን ልምድ ይዘው ያደጉ ነው። በለጸገ አረንጓዴ የለበሰ በጓሮ ከማታው የሚበላ የሚሸጥ የሚሸምትበት ኃይል ስለሚረከቡ እንደኛ ደህንነት ችግር እርዳታ የሚታወሱ ሳይሆኑ በልተው ጠግበው ማገዝ የሚችሉ እንደሚሆን ምን ጥርጥር የለም። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ እንቅስቃሴያችን ጀመነው እንድቀነኝ ተድመን በአንድ ልብና መስራት መትከል እስካለ ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ የተርጂነት ታሪኳ የክፉ ታሪክ ጥፋት ላይ ቆምን የእርዳታ የመንግስት ታሪኳ በእናና በእናንተ ዘመን እንዲጀመር ጥርጣሬ ይለኝ። ዛሬ ቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ያለበት የስራ ሁኔታ ከኃላፊዎች ጋር ማየት ዕድል አግኝተን ነበር። ቢሾፍቱ ከተማዎች ይህንን ስራ አልፎ አልፎ በግን ቢሆን እየሄዳችሁ ማየት አለባችሁ። ብዙ ስራ ብዙ ፕሮጀክት በተለያየ ሀገር ያየን ቢሆን እና ጓደኞች ላይ የተባባሉ ከዚህ ባለው ሚያችን በቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ደረጃ ማንም የሚቀሰቀስበት ከፍተኛ ሰው የሚሳሰብሳ አይቻላቅም አይተውም አያውቁም። እናንተም የታደረቁ ቅርብ ስላለ ባህራ ዛዛ ማለት የለብትም። ማየት አለባችሁ፣ መስራት አለባችሁ፣ ማገዝ አለባችሁ፣ መጠበቅ አለባችሁ። አችሁም ብለው ነበር ባሮባሻ ቸን አለም ደሟል በኤርፖርት አችሁም ባል ቸን እናረፍቸው። ለዚህ ሳይሰራለት በቂ ሳይላ በበቂ ሳይታገዝ አምኖ በተስፋ ለመጣ ህዝብ የሚቀጥለው ምርጫ ታላቅ ስጦታ የሹቱ ኤርፖርት የመጀመሪያውን ዙር መጨረሻ ይሆናል። ይህ ትልቅ ኮሚትመንት ነው። ተመራጩ መንግስት የሚቀጥለውን ምርጫ ለማድረስ ሲሰናዳ ቢሾፍቱ ኤርፖርት ታለቀ አትብረሩ። አሁን ተስፋ አድርጋችኋል። ነገር ግን ደስታ መሆን አለበት፣ በደሊቨሪ መሆን አለበት። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ለምግብ ዋስትና ያለውን ፋይዳ በድርድር ወንድማችን አዲስ አበባ አቅርቦታል። ዋና ጉዳይ አፋችንን ከስደት ግዳችንን ከደል መከልከል እንችል የጎደሎ ሐይቆች ሲሞሉ የጎደሎ ሲሞሉ ፋርሞች ጠቀም ስንጀምር ኢትዮጵያ ግብርና ምን መሆን እንደሚችል ግልጽ ማየት ችሏል። ከዚያ በተጨማሪ የሄድበት ዓለም ሁሉ የተለየ አቮካዶ ዝርያ፣ የብርቱካን ዝርያ፣ የሎሚ ዝርያ፣ የሮማን ዝርያ በአይነባች ቦታዎች ሁሉ መጠነኛ ዘር አምጥተን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ10 በላይ አዳዲስ የፍሩት ችግኞች እያፈላን እየተከልን እንገኛለን። በሚቀጥሉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ ከአቋም አዳዲስ የሮማን ዝርያዎች ማግኘያ በተለያዩ ከቀደም በማውቃቸው ፍሩቶች ገበያ የምናቸው በሳችን የምናቸው ሽጠን የምንቀባቸው ለምግብ ዋስትናችን ከፍተኛ ሚና የሚጫወቱ ስለሚሆን ባገኙ ቁጥር ማፍላት፣ ማባዛት፣ መትከል በዚያው ደግሞ ስራን ማብራራት ሁላችን የሚጠበቅ ጉዳይ ይሆናል። ከስራ ዕድል አንጻር በጣም በርካታ ሰዎች ችግኝ በመፍላት በመሸጥ በመጓጓዝ በመዋከብ ስራ ያገኙ ይገኛሉ። ከዚያ ባሻገር ቡናው ዶላር ሆኗል፣ አቮካዶ ዶላር ሆኗል። የተከለው ማፍራት ብቻ ሳይሆን ገንዘብ ሆኗል። አሁን የምናውቀው ገንዘብ ይሆናል። ሲደመር ልጆቻችን የጠገብ በለጸገች ሀገር እንዲረከቡ ስለሚያስችል ሳንታክት አብረን እንድንሰራ አደራላችሁ ፍልግ ከቱሪዝም አንጻር እዚህ ቀድምኛ ስህተት ምክንያት የሸሹ የዱር አራዊቶች እየተመለሱ ነው። አዕዋፋት እየተመለሱ ነው። ሐይቆች ሲብሉ አዕዋፍትም እየመጡ ነው። እዚህ ሹቱ ብቻ አሁን እያያችሁ ያላችሁት አዋስ መበርከትና መልስ እዚህ ተማሪዎች የምታስተውሉ ይመስለኛል። እኔ ቪዲዮ ብዙ ፎቶዎች አሉ። ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ አስደማሚ አስደናቂ የአፋር ዝርያዎች እንዳሉ የምናውቀው የኢትዮጵያ ጠናዎች ሁሉ በውስጡ ሰዎች አሉ። ይሁን ዝርያ ያለባቸው የሚያምሩ መደመርን በጋድ የሚያሳዩ ሲበሩ እንዴት መሰብሰብ ውበት እንደሆነ አብሮ መቆም አስፈላጊ እንደሆነ አብሮ የሚሰበሰብ የሚቆም ኃይል ሳትወዱ በግድ ቀና ብላችሁ ማየት አስገዳጅ ሁኔታ የሚጥር መሆኑን እነዚህ አዋት ያሳያሉ። የዱር እንስሳትን ለማየት ጫካዎችን ለማየት ቆሻሻዎችን ለማየት ሰዎች ገንዘብ አምጥተው ያፈሳሉ። በሁሉም መስክ አረንጓዴ አሻራ አዋጭ ነውና ተባብረን እናስራው። ባለፉት ዓመት 48 ቢሊዮን ችግኞች ተተክለዋል። በዚህ ዓመትና በሚቀጥለው ዓመት የምንተክለው ደግሞ 65 ቢሊዮን እንተክላለን። ባለፉት ዓመታት ተክለን ያየናቸውን የአፍሪካ ክላይሜት ወደ ኢትዮጵያ መምጣት ተችሏል። ሆፕ ስብሰባ ላይ ሲዘጋጅ ኢትዮጵያ የመጀመሪያው ነው። በሚቀጥለው ዓመት 2027 ፈረንጆች ኖቬምበር ዲሴምበር አካባቢ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከ70 እስከ 80 ሺህ የሚጠበቁ የዓለም እንግዶች ይመጣሉ። ያኔ ሙሽራ ሽርቱ በሺህ የሚቆጠሩ እንግዶች ይቀበላል። ይህ ስራ ወደ ኢትዮጵያ የመጣበት ዋነኛው ምክንያት ችለን ዓለም ያልቻለውን ሰጥተን ሳሳየን 48 ቢሊዮን በነፃ ህዝብ ባል የተለበት አንድ ሀገር አምናል። ታላቅ ታሪክ ነው። ዘንድሮ ከ8 ቢሊዮን በላይ ይተካል። በዚያ ወደ 6 ወይም ከዚህ ላይ ለመግባት እንሞክራል። በሚቀጥለው ከምንጨረው ጋር 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ ተክለን ኮፕ እናሳድር። ኮፕ ያስዛጅ 65 ቢሊዮን ችግኝ ተለያለች ሀገር የሚል ዜና ለመላው ዓለም የምናበስርበት ጊዜ ይሆናል። እንዲሳካ ተመራቂዎች፣ ሙሽሮች፣ በማንኛውም ሁኔታ የምንሰባሰብ ሰዎች፣ ወጣቶች፣ ሴቶች፣ አዛውንቶች፣ ታዳጊዎች ችግኝ መትከል የእሳችን አካል መሆኑ ችግኝ ልጆቻችን አንዱ ነገር ማቆየት መሆኑን አምነን ከዛሬ ጀምሮ በሚደረጉ እንቅስቃሴዎች ወደን ፈቅደን ጠዋት ማታ ቀን ሳንል በብርብ እንድንተክል ስብሰባዎች ችግኝ ስንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ቸርች መስጊድ ቤተሰቦች ችግኝ ሳንተክል እንዳንጀምር፣ ችግኝ ስንተክል ተፈጥሮ ስንካከብ መንከባከብ የሚገባን ምድር ስንካከብ ጸሎቱ ይደመጥ። በመላው የኢትዮጵያ ሕዝብ በሚቀጥሉት 2-3 ወራት ኑ እንደለመደው ተስፋችንን እንትከል። ኑ ለኢትዮጵያ ወንድና ሴት ታዳጊዎች ተስፋን እንትከል። ኑ በትብብር የረዳች እንዳየች ኢትዮጵያን አረንጓዴ ናብዝ ኑ ትብብር ዓለም ተባብረን ወደ ላይ የፈነው ገድል ተባብረን አዲስ ገድል ማሳየት አፍሪካ ዓለም እናምጣ። እንተባበር፣ እንችላለን፣ እንስራ፣ እንሳካለን። ሲሆን ፈጣሪያችን ያግዘን። ሁሌም እንደምታውቁት ኢትዮጵያ ልጆቿ ጥረት ታራና ተከብራ ለዘላለም ትኑር። ኢትዮጵያማ ለዘላለም ኖራችን ኢትዮጵያ የሌሎችን ድጋፍ እያትችም በልጆቿ ጥረት ግን ተፈራ ተከብራ ለዘላለም ጸውና በሳ ትኖራለች። አመሰግናለሁ።
Welcome to World Art Streams, we celebrate human ingenuity across the globe. Today, we're shining a spotlight on a continent whose profound contributions have often been overlooked, Africa. For the dawn of civilization cutting-edge modern solutions, Africa is the cradle of groundbreaking ideas and inventions. These aren't just fascinating relics, they are innovations that have laid foundations for global progress, created industries, and continue to shape our world in ways you might never have imagined. Join us as we count in the top 10 multi-billion-dollar African innovations and inventions that are shaping the world. Kicking off our list number 10, an innovation that literally feeds the world, agricultural domestication. Long before global trade routes, African civilizations were revolutionizing how humanity sustained itself. The African continent is the birthplace of many of the world's most important staple crops. Sorghum, pearl millet, African rice, and yams were all first domesticated here thousands of years ago. This foundational agricultural innovation, originating across various regions of Africa, provided stable food sources for ancient civilizations, not just in the continent, but globally through trade and migration. The economic and societal value of the domesticated crops, which now underpin multi-billion-dollar industries worldwide, is measurable. It's a fundamental invention that allowed complex societies to flourish. At number 9, a brilliant blend of technology and ethics from modern talent, smart shrubs. From South Africa comes crucial innovation addressing one of today's most pressing issues, wildlife conservation. Smart shrubs are revolutionary for conservation technology. These motion activities are designed not to harm animals. Instead, when an animal is addicted, they send an immediate signal to a local ranger, allowing for a swift, ethical intervention. This invention is modern, a effective solution to combat poaching and protect endangered species. It represents a multi-billion-dollar impact on biodiversity and a global fight against the wildlife trade, showcasing Africa's role in ethical tech solutions. Our 8 spots a modern financial revolution that began in the heart of East Africa, M-Pesa. Launched in Kenya in 2007, M-Pesa is arguably one of Africa's most globally influential innovations. This mobile-based money transfer service allows users to send, receive, pay for goods via text message, without the need for a traditional bank account. It was a revolutionary solution for a population with limited access to traditional banking infrastructure. M-Pesa quickly became lifelong for millions, providing unprecedented financial inclusion and igniting the whole banking revolution that has been adopted and replicated in dozens of countries worldwide, creating a multi-billion-dollar industry transforming companies. At number 7, an ancient system of communication that endures to this day, Guzi script. Originating in the Horn of Africa, the Guzi script is an ancient Semitic writing system used for centuries in what is now Ethiopia and Eritrea. What makes it a remarkable innovation is its evolution. Unlike many ancient running systems, it developed its own unique phonology and later evolved into a digital silver. Each character represents a constant vowel combination. This sophisticated system has been continuous for thousands of years and still used today in religious texts and daily life, highlighting endurance, intellectual independence, and functional value of African writing systems under centuries of knowledge dissemination. Halfway through a countdown, number 6, an architectural marvel built without mortar, great Zimbabwe architecture. From the period between the 11th and 15th centuries, the people of the kingdom of Zimbabwe built incredible complex of stone structures without using any mortar. Great Zimbabwe ruins, a series of massive stone enclosures and walls that stand as high as 36 feet, are estimated to advance indigenous engineering. This architectural marvel, whose precision and scale baffled the European explorers, proves that sub-Saharan Africa had its own sophisticated architectural traditions and engineering processes that were totally independent of foreign designs. It stands as a multi-billion-dollar cultural heritage site, a symbol of ancient African unity. Entering our top 5, at number 5, profound understanding of the human body, healing, ancient surgery. Long before modern hospitals, African doctors performed complex surgical procedures thousands of years ago. Archaeological evidence from ancient Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria suggests a remarkable level of medical knowledge. Ancient Egyptians required procedures for treating dislocated joints, broken bones, and even complex conditions. Archaeological discoveries have shown that in sophisticated preparation, a form of pain surgery, with a surprisingly high success rate. This evidence brings to a level of medical understanding that was far ahead of time, forming foundational knowledge that would eventually contribute to multi-billion-dollar medical industries globally. It's a foundational vision, unlike virtually every scientific and technological multi-billion-dollar industry known to humanity, making arguably Africa's most profound and enduring contribution to global progress. Just shy of the podium, and therefore, a treasure trove of learning that reveled in the world, the Tibetan manuscripts. For centuries, the city of Timbuktu Mali was the intellectual, spiritual capital of the Islamic world, often called Athens, Africa. It was home to a vast library and a thriving intellectual community. The Timbuktu manuscripts, a collection of hundreds of thousands of meticulously observed texts, cover a wide range of subjects: astronomy, mathematics, medicine, law, history, and theology. This multi-billion-dollar collection of knowledge proves the existence of a major center of learning and a culture that valued preservation and dissemination of knowledge far before the European Renaissance, profoundly influencing global scholarship. Claiming the bronze medal at number 3, an ancient observatory that predates Stonehenge, Nabta-Plaza Circle. Located deep in the Sahara Desert in Egypt, the Nabta-Plaza Circle is an ancient astronomical site that dates Stonehenge by over 1,000 years. This arrangement of megalithic stones, dated back within 7,000 years, show a clear and precise alignment with the summer solstice and North Star. This is undeniable evidence that early African people had a deep and sophisticated understanding of the celestial movements, using their knowledge to predict calendar or farming and tracking seasons. This innovation in astronomy can become late foundational knowledge for countless multi-billion-dollar industries, from agriculture to navigation. All run at number 2, a mastery of materials that powered an entire era, ancient metallurgy and iron smelting. While many parts of the world are still in the Stone Age, various African cultures master metallurgy. The Haya people of Ade, Tanzania, for instance, developed a highly advanced form of iron smelting over 2,000 years ago. They used forged furnaces that reached temperatures over 1,800 degrees Celsius, a level of technology that was not widely achieved in Europe until the late 19th century. This early mastery of iron across regions like Tanzania, Nigeria, and Sudan, crucial for revolutionary advancements in agriculture, tools, and even early industrialization, contributed foundational knowledge to industries still to this day. And finally, the innovation that opened the door to complex thought, reading virtually all of this, and number 1, the Shingo mathematics. Discovered in Congo, the Shingo bones are one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This book features a series of vertically carved techniques, which any biologist and mathematician be up and prime table, a lunar calendar, or even method-based multiplication. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and astronomy far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concept of mathematics to modern mobile banking, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These multi-billion-dollar contributions remind us that ingenuity knows no geographical bounds, that history is often far richer and diverse than we are sometimes taught. What of these groundbreaking African innovations makes you most? Let us know in the comments below. If you've been inspired by the brilliance of the African continent, be sure to hit the like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logistics Streams for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring and celebrating true leaders of our world.
Yes, sir. My brother. Yes.
Please down there, please.
A big allocation is on board warehouses. Disruption to shipping routes. The run board continues according to East Africa Trade Association. Funders like Alex Sharia are worried about the impact.
This actually supports around million actually most of us, and so it will continue. We see more people going on, children going off school, and full skills.
Kenya exports after 100 million plan the lately started by British Russian close up and show like suitable mood. The senator, George Omuga, is then in radio association that runs from Mombasa Action. He said losses since our first were piling up the June for $8 million per week.
It is said another independent website must have a independent motor. And the kids are also named the by the so the cake bottom catch of 6 sides. So should this work continue, the net costs to be possible to the image class.
Tyson because our area was moving but over longer roads, driving up for insurance costs and getting exporters mountains.
Yeah, look at that point.
There are cooks right out there, but it's certainly already out there. There's a main area. There's a study hours are coming ashore here. She wants to start here now. It's from the crew themselves. They walk them through configuring their various consoles.
Molar is the structure you see there. The access line also provides the tools. Now watching the crew walk across Crackers at a beautiful view of Campus Sir. So they're doing to put on Love, Ree, and Jerry. Look, they've been chatting. When we are back to the line where those crew.
Liquid hydrogen. Those who patent are -420 for hydrogen and -287 for liquid oxygen.
Go ahead. Yeah, we're working on those suits as you guys want to know that now. Thank you.
Something best collaboration, and that's why we have European.
Sank and oil jumped above $100 on Thursday after US President Donald Trump vowed to keep hitting Iran. Trump said in a Wednesday time address the US hit Iran extremely hard within weeks. He argued he military aim would close being met and the conflict was nearing its end, but he didn't turn in for an X, which kept investors unsure about the scope and duration of the campaign. Oil prices climbed more than 7% Thursday, with Brent near $108 per barrel by early morning in Europe. It was driven by investing concerns Trump didn't spell out when or how the Strait of Hormuz would reopen. Straits is a critical shipping route which was recently shut, and oil supply disruption level rate hit Asia hard. Asia stocks were down after this week with almost all regional bosses in the red. Japan's Nikkei led by 2.4%, while South Korea's Kospi stayed even more, 4%. Europe also opened with a fall of more than 1%, and US futures by a similar amount. A potential end to the month-long US-Israeli war with Iran had lifted global stocks and the dollar, which was high in the past 2 sessions. That after a brutal match where soaring oil prices hurt risk asset. But investors were back to selling almost everything except the US dollar as Trump Wednesday's speech. Risk of move set to grow ahead of long weekend with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are likely to cut exposure quickly. They may be worried that any prolonged disruption to shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a sharp blow to global growth. Trump said the US doesn't need the key oil and it will open naturally when the conflict is over.
Black people in Moscow label young drone pilots as the new indispensables for group campaigning towards students across Russia to change drone units for Ukraine. It comes Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and its US because peace talks on ice due to Iran war. Life initiatives being offered in particular to those seeing technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow's emphasized push to replenish its armed ranks, but does not out of general mobilization drive up the Kremlin seeks not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, the chairman of Security Council, told the media on Friday that 400,000 people had died last year and over 8,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Crew students cities Moscow is aimed to put more skilled human resources into its drones. For both sides, this is playing an increasingly pivotal role in what along the grinding war of aggression. Many Russian universities are institute significant financial incentives if things. Some pictures of examined from east for accreditation and direct payments. There are unconfirmed airports universities having recruitment quotas to meet, or was unable to independently confirm that.
President Donald Trump Friday proposed privatizing airport security operations held by the Transportation Security Administration. It bid at costs. White House proposed compensate for the federal agency by $52 million and would require small airports to enroll in a program in which TSA pays for private screeners. It comes as Trump looks at 10% non-defense spending for the 2027 fiscal year, while proposing a massive $500 billion increase in the military budget. As the U.S. continues its war against Iran, the request ultimately required approval of Congress. TSA has 50,000 federal employees who handle screening nearly all U.S. airports. But documents released on Friday, airports currently using the privatization program have demonstrated savings compared to federal screening operations. Major U.S. airports have massive rushes after TSA security officers were paid since February. I had a budget dispute in Congress. More than 500 TSA officers quit in recent weeks. Privatization could help move TSA for congressional mandates, but cuts the airport security agency become a critical time for air travel, rising concerns about air safety. Trump's budget also included money to hire more air traffic controllers.
Black pupils in Moscow are labeling young drone pilots as the new indispensables. Recruitment campaigns aimed towards students across Russia to change drone units for Ukraine. It comes Russian forces continue to grind forward on the battlefield and its US because peace talks are on ice due to Iran war. Large financial incentives being offered in particular to those seeing technical subjects like engineering or aeronautics. It suggests Moscow's emphasized push to replenish its armed ranks, but not out of general mobilization drive up the Kremlin speaks not on the agenda. Dmitry Medvedev, the chairman of Security Council, told media on Friday that 400,000 people had died last year and over 8,000 so far this year. Drone operators are considered high-value targets. Crew students cities Moscow is aimed to put more skilled human resources into its drones. For both sides, cities are playing an increasingly pivotal role what is long become grinding war of aggression. Many Russian universities are promising students significant financial incentives if they enlist. Some papers of examined from fees, fee accreditation, and direct payments. There are unconfirmed airports universities having recruitment quotas to meet, or just were able to independently confirm that.
Countries was to restart energy through the Strait of Hormuz, as U.S. President Donald Trump and Iran could escalate threat, drive oil prices higher, and deepening by global markets. So he told on Thursday, Trump will try to make deal before they too late and share what he claimed to the video of the U.S. truck naval and bridge linking Trump to the northwest suburb of Karachi. This eyewitness footage was so fine for the one highway bridge. Iranian state media said on this bridge was hit on Thursday, killing 8 people and wounding dozens. Iran's foreign minister in the attack said this right on civilian infrastructure, not forced to run to run.
We're going to hit them extremely hard in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
This each night before Trump had threatened Iran's nuclear plant, and said U.S. forces would intensify operations over the coming weeks, drawing vows for retaliation from Tehran. Nearly 5 weeks to the U.S. to run Iran, conflict is running instantly across the region. Iran closure the Strait of Hormuz has brought the 5th world's global oil, liquefied natural gas trade. Britain's foreign minister Vancouver tried to talk to around 40 countries to restore freedom of navigation.
We see Iran hijack an international shipping route to hold the global economy hostage.
But that day, no agreement had been reached. Iran, meanwhile, wants the strait could make close long-term to the United States and Israel. The standoff set no price for it. U.S. crude on more than 11% Thursday, above 38%, trade spike in loss of supply restrictions. One annual price could climb $150 a barrel if it is not restored soon. Attention is now turned to the United Nations. Zero Council set to vote to back that resolution to protect commercial shipping industry. Yet the Weekly China made clear its opposition to authorizing the use of force.
These two fragments of U.S. air shot down over Iran were leaked by Iranian media Friday. U.S. official Twitter that search and rescue efforts so far rescued one of the 2 crew members who ejected from the F-15 internet. It is the first incident that's spawned in nearly 5-week-old war. The Iran and U.S. Central Command did not respond to requests for comment. The prospect of U.S. pilots being alive on a run inside Iran risks the safety for the United States. An Iranian state newspaper announced a reward to assistance capture and hand over and pilots alive to Iranian parties. The presenter did not elaborate on the reward. Iran's lunar Dark said it was calling an area near where the plane came down in southwestern Iran. These influenced threats by U.S. President Donald Trump to bomb country back to quote own aid, including attack Iran's energy infrastructure and desalination plants. He pressed Iran to end the war on U.S. terms.
In the war free, as of the Kundaled human movement out to sweeping Amsterdam on Friday, it has coincided with much intention in Washington decade. The U.S. was much of the city to political prisoners would be murdered freed. Among them, just taking point negotiations between Washington and Tehran, wrote with several who pardoned compliance regime from theft to bribery, but none of them involved in anti-government protests. And for justice, several bias, explicit real life and region society. All the 2,000 prisoners to release this what Hughes said media has called a sovereign and humanitarian gesture, the largest such amnesty in 10 years. The release of the majority of political prisoners would be seen as a major concession of Hughes' part, an ongoing talk between the two countries. Human rights groups finance the US government say here is 400 political prisoners with sectarian and promoted the prisoner release process. The has repeatedly laid it hold political prisoners. Authorities say they're jailed during anti-government protests of guilty crimes, including public disorder, resisting arrest, robbery, and vandalism. The United States government on Sunday had rescued airmen caught on enemy lines after Iran shot down his F-15 fighter jet. The downing of the plane had triggered a high-profile search by both Iran and the US. Then John Dot immediately responded to a request for comment. It resolves war crisis. President Donald Trump with war Iran in its 6th week. Conflict has still thousands fought an energy crisis and threatens loss and damage to the world economy. That's after Iran virtually shut the vital Strait of Hormuz. Trump and Israel set up pressure today for Iran to open the strait for attacks on energy facilities. The town usually carries about a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas. The US president indicated his line of Tehran reached a deal to end war around 10 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. As the war escalated, Trump had repeated hints of diplomatic progress with threats to bomb the Islamic Republic. Adding to the pressure, senior Israeli defense officials said Israel will prepare to attack Iranian energy city within the next week and was waiting approval from the United States. Iran had ranged drones and missiles on Israel while targeting Gulf countries allied to the US, with avoided directly joining the war for that escalation. On this peaceful which Pakistan is seeing brokered between Washington and Tehran, peace remains safe and holds so low US public support for the war.
As order Halton dragon on a new was room is wrong chart push back for Trump administration, which says the ruling puts presidential security at risk. In an urgency motion filed Friday with U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, the administration argued the policy of the executive man and quote open exposed, warning of what it calls grave national security harms. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon earlier this week ordered construction to stop a lawsuit challenging project moves forward. The lawsuit seeks to bother with $400 million ballroom plant facility of recent demolished East Bank, arguing project required congressional approval. Leon temporarily delayed enforcement order for 14 days to allow the Trump administration to appeal. And it filing the administration that the court looks constitutional authority to hear the case, as quote rests on a single pedestrian's subjective architectural feelings. The initial lawsuit brought initial draws for historic preservation, a non-profit that claims Trump exceeded his authority by raising the historic span. The administration said the claims are legally baseless, arguing the president has complete authority to renovate the White House.
There is out Sunday that explosive devastating power will continue the Turkish Street pipeline. The quick pipeline carries Russian natural gas to Hungary and beyond. Syrian President Vučić said there were 2 large patches of explosive with fuses. He added that the investigation is still ongoing and that Hungary and North Serbia would not gas if the pipeline had been interrupted there. In Facebook post, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said he had told the Federal Defense House meeting Sunday. The incident comes a week before people elections April 12 in Hungary. Nationalist Orban fights to hold on to his more than 60 weapon power. His party trailed the opposition Peace Party in polls. Orban had a February scaled security around any infrastructure in the country. He had up to 6 in the election, saying that was choice between war or peace. Budapest has also contributed to Ukraine over a hold in oil supplies via the Druzhba pipeline. Orban said the party has sought to negotiate positionally with Brussels in Ukraine, suggesting that voting for his Peace Party means voting for tax and war.
President Donald Trump had a new deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz or face tax on energy and bridges, saying Iran has until Tuesday evening. He told the Wall Street Journal in a Sunday interview. Trump later posted on social media with no other detail, quote, Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Representatives for the White House would be immediately reached for contact post. Earlier on Sunday, Trump announced U.S. Special Forces rescued an airman in high-risk mission deep inside Iran. The airman was wounded, but Trump said, quote, he does fine. The president also posted a message full of expletive, threatening Iran to open straight, "Woe to you crazy bastard, or living hell, just watch." However, in the kind of mixed messaging Trump has used since war began, he told Fox News on Sunday that Iran was negotiating with a deal possible by Monday, adding to pressure Washington's ally in the war, Israel, preparing to attack Iranian energy facilities next week, and was waiting U.S. approval, according to senior Israeli defense official. Video posted on Saturday showed heavy smoke that looked like the aftermath of an Israeli strike on an Iranian petrochemical plant, though Reuters not independently identify when it was filmed. Meanwhile, Iran showed it could still transport or attack and strike infrastructure in Gulf. In Israel's northern city of Haifa, search and rescue teams were combing debris after a Iranian missile hit a residential building. Israeli paramedics and 9 people were being treated for shrapnel and blast injuries. Iran is admitting end to hostilities, and its parliamentary speaker condemned Trump's threat Sunday, saying he was being misled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Landed on the moon 1972 in low model in Iran. I'm bad seed for Kendall and helping return humans to the moon.
Part 2 is at MT 2 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight and would just cross the 2/3 mark on way to the moon.
I think I go not to north. You can see Copernicus near my and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for doing on our whole legacy with arms and speed, and they traveled on.
You said maybe you more in Easter do every time. We're going to check out Easter Sunday by our Freddie and Jerry to the boat.
Just for 9 days, you can really start to see where there is no chin on the destination mode, and it makes them look wildly different.
People looking for it tomorrow.
Fuel prices rise suitable in run. Chinese relative electricity being given. And this level big problems. Trust the swing E is to price tax.
Also, resale will get expensive and price rise by day, but electric vehicle should be priced more or less the same. In exchange, it's only a small amount.
It's a simple chat with this table in she says Visa did make offer, but cheap charging is the more economic over time. China has an immune wash the processor after Iran moved closer to the straight or most shipping route. Beijing relies heavily on port food, road transport, the main source of money, but it's also EV, now the size breast all combined. And Chris has due endless tribly is the trend electrical option, with the country reliance on oil.
So also account for 4% growth. And over the last decade, we have seen is that gradually EVs start to kill about more than half of passenger vehicles. That means all consumption in China, actually going to be, equal anyway.
At least China will now want to world more resilient economies in face of oil costs. Besides the EVs, it's all fit including a land network, reduces standards and steep supply of energy.
We appear to be pulling back from our partner Iran, while keep options open with the United States. That's according to South Korea lawmakers on Monday, for they were briefed by the country's intelligence agency. Seoul's National Intelligence Service (NIS) said Pyongyang hasn't sent weapons to Iran since the war began in February, and has notably silent after Iran's premier Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in strikes. North Korea also did not congratulate Khamenei's son after he was named Iran's new leader. China and Iran have spoken out repeatedly on the conflict. Pyongyang's has two tone-down statements before, and has avoided the criticism of U.S. President Donald Trump. The NS believed that restrict is deliberate, during diplomatic space ahead of the summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Trump May. At the same time, South Korean intelligence says the war has added to pressure on the Korea's economy, forcing Pyongyang to down on for support. Arun Wall is a member of South Intelligence Committee.
North Korea is also facing significant economic digital war in the Middle East. They are experiencing setbacks in securing industrial supplies, rising prices, and foreign exchange rates. And these circumstances, they are being moved to secure additional oil from Russia.
Intelligence officials say Kim Jong-un's recent comments about getting along with the U.S. point to a calculated move, positioning North Korea top in Washington, while the Middle East conflict calms down.
The effect closure of the Strait of Hormuz created both wins and losses across the Gulf. Reuters analysis shows Iran, Oman, and Saudi Arabia are benefiting from certain prices and alternative export routes, while Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar are losing billions as their shipments fluctuate. The fight comes down to geography and infrastructure. Iran controls Poe Point, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman, Qatar Sifar pipelines and ports. Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar oil and gas cannot. Benchmark crude up about 60 cents March. That is as the war ended its second month. For Saudi Arabia, higher prices mean increased royalties and taxes for state oil giant Aramco. It's a well owned by the government and sovereign wealth fund. Aramco come to comment when asked about Reuters calculations. Representatives of other countries or their oil companies not easy response to cost the credit. The Kingdom Big Pipeline is 756 miles east of West. It connects its oil fields to the ready port of Yabu, but experts warn it's vulnerable to further strikes by Iran or Yemen's Houthis. Iraq, Kuwait were hit hardest, with stated monthly revenues down by about 3/4 of the year. Qatar liquefied natural gas is also trapped, helping a global gas market fire. Buyers using bypass routes face more food rates and more premiums, buying costs on crude. For long term, however, the impact is unclear. Some companies and politicians in West have believed increased investment in fossil fuels to try to protect against supply shocks, but some analysts say renewable energy provides protection.
The entire committee can add one night, and that night will be tomorrow.
But President Donald Trump issued a fresh threat to Iran for White Monday. Warning Tehran it must make a deal Tuesday night to face wire bombing raid on power plant and bridges. Earlier, he vowed to enforce the Tuesday night deadline for Iran to agree to a ceasefire deal. Iran had made a proposal to end the conflict that fell short of U.S. demands. Iran said on Monday that it wanted a lasting end to war with the U.S. and Israel and pushed back against pressure to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. At the White House press briefing, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Monday would see the largest wave of U.S. strikes of the war so far, and Tuesday would be more severe.
Per President's direction, day will be the largest volume of strikes in day of the operation. Tomorrow, even within day. And Iran is a choice. Choose wisely, because the President does not stay around.
Critics said Trump would be committing war crimes if the U.S. attacked civilian power plant, a point that Trump dismissed on Monday, saying the real crime would be Iran taking nuclear weapons.
It's like a needle in a haystack finding pilot.
Trump also detailed the weekend mission to recover downed American airmen missing inside Iran.
Shell faces bleeding rather profusely treated his own wounds and contacted American forces to transmit his location.
CIA Director John Ratcliffe said his agency had used misdirection to convince the Iranians the airman was somewhere else.
CIA executed a deception campaign
to news Iranians who were hunting for iron. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding, providing confirmation that one of America's best birds was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still visible to the enemy, but not to CIA.
Trump also said he would demand that the reporter who first leaked that the airmen in Iran had been rescued reveal their source and threaten them with jail if they refused.
Yes, it did higher on Monday, with the Nasdaq leading Wall Street's main indexes with a more than 0.5% gain. President Donald Trump has threatened to escalate war if Iran fails to reopen Strait of Hormuz, but investors drew some assurance from a report that indicated the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional meteors continued to discuss terms of potential ceasefire deal. That helped stocks head higher, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq gaining for the consecutive session, their longest winning streak since January. Jeff Schulze, head of economic and market strategy for Clearid Investments, said while volatility will likely continue, so too should stocks recent upward momentum.
Investors are using the symbol of buying the geopolitical debt. When you go back to 1950, there's been over 20 military conflicts. And that conflict began, the S&P 500 is in positive % over the next 3 months, and positive almost 6% over the next 6 months. And the S&P 500 down almost 5% over the last month. We think that this is probably a good buying opportunity for investors in the resilience of the U.S. economy.
Stocks movement included Lino Therapeutics, which jumped with 32% after Neuroquin Biosciences grew to acquire a rare disease drug maker over $2.9 billion in cash. Rising Bitcoin prices boosted crypto-linked terms, with U.S.-listed shares of Coinbase gaining out 2%, and Strategy climbing 6.5%. And shares of chip maker CK Technology gained 5.5% after Morgan Stanley added to its top pick list.
Ukraine manufacturer of 5.1 millimeter cruise missile is in talks with European companies to launch a UT defense system by the end of 2027. Years of know-how gained on battlefield fighting Russian forces have Ukraine being innovator in Lukov and tech. Government look at ways to defend size, whether above Ukraine against Russian missiles for you to be repercussion from the US-Israeli war with Iran. Ukraine and NATO and allied nations rely heavily on the US Speed Patriot system to stop ballistic missiles, but increasingly a short line mid-system deployment in Gulf. The Patriot system may require 2 or 3 FF missiles to bring down a ballistic projectile, says Vibrant's co-founder and design Des Timmerman.
You must decrease price of interceptors, but because right now it's like respect of budget to intercept pretty key. If we can increase interceptors and $1 million, it will be a game-changing defense solution.
Hoffman, missile expert at Regent of University College, said Queen highlight for their defenders and bidders, but he sees strong demand from government if it's less effective than the Patriot. 5 points found after Moscow's 2020 and is Ukraine's base maker of long-range drones using the majority of drugs even said Russia. CP5 long-range cruise missile only the Mega has been used to hit Russian military cities and armed factories, including a missile plant nearly 870 miles inside Russia. Timmerman says also a penalty of developing 2 supersonic ballistic missiles, one of which would want to beat Moscow. Russia's Defense Ministry didn't respond to a request from it. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky several off countries in late March and since interceptors and military expertise are hearing results of nations there defending against Iranian attacks. 5 points is also making hundreds of long-range drones today, about $57,750 to produce. It is later to be exported to several Gulf states to express interest, separately for potential investment by UAE firm to pursue new business opportunities.
This is the moment for astronauts and NASA Artemis 2 mission became the furthest flight human in history.
Most importantly, use this moment to challenge this generation and enact major history in the positive.
NASA astronauts Christina Hook, Reed Wiseman, Dirk Glover, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen passed the previously set by Apollo 13 crew as they made their way toward the shadowed far side of the moon. Its climax on the Artemis mission, the first group to flight of NASA's Artemis program.
A number of years ago, we started this journey and our close astronaut family, and we lost a loved one.
The crew used this moment to pay tribute to Reed Wiseman's late wife Carol.
We took care, and so that's CARROL.
The multi-billion-dollar series mission seeks to bring astronauts to moon's by 2028 before China also aims to establish long-term U.S. presence there for the next decade. Building a moon base would serve as a proving ground for potential future missions to Mars. Earlier, Cook Ray told astronauts realized they had entered the moon gravitational sphere of distance. They also seeked a message from astronaut Jim Lovell, who was part of Apollo 8 and Teen Minutes. The message was recorded a few months before Seth in August 2025.
It's a story
During 6 hours goodbye, astronauts will use professional cameras to take detailed photos through Orion window of the silhouette moon. It's a rare and scientifically valuable advantage between a sunlight filtering around its edges and what will effectively be a lunar eclipse.
Secretary Spy Agency knowledge Seoul creator Kim Jong-un teenage daughter has been positioned as his successor. That's according to lawmakers Sunday after a closed-door parliamentary meeting. People Power Party lawmaker Lee Sung-hoon cites a recent public display of Kim's daughter drive a tank, adding that it is intended to highlight her positive military aptitude and sell their over air. Kim's daughter is believed to be around 13 and to name Blue Eye. The dynamic had just told lawmakers its assessment was based on its described as crypto intelligence collected by the agency. Earlier images also showed True Eye firing a rifle at a short range. Lawmakers asked actually candidate Hallman to his own public military appearances. He was being prepared to succeed his own further during the early 2010s. The latest assessment of True Eye is corrected from early analysis by Spy Agency, which said she was likely to be consistent further. Some of her experts, however, urged caution in interpreting images as effective succession signals.
Australia's Ridley Older and Robert Smith was arrested Tuesday over a claim for arsenal installed in Afghanistan. Australian Football Commission Christy Barrett confirmed the arrest.
Afternoon, a former Australian Force member has today been arrested and will be charged with 5 counts of war crime murder for to investigation between first assistant investigator, the AP.
Police said the more senior former AF member was arrested Sydney Airport and would appear at a New South Wales court later the same day.
It will be alleged the man was a member of the ADF where he was involved in death and between 2009 and 2012, circumstances that constitute crime under the Commonwealth Criminal Code.
Barrett said the victims were unarmed under Australian military control.
It will be alleged the victims were detained, unarmed, and were under control of ADF members when they were killed. It was alleged that just shot by the accused or shot by subordinate members of the ADF in the presence of and on orders the accused.
Robert Smith was one of national hero and awarded for prosperous action during 6 wars of Afghanistan. He has instantly died in wrongdoing. Allegations were reported in 2018 at Boswell's most extensive police trial, which he lost. Charges follow year-long investigations into alleged crimes by special forces in Afghanistan. The arrested charges do not reflect the broader Afghan military.
The alleged conduct laid these charges is confined to a very small section of the trusted and respected ADF to help keep this country safe.
DOJ told National who stated that President Donald Trump should be allowed to shake out a robe of individuals, including those who have previously investigated him.
We have thousands of ongoing investigations of prosecutors going on security, and it is true. Some that involve men, women, and entities that the president in the past has issues with and believe should be investigated. That is his right, and indeed his duty to them. He needs to lead his country.
Blanche comes for his first popular remarks since being named acting attorney general. He faced pressure still for prosecution of presidents received enemies. At press conference last Brussels, the Justice Department had improperly targeting Trump's opponents.
Keeps the president slaughters little enemies. No, the president said time and time again he wants justice.
Trial for Attorney General Pam Bondi in part over satisfaction with the case and outcome of case Trump has mandated. And asked whether he wants to nominate the vacant host.
If chooses to nominate somebody else, I've been dad, that's honor. If chooses to nominate somebody else and ask him to go to something else, I'll stand you very much out of the So I don't have any bolder aspirations than that.
Justice Department Trump has a slew of investigations and true adversaries, but the DOJ has countered obstacles from judges and grand jurors in any of the stations. Nigeria's Dangote refinery said it can read exports of gasoline and urea to African countries that supply disruptions caused by Iran war. Africa's largest refinery is operating at a maximum capacity of 650,000 barrels a day. Where a low Dangote, Africa's richest man, said the Philippines had around 17 cargoes of gasoline to other African nations to cushion the impact of the crisis.
The LSME one is of urea, which is for level that we have. I think in the last group, they've been loading to mostly African countries who were not doing before. And then now is to do with also petroleum imports, which are now mainly to African countries.
Exports of urea fertilizer also written as buyers see alternatives to the product, much of which normally comes from the Middle East. Of say refinery can produce up to 3 million metric tons of urea annually, most of which is typically exported to the United States and South America. But despite refinery running some out, industry fears fuel prices in oil produced in Nigeria have reached record highs. United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amin Mohammed visited the facility, outlined the U.S. role in alleviating challenges in the region.
The U.S. job here is to implement the possibilities in getting a security crisis, and this is one of them. I put we bring back the continuous options as partner considered by with the Greece.
He said the refinery all hopes to secure more crude cargoes priced in local currency to curb fuel costs.
Index ended mixed, with Dow down almost 10% and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq moving marginally higher. Stocks fared deeper losses in the last hour of trading, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq heading into positive territory minutes before the closing bell. The reversal came after Pakistan Prime Minister said on X to let efforts for a peaceful settlement to the war in the Middle East were progressing steadily. He urged President Donald Trump to extend his Tuesday deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, and requested that Iran open for the same timeframe as a gesture of goodwill. But Atsky, chief portfolio manager at Equities North Mutual Wealth Management Company, said the near-term off-ramp could still live markets in murky waters.
Unfortunately, with this conflict in the Middle East, the fear of the engagement has become more widespread. And if we're to see potentially back away from involvement, there's still lingering concern that the markets are likely to have that practice war is likely to be in a capacity or in a more extended profile for seeing trends through that strait. So in the fear escalation rate, versus we saw it's last year with Russia.
Among the 7 stock moves, United Health jumped nearly 9.5% after the U.S. government announced on Monday it would raise payments to private insurers offering Medicare Advantage to older adults, increase from inflation proposed earlier. Pure Human rose 8% and CVS Health gained more than 8.5%. Shares of Apple dropped more than 2% after a report that Giant's long-awaited foldable phone is encountering engineering setbacks. And Chip McGraw climbed by the 6% after signing a long-term deal with Alphabet to develop AI chips and other components.
Russia on Tuesday vetoed a EU sectarian revolution that urged countries to order efforts to protect commercial in the Strait of Hormuz, calling bias against Iran. That the head U.S. President Donald Trump agreed to a 2-week ceasefire hours before its effort to run to the open street or face devastating attacks. The truce could end on the Strait of Hormuz reopening. A lot of members had backed Iran-sponsored dinner, but Beijing and Moscow blocked it, and 2 countries stayed. U.S. ambassador to the UN called condemned vetoes, accusing Iran of holding global economy hostage, calling on responsible nations to join Washington in securing the passage.
There's veto are low, and it shows how free a safer, more secure, or united Middle East to be.
While Beijing and Moscow said Council should push for desolation diplomacy, China and Russia used their vetoes to veto Bahrain had significantly weakened the path for China opposed all rising force. Versions moved to avoid the authorization of the use of force and removed an explicit reference ending enforcement that had appeared in the lead draft. Iran blocked the vetoes. Iran's UM's Amir Idvani saying it prohibited Security Council being misused for legitimate aggression.
God would be fit to compete with on for 10 minutes in this reconcilable on Tuesday, including U.S. and the authorities. Footage reference by water shows with past attacks in a dark halving area back move among bars and all and a handgun. To happen, security checkpoint plus has not Turkey French district. The reconciled opposite law method has was raised for around at the time of the attack. Turkish and trade authorities said. Those from the foreign said they precede Turkey security forces with action threatened to meet civil aid terrorists. Turkey president Erdogan condemned the attack. The hints active as a base security forces stop it.
Would allow climate trust and Turkey damage as vital life for gains as dice.
The Interior Minister said threat could hang to organization that both expect religion and the two Emirs travelled in from the city of Israel that have black continent short after Hamas war began in late 2023. That Hong Kong border protest near protest outside continent across the treat the Turkish rape diplomatic ties since they're heavily on military remain in the areas surrounding the conflict.
Launched heaviest strike on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon's evidence serves that over 250 people were killed. Them in the route as it said of the strike came down usual wants to evacuate. Israel Prime Minister Edmund South said good offering attacks on run.
We have more goals to complete, and will give either an agreement or renewing of team. We're prepared to return fighting at any moment necessary. Our fingers on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks from the United States Iran took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Tuesday it's expected to begin this Saturday. However, Israel has already divided the ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal recovered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance told the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran had misunderstood the terms.
I thoroughly saw that the ceasefire included Lebanon. It just did. We never did that promise. We never did this could be kissed.
But over the deal showed global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The trade hormuz they shut vessels without permit, and ships say they won't have clarity for their hosts. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory 5 weeks of war, but their disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. Iran launched heavy strikes on Lebanon on Wednesday. Lebanon civil defense service said over 250 people were killed, most of them in Beirut, as it said some of the strikes gave out usual warnings still needs to evacuate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said good offer his attacks on Iran.
We have goals to complete, and will achieve either in agreement or renewing fighting. Prepared to return to fighting at any moment necessary. Our fingers on the trigger.
The escalation came as 2 weeks after the United States and Iraq took effect. U.S. President Donald Trump announced the move on Tuesday. It's expected to begin this Saturday. However, Israel has already divided the ceasefire and intensified strikes in Lebanon. It said under those conditions, negotiations with Washington were unreasonable. Israel and Washington both say the ceasefire deal never recovered Lebanon. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance told the U.S. delegation to the talks, said Tehran had misunderstood the terms.
I thoroughly saw that the ceasefire included Lebanon. It just did. We never did that promise. We never did that could be kissed.
But over the deal showed on global markets Thursday, with oil prices climbing again. The trade hormuz they shut vessels without permit, and ships say they want clarity to move their hosts. Both the United States and Iran had declared victory 5 weeks of war, but the disputes remain unresolved, raising doubts over whether any deal can hold. A cheap and rapid developed by Japanese firm temporary on Ukraine partners could lead to wave Iranian attacks. Since the start of the Israeli war in Iran, Tehran launched large numbers of low-cost drones. U.S. sources and regional allies have largely relied on expensive missiles to stop them, rapidly depleting their air defense stockpiles. Terror-drone effective photo-Jesus, the conflict highlighted the limit of missile-based air defense.
For this current war in the Middle East, the drones flying one to another from Iraq toward Israel. From Tel Aviv, Iran is about 994 miles, right? So those hits are flying around 1,200 miles. Finally, people in Japan and overseas as well come to understand us how extremely important these interceptors are, especially since missiles are ring out the Middle East.
Terror owns its A1 drones cost about $500 each. By contrast, Patriot interceptor missile cost around $4 million, making them an expensive watch to push ahead, based in the low end thousands.
Shooting is done with missiles, just fine. But shooting a shot hit that costs around $3,000, with this that costs $100,000. That ain't economic rationality. Is it feasible anymore? And people time to realize that the demand is extremely high. As long with conflict in the Middle East now, and many areas in Russia, like Poland and Europe, those areas are seeing particularly strong attendance, rather strong in technology.
Iran began offering military sales last month for a partnership with Korean amazing drones. The A1s have been tested and expected to deliver to Ukraine's military trials. Russia's foreign ministry said Wednesday that had some giant investor in protest over terror investment in Korean intercept drone technology. Moscow said release with Boca had reduced zero, or what calls Japan's unfriendly stance.
Itching my bin rings of the trucks and PU brushes, using paddled piloting. Just a focus and a swerve farm to citizens. Meeting elephant partner ball elects his business of tumbling from the cause conflict in the heat.
Brings this we army before them that we get customer for 150 to customer each day during crisis. We had like 3 kind of like days, so the number dropped like drastically to Austin.
Across the ground, or cardinal elephant hunters, they quietly utter efforts. Now, only a few of the backers seek multiple today, where before each animal carry visitors in the 4 to 6 times a day. Schuyler said more than 200 staff have agreed to take 10 unpaid days off each month costs, allowing the park to prioritize feeding 6 to 8 elephants 4 meals a day. Struggles in because hotels, restaurants, and operators across the city have also been hit. That's according to the president of Shanghai Tourism Association, who also said worse yet to come.
I think the effects will hit hardest for me. You would see words in the tourism industry being in numbers. Or the future, some businesses like the local, but we not see the end crisis, don't know what's the tourism sector will cover. Will it come back to us?
For now, a terminal in elephant park. Customers will, however, see various.
Hi, I'm Brad Hoop, Commander of Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Red Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to carry power beyond its borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military ability, built over 4 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the President expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile drone and capabilities and their defensive industries. After successfully cut more than 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands and thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused defensive operations in course with ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present, we remain vigilant, and we remain ready to fall. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent letters to the forces explaining my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them. So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, brigades, and guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 4 days, destroy a military Iran built for over 40 years. Your courage, grit, and ingenuity serve America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made that sacrifice for Operation Red Fury. We continue to hold their memories, their families, friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their self-service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best America. I just could not be prouder and more humble to serve with them, and I know the other people share that same pride. So our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
conflict security of Islam on that day. As U.S. Iranian negotiators have their highest level talks in half a century to try to end their 6-week war. As negotiations took place, President Donald Trump says the military will change their moves at 2 U.S. warships that passed through the borderway, and conditions were being set to clear lines. Iran states he denied the U.S. ship that crossed the strait. A true transit point for global energy supply is Tehran is effectively blocked, but Trump is about to reopen. Iran's semi officials has named news agency reported on Saturday that the war would reign a serious disagreement in the talks. Trump President J. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Thunder Object Commissioner Food is on Saturday, while the Iranian delegation arrived in Dubai. One for Supreme Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and others over the past 6 weeks. Like conflicting versions from officials, media, and both nations, U.S. and Iranian sides appear to remain far apart. Iran's demands include control of the Strait of Hormuz, payment war reparations, a ceasefire across the region including Lebanon, according to Iranian state TV officials.
This is blow enough. We get left trigger. I'd like to make on it.
Trump stated was very during the campaign, but even wants passage for low shipping through the strait, crippling Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Meanwhile, U.S. ally Israel, joined the February 20th attacks on Iran to launch war, has also bombed Tehran that Hezbollah in Lebanon, killing nearly 2,000 people. Israel and U.S. said Lebanon did not have the Iran-U.S. ceasefire.
Women of same family cried in anger Sunday as they grieved member of their family killed in Israeli airstrikes. The bodies wrapped in green cloth, one smaller in the rest. Police say it was not yet 2 years old when an airstrike killed her last Wednesday as Israel launched one of the latest attacks on Lebanon. The movement came after news of a ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, which Lebanon had said would them. Till grandfather Nasser Hussein said that news of the ceasefire led their tragedy.
He said it was a ceasefire. Like all these people, we went up to village. We went to the village to read the prayers from martyrs and walk home. We read prayers and went home. We were cleaning up glass. We were cleaning up, and suddenly we felt like a storm seemed to rattle us. I have 4 months at home.
7-year-old Lean, teen or sister, is battling her own wounds at hospital. Suffered an injury and severe burns from blast at her home in South Lebanon. Had emergency operations to the hospital in Tyre. Said last week the warrant was one of the hospitals for days and weeks years to meet the patient's trip. Since the war in Lebanon began on March 2nd, Israeli operations have killed around 2,000 people, including 165 children and nearly 250 women. Amid grief and loss, grandfather Aid questioned their situation.
What humanity are they talking about? This humanity? This inhumanity? This a war crime? Where the human rights? A child is born in Israel. The whole jump. Are we not people? Are we not humans? We're like them.
Also, Kiev accused on Sunday breaking 32-hour ceasefire or Cedar, both reported over 1,000 drone and jet attacks just hours after Saturday truce began for a year into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Iran Defense Ministry said 1,171 ceasefire violations overnight into Saturday. Mr. Child was among those in the Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's Alpha reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters could not independently verify reports of military activity. The military also said Ukrainian subject reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite ceasefire. We want to evacuate our fallen comrades. The Russians are not letting us do so yet, soldiers said. The Kremlin said that truce was a quote humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday. That Russian troops resumed fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced the temporary ceasefire on April 9th and is set to end tonight Sunday. Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky, previous ceasefire proposed by Moscow, agreed to the truce. Also, Kiev accused on Sunday of breaking 32-hour ceasefire or Cedar, both reported 1,000 drone and jet attacks just hours after Saturday truce began for a year in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Iran Defense Ministry said 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Saturday. Moscow said a child was murdered in a Ukrainian drone attack, and the Belgorod region's Alpha reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters not independently verify reports of military activity. The military also service, a Ukrainian subject reconnaissance drones were still circling the area despite ceasefire. We want to evacuate our fallen comrades, but the Russians are not do so yet, said. The Kremlin said our truce was a quote humanitarian gesture from Russian President Vladimir Putin during the Orthodox holiday. That Russian troops resumed fighting as soon as it ends. Putin announced the temporary ceasefire on April 9th and is set to end next Sunday. Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky, previously proposed by Moscow, agreed to the truce.
A lot has been said.
Your Representative Swallow posted video on X on Friday denying accusations of sexual assault by a former congressional staffer.
You're absolutely false. It did not happen. That never happened.
California Democrat and a lead candidate governor of the state vowed to fight the allegations while apologizing to his wife, unspecified quote, mistakes to admit in his past. The San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday that a woman who previously worked in Wallace District Office accused him of 2 non-consensual sexual encounters, one while she was employed by him in 2019 and another 2024 after she left his staff. The report stated that unidentified woman was quoted saying she had been too intoxicated on both occasions to send. The former staffer later told CNN that Swallow had raped her during the litter encounter, while strongly denied.
The allegation of sexual assault are flat false.
Several leading Democratic politicians urged Swallow his campaign for governor. Democrat House Leader Keith Jeffries called for an investigation.
Donald Trump ordered U.S. military blockade the Strait of Hormuz after on talks with Iran wrapped up on today. No deal to end the war. A social media post Trump also told Navy to quote, seek and interdict every vessel international waters that's paid to Iran. Came after U.S. Vice President demands another fields out past its capital. The talks were held.
We've had a number of self-discussions with the Iranians. That's the news. Bad news that we have not reached an agreement.
Both sides blame other the failed negotiations. Answer Iran knows not to set to make attempts including nuclear bombs.
The simple question is, do we see a final commitment of bill for Iranians
Now the nuclear weapon just now not years from now, but the longer we have yet we will.
The Texas Mud came after his spouse earlier in the week. They were first direct US meeting over the Cape and the hospitals in 1979 as a version. Rather than successing Esma by the two sides reached an understanding some issues remain far apart on food key matters. However, Mulderine media diplomacy would continue. His right and abstract mistrust consider was central that an agreement to be reached a single seven. Pakistan foreign intervention urged the two sides to uphold together with truth. These countries will continue to assist engagements to try in the fighting battle for thousands as the oil prices soaring since the beginning of 6 weeks ago. There were talks started on Saturday with supertankers carrying oil alongside commercial vessels past the Strait of Hormuz. They showed they appear to be the first oil tankers who raised the Gulf since the ceasefire. 100 vessels still stuck there.
Videos of Burkina Faso ship Nigeria carrying Angola and Equatorial Guinea from 1323 upon arrival there. Senior official noted the Leo authorities made the visit mission to help turn the world's attention to Africa. Leo has made only 1 week of his trip since being ended last May, visiting Turkey and Benin in November and December. He also visited Congo in March. Latin officials and African traders, the outcome for is a personal priority. Africa has more than 20% of world's conflicts according to Vatican statistics. In a region where Catholicism is growing fastest, which was seen of the value of the church plays on the continent. Leo succeeded late Pope Francis 70, relatively younger Pope and good health. Trip of the air around 185 miles will include 25 beaches and official meetings with local leaders and local Catholics. Plans include bringing Catholics to the Dark in Nigeria and to visit great mosque ideas. In Cameroon, Leo will hold a meeting of peace in a day where finding been gun separate movements killed thousands of people in 2017. Through the country's Leo will take a population where more than half of people identify as Catholic.
Hungary led national leader Orban to sit on Sunday after landslide election victory of the opposition Peace Party. The result is for Orban allied Russia and U.S. President Donald Trump's White House. Challenger Peter Majors and Right Party by a majority in Parliament, enabling institutional reform, allowing the new government to restructure institutions. The result marks the end of Orban's 16 years in power and has significant implications not only for Hungary, but for the European Union, Ukraine, and beyond. After our polls were closed, this should boast 78% voters cast ballots, from nearly 68% 4 years earlier. Orban, a Eurosceptic, of that mob of liberal democracy, seen as the blueprint by Trump's American Reagan movement, and admirers in Europe. Many Hungarians have grown increasingly aware of the 2-year-old, the degrees of economic stagnation and soaring living costs, as well as reports of oligarchs flow to the government amassing more wealth. This leader Major speaks up to frustration and win. Orban's exit deprived Russian President Vladimir Putin of his main ally in the EU, sent shockingly through Western right-wing circles, including the White House.
Singapore being presidential election on Sunday afternoon. Venom results are expected Tuesday, with Finance Minister Muhammad Adani expected to victory, who was the source of West African nation's President Sultan, who was Chinese team, but said will seek fifth term under the Constitution. The offer held from Saturday government that are listed for the exams. Adani, who served as defense minister for a decade, is promised to expand access to water and guarantee nation's healthcare. But also face pressure to trip the country's security plans. Benin has been hard to say among the West African state by he had groups. The main opposition party, Democrats, feel get off lawmakers to sponsor candidate of its own. They also not pick the only other candidate ballot. Hope of the heavy force for emerging in a ruling party that now has lower fall. More than 7.9 million people were registered to vote, including 2,000 big nationals living abroad.
Is pushing a hold a deal to the sovereignty of Chico Island after it was criticized by U.S. President Donald Trump. The Indian Ocean Island is one of the strategic U.S. British Sea Air Base. Washington had previously the agreement made last year. It was originally to the island's Mauritius, but in control of the trip some 99 years. U.S. support ceded for deal to go ahead. British Minister Keir Starmer's first on Saturday, London would try to persuade Washington to give its formal approval. Trump said in February that he was a big state, having said it was the best that Starmer would get. Ties between the US and UK have a constraint, but Trump ambitions to acquire Greenland. And Starmer's reluctance to Britain involved the US Israeli war on Iran.
Not happy with the UK.
A British government spokesperson said ensuring long-term operational security remains a priority, and that it still believes the agreement is the best way forward. Britain forced leads police up to 2,000 indigenous persons in the late 1960s and 1970s to establish base. Recent operations launched for the August year include restrictions who targets Yemen in 24-25 humanitarian aid defense to Gaza. The campaign group Indigenous Chagosian people has raised questions about what they said were enormous amount of money wasted in a collapsed negotiation. They also rounded the legality of the plan, which they say denies the negotiators' right to self-determination.
Critical.
But AI is seeking dismissal due to damage claims in his civil lawsuit, and admit Kistem repeats will be sorted to make it so, and Kistem he denies. In filing it in Wednesday in St. Louis Federal Court, the ONA co-founder and chief executive argued that Mr. Schatz should be statute doesn't authorize definitive damages for his sister's aims, and instead limited put damage of injury or illness caused by to sexual abuse. He said definitive measures are so unavoidable for he alleged committed a child, and renewed his request to dismiss the lawsuit altogether. Lawyers for Alman did not immediately respond to requests from and Alman accused her brother of sexually abusing and raping her between 1987 and 2006. The family home in Brooklyn, Missouri, said he began was 3 years old and was 12. She claims that quote left sexual abuse and rape occurred when Sam Alman and the Alman family had and not missed mental health challenges and financial support. Sam Alman said his sister began accusing him on social media of abuse after he rejected her assertion demand for greater and greater financial support. Her law began in January 2025. Alman is also counseling his sister for defamation over posts. He is seeking water, saying quotes upon harm his sister financially, but was averred that her statements are true.
The loss of Australia's 2 oil refineries is hit health production. The cause of country's system pressures threaten fuel security amidst disruptions in the Iran war. Fire rescue victorious assistant fire officer Yes Van.
I just approximately 11 a.m. last night, a fire broke out here at the waterfront plant in Morocco. The fire started called the Market plant, which is a show the refinery that assists with the production of high-tone fuels. There was a civic leak of liquid hydrocarbons and gases that have fueled the fire.
Emergency crew said the fire broke tonight. The event contained to a limited area of site. Injuries have been reported. Authorities said it's moved to the public. The smoke may affect by areas traffic restrictions remain placed. Fire bombs by Mr. Anthony Albanese traveled through Southeast Asia to shore fuel security and tensions in the Middle East. The refinery processes about 120,000 barrels a day. It's like more than half of the whole of Australia's second populous state, around 2% of national demand. Energy Minister Bones says petrol production could be affected sometime, though full impact and clear.
Obviously, the fire can't make any final sort of conclusions about the impact. It's not positive development. It will have an impact. But at this point, production of vehicle and fuel does continue, and no reason to look at this need to stop. The impact on production side, which production will continue, but the impact is time.
Vive Energy CEO Scott White reports their prep system quickly put the fire hit operation at the unit refinery before setting back at the site and safe restore production. Vive shares on Tringle, pending on the act of fire.
Welcome on the tricks.
Imagine life she broke up, probably without own things. She wouldn't. And after this, notice she forced to sell tickets without saying who sold them, how they sold.
That's machinery. Now ticket must pair up and live nation face illegal abuse too. New York jury funds say the pair opted an illegal monopoly in US live events. A statement to the Apple Attorney General Isham said the jury found what we wrong know to be true. Live Nation and Ticketmaster are breaking the law and costing the millions of dollars in the process. Live Nation has legal challenges putting that might yet undermine the verdict. If it stands, the verdict could face claims damages from US states and when forced to sell Ticketmaster. The jury found that Live Nation had illegal monopolies in the market of ticketing services to venues, including aid amphitheaters. It said the company made use of venues and additional artists accepting these of its promotional services, echo a demand made by Kid Rock in his testimony to Congress.
Number 1. Are you control who sells the tickets, how?
The Department of Justice has already agreed to settlement with Live Nation, requiring it to open up access to 13 amphitheaters, but critics say the deal doesn't go far enough, and some say that they will step up antitrust actions. Live Nation shares close to a split lower following the verdict, while competitors including Vid Seats and StubHub saw their salt up. The Donald Trump will rush to Sadie Saturday night after a man on their shotgun tried to breach security at what has corresponded since it is of chaos at the event. Then he took out armed Secret Service officers ran to the room and stole the prison to safety. An hour later, Trump put official that age to have apprehended. He looked at a arranged news conference where he and the reporters are still in their formal wear.
Men got a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons and was skinned out by some brave members of the active. One officer was shot, but saved the fact that he was wearing obviously very good bulletproof vest. It was just for very close distance with a very powerful gun. And that's his job. I spoke to the officer, he's doing great.
Trump posted a video said to show Sutter attempting to rush security for the event. He also posted a still showing her being held for stand on the floor.
Ms. is captured. They've gone to his apartment. I still live in California. And it's a sick person for 6.
Trump made federal agents were raiding Sutter's home. He was named a California called Allen, of 50 years old. Police said the suspects believed to have acted alone for the danger posed, and officials say the FBI would lead probe to the incident.
New map record the button out. General will back on 26th of April 2026. The man broke through a physical and psychological barrier long toward his mountain, and then whatever touched the mountain will leave fast.
A broken Iraqi is doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors with double or expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were normal. All while the CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this race system on its head. We're not targeting delays in production or cost overrun anymore. We've put down the bureaucrats who made these deals at path and placed them with those tempting shares in the private sector. A group of businessmen so legal, they run the deal team. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We then move at speed business, not a revenue. Now, when the defense company expenses production more equipped to the U.S. military, they pay the manufacturers, assembly line, manufacturing plant, not the taxpayer. In exchange, give these companies steady, long-term orders for exactly what our words need. And then some are making these higher volumes, which are quickly keeping their prices high. If these companies fail to deliver, we hold them accountable and begin new companies who will. Speed, volume, and fiscal responsibility. It's common sense, and what the American taxpayer demands. This War Department has made a move from bureaucracy to business. Over the next month, we will release a series of videos that highlight President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion defense budget will make generational investment in our arsenal of freedom. This investment will secure and protect Homeland, ensure American military remains the most lethal fighting force on earth. Generations on. We're going to spend every dollar that money possible, because that's what you deserve, that's what America needs, and that's what the President demands.
Here's a new military operation between the U.S. and Iran rose on Monday over movement ship to the Triple News. Iranian TV said Monday its had forced a U.S. warship to turn back from entering crucial waterway. The official foreign agency said two missiles struck warship near the port of Gas, where Iran maintained a base. But U.S. quickly denied any of its instructions. The senior Iran official declared that a warning shots fired against the U.S. ship prevented entry into the strait. Reuters been unable to verify the claims. The entertainment came some after President Trump said U.S. start on Monday evening to free ships stranded in the strait, called it a quote humanitarian gesture in response to Trump's announcement to on hold ships and oil carriers to refrain from any movement that was not coordinated with Iran's military. On Monday, the destroyer has escorted two U.S. land ships out of the strait, and quote American forces are actively assisting efforts to transfer commercial shipping. Iran has blocked the all ship into and out of the all since it was attacked by the U.S. at the end of February. That closure caught around a fifth of the world oil and gas shipments, and then oppressed owned by 3% or more. United States and Israel did attack on Iran 4 weeks ago, and Iran officials held around a face-to-face talks. Iran is to be a set say Washington had invaded response to a 14-point Iran proposal by Pakistan, and that Iran was reviewing it. Their side gave details.
Welcome to our largest exchange, where we uncover the most profound and enduring level of our world. Today, embark on a journey through time, bridging between ancient scriptures and modern landscape. The Bible is filled with biblical stories, and friend, the idea of walking in the footsteps of biblical figures seems to kiss the dream. What if I told you that any of these places still exist, standing as powerful testaments of made-up history and faith, showing us that we expert in little landmarks that still exist today across the world? These aren't just archaeological sites. Our linked connections to sources have shaped civilizations, prepared to walk where history truly happened. King Fortune Nerton, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities on Earth, city of Damascus, Syria. Damascus is one of the oldest cities in the world, with evidence of habitation dating back thousands of years, but it's also in multiple times through the Bible. Most famously, it's the place where Peter and Paul had his transformative vision of the road to Damascus, Acts 9 verses 1 to 9. This pivotal moment in Christian history took place just outside the ancient gates. Today, Damascus still thrives as a modern city, but its ancient art strong, with centuries of mosques, churches, marketplaces, and they had lived with its found past. The distinct and bring human civilization and faith. Number 9. A sea names falling walls and being Sea of Jericho is saying. Believed to be one of the oldest and two inhabited cities of the world, Jericho holds immense biblical significance. It's famously known for the dramatic story in the Book of Joshua. Its fall miraculously fell with Joshua armed marched around for 7 days. Joshua 6 verses 1 to 27. Jericho is also mentioned in the New Testament as a single distant encounter of Jesus. Today, an archaeological bell or mound marks the site of the ancient city's ruins, where multiple layers of civilization have been unearthed. Modern city of Jericho, surrounded by lush palm trees, continues to flourish, little linked to biblical narratives. Our 8th landmark takes us to the hometown of Jesus, the city of Nazareth, Israel. Nazareth, as the local region, is where Jesus spent his childhood and early adulthood. It's the place where the angel Gabriel is said to have appeared and made to announce that she would see Jesus. Luke 1:6-38. Alive in modern city today, Nazareth still takes its seed in the biblical tradition. The magnificent Church of the Annunciation, built over the traditional site of Mary's house, stands as a central pilgrimage destination, allowing visitors to connect with the very beginnings of Jesus' story. It's a powerful reminder of his formative years. Number 7. The sacred birthplace of Christ, Sea of Bethlehem, West Bank. Bethlehem, small town south of Jerusalem, old unparalleled as birthplace of Jesus Christ. Matthew 2 verses 1 to 12, Luke 2 verses 1 to 7. Sister is the Church of Nativity, one of the oldest continuously operated churches in the world, built over the grotto Jesus is traditionally believed to have been born. Visiting this site, especially can still be one of the most significant events in Christian history. See the vibrant hub of faith, culture, and ancient traditions, and one was always from the past. Through our countdown, Adam 6, a river and spiritual significance, Jordan River. Jordan River, swimming in the height Jesus was baptized by John, Matthew 3 verses 13 to 17. Flowing from the sea Galilee down to the Dead Sea, this river has been a place of religious ceremony for centuries, symbolizing spiritual cleansing and rebirth. While the flow has diminished over time due to various factors, dignity baptismal sites like Hazard on the west bank and Israel continue to attract countless visitors who should renew faith in its storied waters. Its site sees a sacred boundary and a place of spiritual initiation in yours. Entering a top 5, and number 5, Hajj across the sea and prayer, Mount of Olives, Jerusalem. This permanent river is parallel to Jerusalem's Old Sea and holds immense significance. It meant multiple times the place of prayer for Jesus, where he went over Jerusalem, and he ascended to heaven after his resurrection. Luke 19 verses 41-44, Acts 1 verses 9 to 12. Today, the Mount of Olives often the king of the ancient sea, and so darted off with numerous churches, ancient olive groves, and Jewish cemeteries. Its place for history, prophecy, and spiritual Christian converge, providing a profound connection to Jesus' signs and attention. Church of the Totem, and number 4, a tranquil place of prayer, the Garden of Gethsemane, Jerusalem. Situated at the foot of Mount of Olives, Jerusalem, the Garden of Gethsemane is a point state Jesus prayed in English, was arrested the night for his crucifixion, Matthew 26 verses 36. Garden still exists today, place of quiet reflection and solemn youth. Contains so many ancient olive trees, some are believed to be meters, perhaps even 1,000 or more years old. While it's impossible to confirm this to their divine Christ, they offer potential to that moment of deep prayer and trail, making it an incredibly powerful place to Playing the grounds middle now 3, Mountain Revelation, Mount Sinai, Jebel, Egypt. According to the Old Testament, this is the sacred mountain Moses received the Ten Commandments from God, Exodus 19:20. Located right in the middle of Egypt, Mount Sinai, or Jebel Musa, the profound pilgrimage site of Christians, Jews, and Muslim site. Many devout folks climb mountains steep paths, thin breed on north, who wins the sunrise from it, hinting the powerful biblical narrative of divine evolution. At its base lies St. Catherine's Monastery, one of the oldest certain Christian monasteries in the world, adding another layer of historical and spiritual depth to the sacred landscape. Our runner, number 2, Beehive of Biblical History, the city of Jerusalem. Arguably the most important city in the entire Bible, Jerusalem is central to both the Old and New Testaments. It's not just a city. It links of faith and history. It's home to some of the holiest sites in the world, including the rarest and all, a remnant of St. Complex, the Mount, Sacred Multiple Face, Garden and the tradition path Jesus took to his crucifixion, the Via Dolorosa. Walking the ancient streets, sheets land stone, you can feel the echo of prophets, kings, and various steps of Jesus, making it an unparalleled definition of spiritual and historical exploration. Finally, found one, a serene body of water sent to Jesus in the the Sea of Galilee, Tiberias. The freshwater lake, all known as Lake Hinnon, it perhaps the most vivid background to many of Jesus' stories and miracles. we also settled in 4 verses 1822, caught a furious storm, Mark 4 verses 35-41, water, Matthew 14 verses 1-2-30, delivered in his teachings. Today, the surrounding area, including the Sea of Iris, being a popular pilgrimage tourist destination. Visit can make people ride up water to transform events are lead to have place, experience and direct, and joke back into the cusp net is. It's piece of the ancient past is incredibly present. Mission that is commanded in lives is biblical and stands powerful, ending the story that shape humanity for later. They must stop our present and connect with past activities to run across cultures of faith. With the invited lens you also want it. Let us know in the comment below. If you've been moved by this journey through biblical history, be sure to hit the like button, share this video with us, and subscribe to World Arts Scene for more critical explorations of our world's enduring wonders. Until next time, keep exploring the our past. Welcome to World Arts Dreams, where we explore planet's most epic process. Today, we're taking on Battle of Normandy, asking questions as subject as it is fascinating. When it comes to beautiful seas, we country on top. In one morning, we have the United States, a land found by strong landscapes, a rich tapestry of history. Neither we have China, and should be exclusive of the nation dynasties. This is about we country that. It's about exploring two fundamental different cities for beauty. The should be found in the organic blend of the city with natural songs. One breathtaking spectacle of human vision and architectural bearing. Join us as we explore the extreme urban design and human judge. Start with the American contenders. The American ideal, nature and street. American urban beauty is often tied to things, connection to natural landscapes, and preservation of historical character. Unlike many of counterparts, American cities often feel as though they grew organic for the land, not of it. First, let's talk about San Francisco, California. City's beauty is the result of its unique geography. It's a sea of hills, where every street offers new, takings to the bay. The iconic gate bridges and next points, images human unity with the raw beauty of the Pacific Ocean. The beauty of San Francisco is instantaneous, living relation to land and sea. Journey to south to Venezuela. Here, beauty is on a modern range at human scale. So as the town's famous for its two utility banquets, which serve to release its bubbling city. Its streets are candied by ancient oak trees, great in Spanish songs. Since the beauty of Grand Island, its beauty is river planning, slow of history, and a peaceful, serene atmosphere that feels like stepping back time. We have a city that combines old elements, Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston's a visual feast, known for its pastel colonial houses, hospitalities, and a waterfront that's within a century of history. The beauty here is in preservation, streaming character, and ways the sea feels both grand and welcoming at the same time. And finally, in Seattle, Washington, Seattle's view is a from the background. The city's mountain skyline is framed by the snow-capped peak of Mountain near to the east and shimmering Puget Sound to the west. The place where you can be in the heart of the bubbling metropolis, yet feel completely immersed in the Pacific Northwest natural grunge. The American ideal beauty is one pulling in, of humping at the running rather than dominating. The Chinese idea, future and origin. Now, let's cross this film catching the idea. Here, the beauty of the breathtaking ambition, vision based change, and a half contrast between ancient legacies and the future. Our first stop is to see that divines modern beauty, Shanghai. The beauty demonstrates the cycle of latent scale, scaling that seems to affect of it. Shanghai's beauty is its scale, its verticality, its styling, neon ambition. It's a city that looks forward, a symbol of calm power and architectural air that creates a truly unforgettable visual experience. Then there's the sea that offers a different kind of scene, which Beijing's beauty is not in its skyline in its soul. It's the inspiring contrast between the ancient walls of Forbidden Sea and the old modern metropolis that is zoned out. Extended the where the city appeal past and dynamic presence and society that is a powerful reminder of the civilization with history and unstoppable future. Our next city rate of Thailand, Glen. Many people don't think Glen is a city, but it's a perfect example of China's unique relationship with nature. The city is small, human scale has some of the world's most significant natural formations, the towering architects and the Ringling River. This is beauty of the city's merely phenomenal, spectator the immense power of nature. And finally, consider the extreme density and beauty of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's beauty is a masterpiece of verticality. City skyscrapers rise dramatically from the ocean, climbing the sea slopes of mountains behind it. The Victoria Peak, panorama skyscraper, jets, and green hills is one of the most iconic and stunning in the world. Its beauty is always breathtakingly put the eye. Verdict. So, which one leads beautiful cities? The American ideal of beauty is rooted in history and its in-depth relationship with nature. The Chinese ideal is a distinct display of human vision, scale, and dramatic dialogue to the past and future. Ultimately, there's no single the most beautiful cities still at sea to soul. Deep charming, and scale beautiful place like Savannah, but the dizzying, awe-inspiring spectacle of skyline like Shanghai. The true beauty of these two nations is that each offer a completely different, yet fully spectacular vision of what a city can be. Which two cities do you find more beautiful? Let us know in the comments below. If you were amazed with the incredible origins, be sure to hit that like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logic Extremes for more extraordinary discoveries. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to World Lost Streams, where we uncover the most astonishing facts of human history and ingenuity. Today, we're continuing to the very foundations of human knowledge, exploring content whose mathematical brilliance is often bolded, Attica. Long before the Greeks or Romans, different civilizations developed sophisticated mathematical concepts, formulas, and tools that only influenced the world. These curiosities, they formed innovations such as advanced thought, practical occasion, and a deep understanding of puzzles. Join us as we keep on by ancient mathematical formulas and innovation from lived groundwork for modern science and technology. prepared to have understanding of clearly transformed. Making our host identified, now for 3 times the worship of humankind, the Bible, discovering the cave and swinging from Switzerland. The bomb bones that have filled marked with 29 sticks. Back a stunning 35 plus 50,000 years, it stands the old stone mathematic artifact to wall. Many styles based of the form of today's day or calendar, music used by one-track soul cycles or lunar phases. Its existence from highlighted early mathematical ecological thinking, their active life-finding tracking, originated in Africa, demonstrated a fundamental passive abstract thought tens of thousands of years ago. It's a silent wisdom of narrow understanding. Adam 4, practical geometry that built the ancient world's wonders, Egyptian geometry. Ancient Egyptians are not just myth builders, they're math geometers. They developed good practical and advanced methods geometry crucial for managing and surveys after the annual floods and force, constructing monument buildings like the pyramids. They firmly used with math for accurate building foundations, a technique that demonstrated an early, a better understanding of the figure in their equal plus equal to loom board figures. Even more arguably, most mathematical parity how could calculate the volume of tricky pyramid, a complex formula that focuses sophisticated stage reasoning and accurate 3D geometry, innovating foundational architecture and engineering worldwide. Off the saw is a complete mathematical textbook from the ancient world, the Rain Mathematical Pies. This ancient Egyptian document, dating back to around 50 BC, is a key source of information on mathematics of the time. Discovered in Egypt, it's essentially a collection of 84 mathematical problems and solutions, serving as a teaching tool for tribes and enemies. Pies includes examples of algebra, geometry, and arithmetic, showing how Egyptians calculated the area of circles, the value of pyramids, and solved linear equations. This is a half-testament to the formalized mathematical knowledge that existed in ancient Africa, providing valuable insights into their advanced problem-solving techniques and systematic approach to education. And 2. The numerical system, involving calculations, Egyptian fractions. Ancient Egyptians used to make highly innovative system of fractions. Instead of using complex fractions like I6, all fractions were expressed as the sum of different unit fractions. Fractions of the numerated form, such as 1/2 plus 1/3. This system, extensively detailed documents like a mathematical powers, requires systems capable of solving breakdown complex values in slow bars. While seemingly uncompleted just today, this method was a major mathematical innovation in ancient Egypt, influencing later civilizations and demonstrating advanced and neat understanding of theory and numerical manipulation. It highlights a single way of thinking about items that challenge future mathematicians for centuries. And finally, a mathematical artifact that truly wrote the history of numbers, and number 1, the Shango bone. Discovered in Congo, the Shango bone is one of the oldest mathematical artifacts in the world, dating back over 2,000 years. This bone really features a series of victory cocktail marks, which in archaeologists mathematics be represent primitive, a lunar counter, or even method of basic prediction. This incredible discovery proves that African societies had of state understanding mathematics and astronaut far earlier than previously mentioned. From the earliest concept of mathematics and modern planning, Africa's legacy of innovation is undeniable. These all building blocks contributed to death that the most geographical balance that history often far richer and diverse we are sometimes taught. Which of his own making African innovation makes the most? Let us know in the comment below. If you've been inspired by the basic of African content, be sure to hit the like button, share this video, and subscribe to World Logistics Exchange for more incredible insights into human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring something true to our world. Hello, Apple Pro. Which ones work for you? Up to our live streams or to source all things tech. If you ever found yourself in the App Store, sitting in MacBook Air and Mac Pro, or iPad Air and iPad Pro, you probably asked the question, what's the real difference? There's no names to see, almost until it's easy to get confused. But truth is, the difference between Air and Pro is a lot more than just a name. It's a fundamental decision of what you need for your device. Today, we're going to marketing the architecture of clear, well not just guide choosing a rateable product for you, but in the word for this performance, design, and features, to connect smart, out decision. Let's start the laptops. MacBook Air versus MacBook Pro, portability versus performance. When you're looking at laptops, the simple way to think about this is MacBook Air is the ultimate machine for portability, and the MacBook Pro is the ultimate machine for performance. Let's start with the MacBook Air. Who is this laptop for? It's a student who knows, the reader working for a coffee shop. The every user finds fantastic, the lab machine puzzle during the years, and acting input to the tasks. Key feature of the Air is light design, its fan architecture, it's not no ladder left. Cause it has no fan, it's completely silent. You won't hear a single word, no matter what you're doing. It's silent, and a message you carry and use all day, with better that on the line and hot work day on the same charge. It's treatable to look for good, but silence comes with trade-off. With fan, the Air can enhance the long vocals. It tricked to be fast adding a 4K video or wrinkles for hours. Air would warn and slow down to protect itself. It's not designed for that kind of enhanced sustainable. As the name suggests, this is machine professionals. Through video editor and film, the software will compile collect code with the 3D art scaling commands. The pros need to its all power. It comes with a more powerful processor and crucially a built-in cooling fan. That fan allows the laptop to stay cool, so it can run peak performance for outside with the fellow. While slightly weaker here in the air, it's still an incredible portable machine that doesn't compromise on speed. It also offers brighter, more IM display, more ports connecting accessories, and ability to connect with more memory and storage. It's built with the single workhorse outlook, no matter how managed. So when it comes to the laptops, your choice is simple. Your work involves tasks you build to suit quiet, all-day machine, MacBook Air is perfect. If you're a professional who needs software power speed for tasks, the MacBook Pro is the only way to go. Air is Pro, all versions, all in one. Same philosophy of Pro by Apple's tablet, but with slight twist. Here, the choice is between a fantastic all-round tablet and a handbike that genuinely functions as a replacement. Let's talk the iPad Air. The iPad Air is for anyone who wants a portable laptop that balances performance and affordability. It's a good place to students for artists who enjoy digital drum, and for anyone who loves gaming media and such. It uses portable under reach, making a significant upgrade from standard iPad. This means it helps us with these creative work heavy game. It's so slick, cute, and supports the Apple and Nomad keyboard, transferring the Windows productive too. For people, the iPad Air is more than that power for everything they could possibly do on the Now let's talk about the iPad Pro. The iPad Pro is the ultimate tablet for professionals. It's features its best its higher performance. The Pro-Screen approach technology allows for a very smooth and responsive experience. The exclusive web page or apps. It also has more powerful and secure more RAM, making it true for speed for future work. The Pro also has a more advanced camera system with care, which allows for incredibly accurate app mapping and advanced materiality. Some features of those in the large screen, 3 hub feature content. In the world of apps, your choice extent is. If you want phenomenal over device for everyday use, the iPad Air is a brilliant choice to your value. They were not designed for artificially the absolute best technology performance the research laptop. iPad Pro is a class of some. Though to some all, the Air models buffer in every task, while Pro models raw power and professional workloads. Don't prefer power you don't need. Choose on that for your life and your bud. Should be this right to you. Let more console low. It is video. Please click the line subscribe to all this exchange for text. Thanks for watching and stay sharp.
ዘንድሮ የአምደሻ ምስብና ማገር በፕሮቱ እንዲጀመር ከወሰነበት ዋነኛ ምክንያት አንዱ የቢሾፍቱ ከተማ የግሪድ ሀሳብ ሳይሆን ዛፍ መትከል አበምክል ባፋት ለአዲስ አበባ ጭምር ትልቅ ስለሆነችና እዚህ ዓላማ ስኬት ለነበራቸው አስተዋጽኦና ለነበራቸው ድጋፍ ምስጋና ለማቅረብ ጭምር እንኳን ሲያዝ የአረንጓዴ አሻራ መርሃ ግብር በቀጥታ የኢትዮጵያን ሉዓላዊነት ካረጋገጥ የኢትዮጵያን ብልጽግና ካረጋገጥ ህልማችን ጋር የሚታሰር አንጓር ጉዳይ ነው። የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት በግብራት መቻል፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ድበን በማስጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ከዎቻችን በመጠበቅ፣ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ዳራችን በመጠበቅ በብዙ የሚገለጽ ሲሆን የአረንጓዴ አሻራ ሉዓላዊነት ያላቸው ትስስር እንደሚመስል ረዳት እንዲቀን የአንድ ሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ የሚባለው በሁለት ዋና መንገዶች ነው። አንደኛው መንገድ ባዕድ አልሞ አስቦ ታቆ ድንበር ተወው ሲገባብን የኔ የሀገር ሉዓላዊነት ተደፈረ ይባላል። በዘመናት መካከል ኢትዮጵያውያን አባቶቻችን እንደዚህ የመደፈር ነገር የራሳቸውን ጥላቸውን ዳቸውን አንነታቸው መገበር ነጻ ሊያስቀምጠዋል። ሁለተኛው ሉዓላዊነት የሚደፈር መንገድ ጠላቶች መቶ ሳይሆን የኛ ንብረት በኋላ ተዛዛልተን የምንጠቀው እንዳለ ያለ ውድ ሀብት ድንበር ጥሶ ከክልላችን ሲወጣ ሌላ የሉዓላዊነት መደፈር መገለጫ ነው። የመከልከል ሳይሆን ለአግባብ የሚመጡን ምር መከላከልና ውይይት ያስፈልግ ነበር ይስላል። ለዚህ ምንራው ያሉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ በተሟላ ሁኔታ ገንዘብና ያጣቱ አፈር ገንዘብ ሊተመን ከፍተኛ ሀብት ስናጣ ቆይተን ያንን ሀፈር ከመሸሽ ነጻ ከባዝ ከሳዩ ከበል ተከልክሎ ማቆየት ሉዓላዊነትን የምንከልከልበት መግለጫ ነው። መቶም ቢካከል ሳስብስ መካከል ሁለቱም ለኢትዮጵያ ህልውና መቀጠል ወሳኝ ጉዳዮች ስለሆኑ የኢትዮጵያ ሉዓላዊነት ከሚስቡባን ጉዳይ እና እየተሳተፍን እንደሆነ አምነን ገብቶ ደስ ይለንና በደስታ እንክል እንደሚገባ ላሳስብ እፈልጋለሁ። የእኛ አባቶች አዳር ላይ ግልጽ ሰርተዋል። እኔና አንተ ብሬክስ ገል እየሰራ ነው። ሌሎቻችን ሁለት የሉዓላዊነት ግጭት ያሰቡ አዳር ላይ ተዋርተው ከብጭጣት አልተከላከሉም። በግል ያስዘብ ደግሞ ታብረው ችግር ያለው የሚሸረሽ ተራ የሚባል አረግ የሚጠቅ ውሃን ከያለው በሁለቱም በኩሎቻችን ለመውሳት እንችሉ ስለሚያችን በርታ እና ብንፈራ እንኳን ደስ ያችን ቆተት ላይ ማጥራት የዘንድሮ አረንጓዴ አሻራ መቀል ተስፋን መትከል ተስፋን መትከል ነገን ብሩህ ይህ ዛሬ ህጻን ነው። ተስፋን መትከል የተስፋን ሰዎች ወደ ታች ጠልቀው እንዲገቡ የብልግና ድንች ወደ ያጉ የብልግና ቅንጭፎች ወደ እንዲሳቡ የብልግናዎች ከከልነው ዛፍ እንበው የምጠው ሀብት እንደሆን የሚያስችል ነው። ለምን ተስፋን መትከል ተለየም መድራችሁ ያችን እንደሆነ ተስፋ በጣም በርካታ ፕሮግራሞች አሉት። ለምሳሌ የቢሮ ከማ ናት ባተኛው ሀገር ምርጫ ሉክ በፀሐይ በውድ ሰይቱ ሰልፈው መባል የመጡት ግን የሾቱ እንኳ የምክር ላይ መንግስት በተራ ሳልበል ሰሆን ሊተብለስ ይለበሳ ደውን ተስፋ ተከ ተስፋ ናቀው ተሰናገው እንደግፍ አድርቆ የሽልማት ሊመጣ ይችላል። በዚህ ብቻ ይመታደን ፎች አስባችሁ ልትገዘቡ ይገባል። ግን ተሰልታዩን ተስፋ ሰልኩ ነው ያረጥ ይህንን ተስፋ በተለያየ መንገድ ዘውታ ያይዝ ማለት ያስፈልጋል። ተስፋ አንዳንዴ መቀነት ነው። አረንጓዴ መድን ሲሆን አድር ያብሳል። ቅድም ያያችሁት የገታ የንጠንፍር አረንጓዴ በለል ልብስ ያበሳል። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ጸዳል ነው። ምን ደስ ይላል። እዚህ ቦታ የሚቀመጥ ማንም ሰው ይንተራ ይህንን ሀይቅ ይጦ ጉሱ ደስታ የማይሞላ ሀሴት የማይዳርስና መረጋጋት ስሜት ውስጥ የማያርሰው አይኖርም። ተፈጥሮን እዚህ ይበታል። ተፈጥሮን ያከብ ብሉታል። አረንጓዴ ጸዳል መንፈስ ያድሳል። አረንጓዴ ወርቅ ነፋ አረንጓዴ ወርቅ ቢውት ነው። ደግዱ ቢሾብቶ ነው። ምንመቱ ከ600 ሚሊዮን ዘንድሮ 3 ቢሊዮን ገደማ ኤክስፖርት እንደርሳለን። ስንረከብ 6 ሚሊዮን ነበር። ዛሬ 3 ቢሊዮን ደርሰን ይህ አረንጓዴ አሻራ ውጤት ነው። ተስፋ አረንጓዴ ቅዱስ ነው። ትውልድ የሚባበት ብሩህ ነገር ዛሬ የሚታበት የሚሰፍበት ልጆቻችን ይህንን ልምድ ይዘው ያደጉ ነው። በለጸ አረንጓዴ ተጓሮ ማታው የሚበላ የሚሸፍበት ኃይል ስለደረከቡ እንደኛ ደህንነት ችግር እርዳት የሚጠውሩ ሳይሆኑ ቀልጠው ጠግበው ማገዝ የሚችሉ እንደሚሆኑ ምን ጥርጥር የለም። የአረንጓዴ አሻራ እንቅስቃሴያችን ጅመንን ቀይ ተድመን በአንድ ብና መሰረት ከትል ድረስ ኢትዮጵያ ተጅን ታሪኳ የክፉ ታሪክ ጥፋት ለቆም የእርዳታ የመስጠቷ በእናንተ ዘመን ምን ጥርጥር አለኝ። ዛሬ ቢፉ ኤርፖርት ያለበት የስራ ሁኔታ ከአፍሪካ ማይጥላንት ነበር። ብሽቱ ተማሪዎች ይህን ስራ አፍልፎ በግንብ ሆን እየዳችሁ ማየት ነበር። ብዙ ስራ ብዙ ፕሮጀክት በላይ ሀገር ያየን ሆን ይህን ጓደኞች ላይ ባባል እዚህ ባለሙያችን በሹቅ ኤርፖርት ያ ማንም የሚቀስቀስበት ከፍተኛ ሰው ተሰብስባ አይታቅም አይተው እንደምታወቁ ቅርብ ስለ ባላ ዛዛ ማለት ማይልባችሁ መስራት አለባችሁ ማገር አለባችሁ መጠበቅ አለባችሁ አችሁም ብለም ነበር አረባቻ ሸን አንድ ደማ በኤርፖርት አስቱምባቸ ነረችው ለዚህ ሳይሳልት በታይላ በፊት ሳይታግዝ አኖ በተስፋ ለመጣዝ የሚቀጥለው ምርጫ ታላቅ ስጦታ የሹት ሪፖርት የመጀመሪያው ዙር ያደረገው ይህ ትልቅ ነው። ተመራጩ መንግስት የሚቀጥለውን ምርጫ ለማስተናገድ ብሎፉ ኤርፖርት ታላቅ ብረው አሁን ተፋረጫው ነገር በሳሞን ለለሞንለት ያንጓይ አራ ለግብስና ያለማይላ ድንብር ወንማድን አባረጋ አሩታ ዋና ጉዳይ አፈክንን ስደት ባክንን ከደል ከክንል ጎደል ቁጭ ሲሞር ጎደል ሲሞር አሁን ተምጅመት ኢትዮጵያና በአሁን ሚል ግልጽ ማለት ይችላል። ከዛ በተጨማሪ ይሄ በጣም ሁሉ የተለየ ወቃደርያ የፕላንዝያ የሎይዝያ የሮምዝያ ባይናች ባውሉ መጠነኛ ዘር አምተ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከአስር በላይ አዳዲስ ፉት ግኞች እያፈራን የተክን እንገኛለን። በሚቀጥሉት ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ ካዋ አዳዲስ የሮማዝያዎች ማግኛ ደልዩ ከቀደም ማቅጮች ጋር የምንጠው በሳች የምንጠው ሽጠን የምንቀባቸው ለግብስና ነኛ የሚጫወቱ ለመሆን ባይንቆ ማውላት ማዘት መከል በዚያው ደግሞ ሳናብራክ ሁሉ የሚል ጉዳይናል። ከተደንጸ በርካታ ሰዎች ህግ በመፍለጥ በመሸጥ በጎስ በመዋከብ ሳ ያገኙ ይገኛል። ከዚያ ሸገር ቡኖ ዶላሩ አባው ዶላር ሆኗል። ክልል ማፍራት ብቻ ሳይሆን ገንዘብ ሆኗል። አሁን የምናውቀው ጊዜ ሆኗል። ሲደመር ልጆቻችን የጠገብ የበለጠች ሀገር እንዲረቡ ለመስል ሳንት አብረን እንድንመራ አዳላችሁ ፍልግ ከቱደም እዚህ ቀንኛ ስለኛስ የሸሹ ዶላሮች ተመለሱ ነው። አዋፋት እየተመለሱ ሀቆች ብሉ አፋትም ይመድ ነው። እዚህ ሾቱ ብቻ አሁን ያያዩ ያላችሁት አዋፋት በከተና መስ እዚህ ከተማዎች የምታተሩ መሰኛ እነዚህ ቪዲዮ ብዙ ተወሰኑ የወጣሁት አሰማሚ ዝና የአፋት ዝርያዎች እንደምንለው የቀጠና ሁሉ ከበፊቱ ሰዋር ያሉ ይሁን ዝይ ያልባቸው የሚያምሩ መደምን በጋድ የሚያይ ሲበሩ እንዴት መሰብሰብ ቦት እንደሆነ አመቆም ስላኝ እንደሆነ አሮ የሚሰሰብ የሚቆም ኃይል ሳትበግ አያበች ማየት አስገዳጅ ሁኔታ መሆን እነዚህ አዋት ያሳያሉ። የሱልትን ማየት ጣዎች ማተኩራት ለማየት ሰው ደግሞ ገንዘብ አምጥታሳል ሁሉ መስቀር ባድሻ አዋሳ ነው ታር እናሳው ባለፉት 48 ቢሊዮን ዶላሮች ተተካል። እዚህ መና በቀጥታ መስ የምን ደምሮ 5 ቢሊዮን መስጣል ባለፉት ተተለ ባይቶን የአፍሪካ ሜስ ኢትዮጵያ ተልዋል ሆፕ ተታላ ሲጋሽ ኢትዮጵያ የመጀመሪያው በቀጥታ መስ 2027 ረጆች ወይም አካባቢ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ከሳ እስከ ማሽ የሚጠበቁ የዓለም ግዶች ይመጣሉ። ያኔ ሙሽራሽ በሺ የሚቆጠሩ ግዶች ይባላል። ይሰራ ወይታ መጣበኛ ሸን አለያውን ሰተን ሳስየ በስን ቢሊዮን ነፃ ህዝብ በተለበት ማቅረም ታላቅ ነው። ዘንድሮ 8 ቢሊዮን ላይ ተካል በዚያ ዳንስ ህዝብ በዛ ላይ ለግባት እንቆል በሚቀጣው ከምትሮጋ 65 ቢሊዮን ጅግኝ ያክን ኩማሳብ ኮቱ ያዛጅ 65 ቢሊዮን ጅግኝ ተለይ ሀገር የሚለያ ለላል ምን አብረት ዜና እንታካ ተመራቂዎች ምሩጭ አንኛውም ታነሳሰዎች ወጣቶች ሴቶች ጣቶች ታዲዮች ይመክል እሳትን አክለው ነው ችግኝ ልጆቻችን አንዱ ነገር አቆየት መሆኑ አነ ከራጅ ጀምሮ የሚደርጉ እንቅስቃሴ ወደን ፍቅን ጠዋት ማታ ቀሰን ድብድብ ደክል ፍሳው ችግኝ እንትን እንዳጀምር ሸት መስጊድ ቤቶች ችግኝ አንክ እንዳጀምር ችግኝ ስንክል በተስካክ መባም በእንድርስ ማከብ ስለቱ ድመት መላዊ ህዝብ ይቀጥሉት በተወራት ኑ እንደለደው ተሳጅንን እንትከል ኑ ለኢትዮጵያ ወድና ሴት አዳጊ ተስፋን እንትከል መተብር ገርጥ እንደየሽታን አረጋግጠናል። ኑ ትብብላን ተባረ አዶላይ የፈንግል ተባረ አዲስ ሰድ ማሳየት አፍከ ለምን እንታው ይችላል እና እንስካል አሶን ፋርችን ያገዛ ሁሉም እንድታውቁ ኢትዮጵያ ልጅ አድረስ አራና ተብር ለዛልት ኢትዮጵያና ለኖርት ኢትዮጵያ የልን ዳያ ስም ልጅ አጠረግ ተፈራ ተከብራ ዘለም ሰውና ብሳ ትራጅ አሰናል
To all our streams, we celebrate human ingenuity across the globe. Today, we're shining a spotlight on a continent where profound shifts often in Africa. From the dawn of civilization to advanced solutions, feds the cradle around breaking ideas and such fascinating list. Their innovations have laid foundations for global artists, create interests, and continue to shape our world today to never have an end. Join us as we count on 10 multi-billion African innovations and inventions that shape the world. Keep our list up to innovation that literally feeds the world, agricultural medication. Long before cultured worlds, African civilizations revolutionized how humanity did stuff. The free mind is the birthplace of many of the world's most potent state laws. Sorghum, homeland, African race, the ants all first nested here thousands of years ago. The song show agricultural innovation originating across various regions of Africa provided stable sources for civilizations, not just the content, but both trade and migration. The economic society of the domesticated horse, which underpin all bin industry worldwide, is venerable. Its fundamental venture at all collect the size of the fish. Item 9. Bring technology and fish from modern time, mushrooms. From sulfur, question of innovation of days society issues, world differentiation. Mushrooms are revolutionary for conservation technology. The emotion of this is designed by animals. Instead, when an animal is it, it's an immediate simple rancher, allowing for a swift, ethical engine. The image is modern, of tissue to pushing into endangered species. Here then until our American biodiversity, and global against the wildlife trade, shifting after role in full exclusions. Our 8 spots of continental revolution again in the heart of East Africa, and Gaza. Unfortunately in 2007, this is arguably one of Africa's most lethal invasions. Small mushrooms for the last years and receive, pay for the text message, without need for traditional account. It was a revolutionary solution for all Asian fitted access to additional banking industry. So it became lawful from by 1% financial inclusion and national banking evolution that has been adopted and adopted in dozens of countries worldwide, made multi all industry transforming companies. And 7. Initial system of communication at Earth to stay, the secret. Originating in North Africa, the disease in England and guides to use for centuries is now Ethiopia and Eritrea. What makes it remarkable and vicious illusion? Like many running systems, it dealt only phonology and able to absorb there. It kept up the constant domination. Cases have been cases for severe testing today religious acts in daily life, hiding errors, invaluable evidence, and from cultural value of African radio systems, unnecessary knowledge dimension. Halfway through our countdown, number 6, and Kakon of this outward, great about architecture. From period to the 11th centuries, the people being must up incredible complex stone structures without using any mortar. Great solid rooms, a series of massive stone boulders and walls that as high as 36 feet, are a testament to advanced indigenous engineering. The psychic model, since scale ability source, proves that sub-Saharan Africa has its own sophisticated architectural traditions and engineering styles that were totally intended for designs. It ends a multi-billion cultural dot, a symbol of ancient African unity. Entering our top 5, Adam 5, promising the human body healing, ancient surgery. All before modern hospitals, African doctors performed collector courage thousands of years ago. Q-Lock of the strange Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria has a remarkable level of medical knowledge. Ancient Egypt prepared to proceed stream distant joints, weapons, even conscious. Archaeological discoveries have shown evidence of sophisticated doctrine, along with surgery, with a basically high success rate. This evidence to a level of medical understanding that is far ahead of time, from foundational knowledge out of which can create modern medical industry globally. It's a foundation on which, potentially every scientific, intelligent, multi-billion instrument of humanity, making arguably efforts must fund in order to global progress. The science of beauty, and therefore, a very true learned revel in the world, is by communicators. For centuries, this different between the intellectual, spiritual, capital, the Islamic world, often called that in Africa. It was home to the cyber and thriving intellectual community. The tip manuscripts, attacking the hundreds of thousands of medically preserved texts, cover wide range subjects, astronomy, mathematics, medicine, law, history, theology. This all the dark legend and other proofs existence of major and government and cultural value privation, dissemination, and other job before European rests, profoundly influencing global scholarship. In the med item 3, ancient surgery at Stonehenge, not to place on scope. A kid beaten his heads of singed, the not place on skull's ancient astronomical light at place on by 1,000 years. The survey and megalithic stones, dated with the 7th years, show a clear and precise line with solstice and no star. It's undeniable evidence that early people had deep sophisticated understanding of solution limits, using their knowledge to create a calendar of armed and shrinking teams. This innovation is only can regulate foundational knowledge to the industries, for agriculture and navigation. At number 2, natural materials at Power Terra, ancient metallurgy and iron smelting. All new hard world is still this own age, areas that just natural metallurgy. The Ape people about 8 and 8 forces, the highly form of iron smelting over 2,000 years ago. The source of furnaces temperatures over 1,800 degrees Celsius. Although technology was not widely achieved in Europe until the late 19th century, this is naturally fine across regions like Tanzania, Nigeria, sand, for revolutionary advancements in agriculture, tools, and even early industrialization contribute foundational knowledge industries for the instead. And finally, the innovation that opened the word thought, reading virtually all of this, and number 1, the Shango with S. Discovered in Congo, the Shango bones under the oldest mathematical artifacts of the world, dating back over 20,000 years. This Bill refused to see a vividly architect, which any college mathematics should be up than primary a lunar counter, even with the best multiplication. The incredible discovery was African societies that have studied understanding mathematics and astronomy far earlier than previously imagined. From the earliest concept of mathematics to modern banking, Africa's innovation is undeniable. These ultimate contributions from as you would know some geographical bounds and accuracy often for richer and dearer than science taught. If the founding African innovation makes you most, let us know in the below. If you've been inspired by the billings of the African continent, sure to hit the like button, share this video, and drop world exchange for more incredible insights and human achievement. Until next time, keep exploring something true to our world.
Yes, I got the just put it here. I put excuse me. Sit down there, please.
The P.S. Board has institution to bring the Runborn News Court Free Association. Tiffany's house share our about the impact.
Holds on the little wing here, and so it will see something of and post skills.
He expects 200 million and the utilities are by presumption close up and shall astral move the Saturn. George Ogu as the manning rid of the station. The Rasmus bus here. He did losses and Saturn hung up the $2 million a week.
And a piece of columns out by the place. The kick bottom market of Spicer. So should be open to you. The records we must go the even plus.
But it was different but over the gross draft dangerous and good for sergeants.
Yeah, look at that.
There are cooks right out there, Pat is being out there to me. There's a study hours are coming ashore here. She wants to start here now from the crew that a one through and bring there is console.
Water is free there. Access line also provides the tools that will check through. Walk across Crassar at a UU can be there. They are doing to put on Lovely and Mary. They've attacked to now. Find out around can
liquid hydrogen. Those who plants are minus 1 free hydrogen and 2 for liquid oxygen.
Yeah, we knew they're not much as you got from now. Thank you.
Stand acceleration agents 5 hydrogen.
I owe $100 off the state after US Donald Trump to keep it run. From then on, the prime time US hit extremely hard with the meat. He argued military aim would open met the conflict near its end, but didn't determine the next, which defenders unsure of the Scottish duration of the campaign. Always flying more than ever sent the state breakthrough near 1 canal per barrel every morning in Europe. It was driven by investors and didn't spell out when or how the trade of moves would reopen. Streets of critical shipping routes which was recently shut and oil slides should have already hit hard. Aid stops now after the beat with my original boss, the Red. Jim's killer by 2.4 while Sackers possibly stayed even more sunset. Europe was rid of the more than 1 since the US, which is by a similar amount. A potential incident along US road would run out of some dollar hard decisions that after a rule might where oil prices hurt its asset. But investors about to sell almost everything except where Donald Trump went to Risk moved that the grow have long weekend with many global markets shut on Friday. Investors are to cut exposed quickly. They worry that any rolling direction to Shinker's dreadful moves would lead to a sharp blow to growth. Investors don't need this or get and it would trade when the conflict is over.
Black people's Moscow Land Palace at a new and visible recruit campaign students cross join joiners in Ukraine. Opposition forces to drive for the NCS with peaceful on last year around La Fines to sing of the sea, Nicholson engineering or aeronautics at the days also outside Bush to planet and bank to not pathogen woman strive for cumulative season non cheater. Dimitri Medvedev PM assured already on Friday when more than people had died last year and over 8,000 so far this year. Drones and high value heads crew students in Moscow and people must give human resources into a office. For both sides it is a increasingly and what a long crime more version. Many genuines on the single significant functions to serve and lists and videos of agreement for phase predation and readiness along with mere reports university and recruitment to meet purchase will able and people for that.
As in Montgomery, Pussycat Pipeline Airworks operated held by the Transportation Security Administration in Pitt costs, while I proposed $4,050 million and prepares my small program to get pays private cleaners. Comes from the content money batting for the 27th fiscal year, while proposing a massive $100 billion increase in a tube jet. As the S&T is working strong, the request to require the approval of Congress. Yet, as of 50,000 hence clean nearly all U.S. airports. Documents we found are currently using protecting program have demonstrated saving compared to that of screening operations. Major U.S. airports have fastest routes after TSC offices were paid in February. It about to be in Congress. More than 500 TSC officers in recent weeks. Transportation could help move TSC correctional landing sites. Because the airport agency from air travel, the safety nurse, air safety. Problems should also include many higher air traffic controllers.
Black people's in Moscow Land Palace at a new and visible recruit campaign student cross to change joiners in Ukraine. It comes from forces to drive for the NCS pace to run suits around war. Like engines testing off the particular sea, Nicholson like nearing more aeronautics. It is also outside Bush to planet at range but not at a chin woman drive from the cumulative season on the cheetah. Dimitri Medvedev became an assured for all day on Friday when water output died last year and 8,000 so far this year. Drones and high value heads crew students in Moscow and people more human resources in water office. For both sides it is hung increasingly what is on the crime war version. Mid-range of settlement to significant functions to serve them some pictures of examine for fees for condition and readiness along with airports to tell recruitment to meet purchase will able and pink him for that.
Country songs to start energy to report rules. Yes, President Donald Trump and desolated. Right or price higher. Depends on global markets. Still hold on that what to deal with this late and share we claim to view the west naval and struck bridge linking from to north to south garage. This time the virtual don't find the highway bridge. In the side on this bridge with under it. King people and winter this. Iran for mission and tap. Say this runs the infrastructure. Not for one servant.
We're going to make really hard in the next 2 weeks.
Is each of the war trumpet threat exhaustively happen. And the US forces would tend to force of complete. Dream about Malaysian talk. Will from week to use it run. Conflict is Italy across the region. Iran culture state of war as the 5th world war and fought the tragedy. Then foreigner that were talk around for Chris resort from that.
We see Iran attack and its route to hold global economy hostage.
But let's say, William Henry. Ronnie wants to strike a close long term. The United States Israel. The Zanos by story. Used through more than Thursday. Open 38%. Chris Wright and lots of ships. What else I could pop behind the fifth battle if ship is not so soon. I think is now 30 damages. Zero capital level to that revolution to tackle shipping. Give you with the high made clear to opposite authorized these supports.
This show from some scared at or run or leak by rain city off day. Use a ship that's rescue first. So far was one of the members who did from FP near that. It is the first incident found in a 5-wheeled war, and our US command did not respond to quest pond. There are the pilots seeing a lot on the run in Iran with the space for the United States. And we see the reward to systems capture and error and pilots a lot to evening parties that was heard not elaborate our reward. Roswell Lunar Course said it was going area near plane down south of Iran. These influenced by doesn't down to bomb Korea that took what stayed, clean with across and structure these allied plans as restaurant to end the war US terms.
Will feed us to letting them down to speak out on Friday. To cut up the attention in Irish kit. You suppose modern with the same to put Christmas mother feed. Tell them just think negotiations being watched at her. Royce was a who combines from that to rubber. Not involved in protests. And think for success for bias. It's the children life and even city. All two entrepreneurs to read what you say years or as humanitarian gesture. The opportunity years. The resport of majority plus criminal disindemic international hues art. It uncle talk with new countries. Donate Bruce's finance these some securities all hundred criminal with Syrian and most of criminal recess. Bruce read the night to hold with criminal. Or is the gibbering government just a few times. Clean police or is a rest robber fadlum. The United States on Sunday had vested them got caught any loss of their rush on 15 fought it. Then on the maker high profile such by Iran and US. Then not mixed onto a submit. Result war crisis presidential drama with war and run it did be coffee to thousands of an crisis and threatens to make welcoming. That's after a run out leash to battle street orders. Israel that pressure state for on to the straight for sats on the disease. The town usually carries out a fifth global oil and gas. The US president invaded life to on lead to end war around 10 a.m. on Monday. A war escalated from for beliefs hints to make progress with rest bomb these republic. The press Israeli defense Israel preparing to attack energy city within the next week and waiting approval from the United States. Rahman drums and on Israel while targeting funding by the US avoid joining warfare for sailor on this people back down seeing Britain and Tehran Peter May and hostile low use public for war. As order Holden Dragon and Naples all is charge for troop administration, which at the ruling president security risk. In the emergency file fed with US court bills of this to combat the administration argued positively that event and what open exposed or of the House brave national security arms. US District not earlier this week ordered to stop a lost challenging project move forward. The law week bother for $100 ballroom put festive real demolition Spain. Arguing prejudice require congressional approval. Leon Howard lead for Senate for 14 days while the administration will be. And if following the administration has court constitutional authority to hear the case, as quote rests on some pedestrians such as artificial feelings. The initial lawsuit by national draws for corruption and non-profit claims exceeded his authority by raising historic Spain. The administration's thing are legally baseless, arguing that it is a complete free to remove the White House.
There is absent the process of devastating power from the electric Taiwan. The cooks by Harry Sarton as Hungarian Dawn.
Was 2 minutes.
The President Lesevucci said there would be large patch of Joseph. He added that investigation is still ongoing and the being officer no to get either by line being brought there. Faith proposed and Prime Minister Torben said he had told Special Defense House meeting on Sunday. It is in a week or people actions April 12th in Hungary. National Torben fights to get the 60-year power. His party trailed position is in holes or had February so obscurity or any in the country. He had to seek an election, saying that with choice between war or peace. But it has ordinance between Ukraine over the old ties via by buying. Orb's feet party so associated with the matter of Russia in Ukraine, saying that vote is he teams vote for Texas war.
On Trump at a deadline for Iran in the reforms or East Texas energy and apparatus, saying Iran until Tuesday evening. He the Wall Street Journal in a Sunday interview from Blair Bush on social media. Fuller detail quote Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Representative for the White House immediately commentables. Fuller and Trump announced that U.S. forces rescued him in a risk inside Iran. The armor wounded and will quote just fine. President also posted a massive speculative running Iran to push straight quote you foresee a story bleeding hell at watch. However, in the kind of mixed messaging Trump is used since war began to focus on that one was noted with a possible by Monday, adding to pressure Washington's ally and Israel prepare to attack Iranian energy facilities next week. Waiting U.S. approval according to senior Israeli official. Video posted on Saturday showed the luck aftermath of an Israeli strike and rain and vegetable plant. The Reuters not independently identified what filmed. Meanwhile, Iran could stolen cross-border attack and straight infrastructure in Gulf. Israel's northern state of Haifa search and rescue team were home to after an rain in the middle of a residential building. Israeli heretics mainly were being created for short blast injuries. Tehran and big hostilities in its parliamentary seat or condemned trust that Sunday, saying it was being misled by Israeli President Netanyahu.
Landed on the Q2 and Leonardo in Iran. I'm as of Campbell and Pinter he must move.
Pursue is it me 3 days or 30 minutes to a flight and we don't cross the 2/3 mark on Washington.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the down for the on our whole lesson with Arms, Gatsby, and they prolong.
Two forces war in Chinese with the victory was being given. And this video becomes tries to swing is push attacks.
Some of the extent price by metal vehicle should price will the same. The exchange is only all out.
It doesn't check this team is she is visa bit makes of but the body small of time. China has a new wash the opposite iron close to the almost shimmered. A new right hilly on port 2 the for modern boss but sport EV small design breath all combined and it has a and strictly is trim 11 god but the country lines oil.
Also, the full tech skills and likely we see is that probably easily to kill more half of the so that means all consumption in China, transport likely going to be you don't need the government.
This China want to hold more resistance in face of photos, besides from itself, including equipment and resistance and seeds of edge.
Here's why point out from all marker on the option open in the United States. The course South Korea makes Monday, free by the country's intelligence agency. So social balance or IS. So yeah, then what's to buy wrong. Since big and fear and they don't find everyone's premier I told I made the sale choice. North Korea also not great amazing at healing the Brooks leader. China brought up repeatedly on conflict. Don't ask to testament for and avoid the criticism of President Donald Trump. And as if that restricts a during that space, I have something to the city and property. Name time out influences wars at pressure in the economy. For the act to run for sport. Arlen was member of the Intelligence Committee.
Or the episode is fixing digital or Middle East. They repeat setbacks in king industry supplies, facing process and foreign exchange. A big contest here main moves for oil for
Intelligence saying Jones comments about get along the US point calculated, which must be on Washington, one bill is from the call sound.
Exposure straight with creative wins and listed profitable. What a lectures on Montario, a bit of certain prizes and turn of exploit. Iraq, Kuwait, and Tallinn million as a ship for church. Voyage amount to Doffy and Ifrata, Iraq, Coast Point, Saudi Arabia, and Mon, Bahasifa, Pipli, and Ports, Iraq, and Hajka, or as cannot, but about 60 cent March. As a 4 edited second month, for our Arabia higher prizes in these 40s and taxes from day to Arambo. It's a well-known relevance of wealth and code and to mask outreach killing. Preventive and other countries of oil, please not need to report consequent. Kid based by is 756 east Passaic. It nets oil for the ready port of Yabu. But efforts will need to it's honorable for the size of Iran MCTs. Right, great, we're hit twice. With stage monthly revenue down by 3 quarters a year. Catholic final gas is also trapped. Commercial gas fire. Fires used by public for fleet and war premiers. I'm costs on crude. For the tower, it had it here. Small companies that put it in West Relief increase investment if fuels to protect gas plus shocks. But as a renewal need for subscription.
President Donald Trump reflected on protest Monday. Or Tehran it must make deal because the fees wire on rate on hot and bridges. Earlier he voted north to an Adela for Hungary with Israel. He's a run proposal and conflict that fell short West Banks. Ron Monday to lesson into war with Israel against Russian administrators. At the White House briefing, Secretary he said Monday would be the largest war U.S. strikes the war so far. That Tuesday would be merciful.
President Russian did will just strikes the tomorrow, even today, and on his voice, choose because it does not.
Said Trump being more crimes U.S. attacks in Portland. The dismissed Monday than real crime be one tank Croats. Trump also yelled weekend messenger to Robert Dunberg airmen in Taiwan.
Being rather abusive to his own and contact American forces to address his location.
CIA record on Iraq said his India used misdirection in the area and the airman was somewhere else.
CIA executed weapon and two Iranians who were deadly hunting for Aaron. Yesterday morning, we received primary objective fame for any nomination one American was alive until not impressed. Still is the enemy, but decided.
Trump also said the reporter who first leaked that the airman had evacuated their source and couldn't let chill if it refused.
Did higher on day, that Irene Steve Ain't with a more than 5% gain.
Target kept together in one night.
Donald Trump threatened to echo war if Iran faces reopened straight news, but Mr. Juice returned the report indicated yes, Iran into Russian meter to disarm a potential ceasefire deal. That stuck Ed higher, these P500 and act for the discussion, their launch tricks in January. Yeah, Chelsea, the economy and archive clear it in essence, said while volatile will continue, those who should start to momentum.
Are you single mind to you back 90 if there's an 20 months that began 75 has been 100% the next month deposit on 6 over the next 6 months. The FDI now was percent of the fund. That is probably an opportunity for others in the resilience of the economy.
Stuck some day good to the limit piece, we jumped to 32%, turn urban buy scientists to higher received to make over $2.9 billion in cash. Rising Coinbase boosted crypto arms with useful shares of Coinbase gain 9%, strategy mix 0.5%, and shares of venture technology gained 5.5%, and Berg Sam added to pick
You can macro on the movement is included in beautiful huge difference from the 27 years now. The backfield fashion rules some cleaning beta and often tech often so kill even size with Ukrainian students can solve due to custom US Israel war with Ukraine neo challenges for heavy on the CD system who's often themselves but see a short line sister to go and the pictures in revised for F now spread out up as I'm cool she just testament.
If we can increase this lesson in both to get our defense solution.
Half men expert reach of Tibet knowledge said Queen's High for their distance is better. See some from Gavin if it's aspect of the trip. Always from market to fish and doing basic of long shows using the majority to exceed supply on cruise now only as the mirror has been used here Russian city and on factories like clear as mail past 1100 miles in my Tim says also days about 2 stop police what it will be more the first street in Potter West Thomas. Ukraine the dollars received civil of easily much and since we're in tax and liberty on the result sections there for the tax. I point also $100 long there about $57,750 piece price is a way to put an export to several states success to separately put into investment to use this police.
Moment for NASA Armament to Mission begin for the 5-minute history. NASA astronauts Snowcock, Walkman, Victor Lur, Kane Schotterman Hansen, other crewly at Apollo 13 crew. They were shadowed for side moon. It come back on the 2 the first group flight on the program. Crew this one picture to watch the white roll. MTLC's mission seeks to astronauts moves for 20 before China. Also, with actual use since there for the decade. Building a for service of pre-ground potential tremendous to Mars. Earlier, Korea astronauts related and moon gravity sphere fitness.
Hello,
They also discussed Anna who were the ball and teams, them through the month or not 25. First hour by astronaut use cameras to take the wrong window of the moon. It's rare and I take double match made some alternative it will still alert this. Free spice now play to create in the tea of the position his stress. That things look so our close or punch meeting. People have parts of those through either reason of this week can solve by Frank. They got it reason and highlighters was much to the spell are over now and start to beyond 13 to new eye. Then we have to fit to make a system is as clipping out by easy. But it's also good of fire right action range. Number that actually can take on its own height repairs. You be prepared to seize off the finger any hand. Today's smooth is version early analysis budgety. As was looked to be further. The not yet was caution targeting its sensitive seven signals.
So it's never been over about it. The rest to say, all like ourselves trouble in the step. Australia Football Commissioner TR for the rest.
I thought I didn't want to stay rested and we had if I had to walk on the after the vacation wait for the the ape.
Police had more signaled for AM murders sneaker and we are adding that record later today.
Well, village, there's an video for his off with and shows it to 9 2012. There's a constant crime to come out from a code.
That added and under very low.
It we alleged them would hate armed and were under control by the members when killed. It we alleged them to shot the accused, shot the small embassy ADF in the print off and on orders of the accused.
Road Smith will national hero in order for proper action during schools of yes. Yes, and still on Bangwood. Aviation murder between a South extended police trail, which lost. Churches will year-long messages into lesser crimes, social force and Afghanistan. The trust the Tarzan flag brought in later.
Let's contemplate the tragedy of a very small section of trusted and ADF to help keep us safe.
They will be on national state that single truck 30 load ship better both individuals, including those who will be to him.
We have thousands ongoing investigations who's gone country now. And it's true. This that involve men, women, and entities that the president has is with, and they'll leave to investigate. As his right, and it is his duty to them. Meaning, lead this country.
Blends conferences, public and being to active general. He's prescribed to the prosecution of conspiracy enemies. Press conference last so the judge to the had properly harding cross opponents.
He said, "No, after little enemies." Oh, the president said, "Man, he wants justice."
For General Bundy, or did not find the case and come face trial as met. Blends after seeing them into the post.
It should say, "I'm sorry, I did that." It should say, "I'm asking good things." I thank you much. I don't have any more aspirations on that.
Just target Thomas been slew investigation into cemeteries, but DOJ has heard articles from judges and influence stations. Nigeria's Angola refinery that increased efforts to Nigeria, African countries that supply and cost I do one more. Africa's large refineries operating at maximum capacity of 650,000 barrels a day. Or low about the average just to affiliate around 17 barrels to other African nations to shoot the price.
The best new one is Urea, which is the level we have. I think in last group they belong to most of the African countries who will do. And then now is goes all Australian board, which are now made to programs.
Exterior liar of Britain, a virus the reverse program. Much comes Middle East. Of say if any can boost up 3 million tons of reality, was what typical for the United States and Canada. The side refinery makes map. Industry fears full price oil price in Nigeria have bright highs. United and Daddy sexy general mean woman on a zip city. Appling US in the age and disinflation.
These are all here to who's the video public to engage with critics and system. So we back the institutional partners that considered by with the latest.
The refinery all pure more cars, personal currency, the current cost.
Eggs in the mix with tempting mulch 10% and the S&P 500 and Nasdaq moving marginally higher. That third burl is the last hour of trading. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq adding into positive headwardness for the glowing now. The reversal came after Prime Minister X, the planning X for a deal settlement of the war in the Middle East progressing steadily. He urged President Option extended to deadly for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks and requested that Iran open for the same time frame as a measure of goodwill. But as to keep the imagine equate in the geo management company said the near-term offer still works in waters.
Unfortunately, it's something that leads the fear of the invasion has already spread. And we're to see away from all that. There's still lingering concern marks like have that practice will likely to be an capacity or in a more competitive profile situations for that strange. So in this year,
Top moves, unit help on Africa after US government next Monday will seems pretty sure offer Medicare advantage to old adults increase from inflation promoter. Peter Marrow's out cent and the self mean 1.5%. Here valid by more than 2% after a report that ties on with global funding powering any respect. And corrupt off long for that after talking along to health to develop AIS and other components.
Russia Tuesday they will sit down the lush the very countries ordinate spread merge in the great moves Hong Kong is Iran. That have President Trump agree to 2 ceasefire hours for life from 2 street or face everything it has. There is couldn't the report ruin. Long some spec the answer there, but being about it and one deep say. You have to do and all have videos. Keep Iran fully public office, calling on sponsorships, June choose the human marriage.
There's to Martin Low and shows to fit a or sure or united will be.
While in Australia, Castle Bush desolation dipples, China use the use of had the need craft for child arming wars. Jins to up the office should they surface. And then the craft and indicus the had predel draft. Iran mock the consumes advice if it is your household being used, let us read.
We fit compete with these has the streets stable use queen uses theories for sure and water just the access net topping up move on bars normal and on happy or chat to plus has not to gain much lyrics the rates of the law of the house music of on it movie a collection break for said open 3 4 entry they put it to kiss which which she to get more big task to his episode dedicated to her days she was it
I'm a child and the best child wide for Asian SIs.
Posted here instead fit cooking to inquisition of a friendship at the two and doubled in this of the spread I help confident to alpha manage all can 23 that whole bomb or near how I content college the Turkish people says in the heavy on military in the way from day set.
We lost here on Wednesday, but on the service over 20 people. Them in the as the value was so stacked. It promised and said good for the past run.
We have goals to reach, and what if our reach or renew the fighting? Prepare to fighting at moment necessary. Our fingers on the trigger.
Attention at 2 from the last round of U.S. President Trump moved on Tuesday to begin this Saturday, where Ross is really all divided this year and fight in Lebanon. 7 those negotiations were unusable. Israel won to say he's been recovered. But by President Van who the U.S. against the Tehran admits the terms.
I really saw it. The ceasefire Lebanon just did. We heard that from we did this case.
But COVID show alone gets it. Oil prices falling. The straight forward shut down without hurt, and she said with clarity from their oaths. Both the United States run the 5 weeks war. The dispute between law, relax over media hope. Launch has rushed on Monday, but on the serves over 150 people killed. Still in the as it said, much gave that Europe still is that good. Rail promised and met said good for mass on run.
We have goals to complete, and what if our reach or renew the fighting? Prepare to fighting at moment necessary. Our fingers on the trigger.
The action came at 2 weeks from the last round of U.S. President Donald Trump moved today, 6 to begin Saturday, where Ross is really all divided this year and fight in Lebanon. 7 those negotiations were unusable. Israel won to say he's been recovered. But by President Van who the U.S. against the Tehran admits the terms.
I really saw it. The ceasefire Lebanon just did. We heard that from we did this case.
But overall show a little more threat. Oil prices falling. The rate for the shut down the permit, and she said with clarity from their oaths. Both the United States run the 5 weeks of war. The dispute between law, relax over media hope. A cheap number by ISO 10 phone printers could integrate ring text and stop the Israel war to unlock terms of full shackles. Users in lost largely Linux systems, rather than FS files, have rejected photo Jesus, don't decide don't available service.
For several minutes, I have flying Watson on Iraq to Israel. For severe and about 99 for mile right. So those hit flying around 1 or 2 miles, and the people depend on these to send us how street on pieces that up, especially in southern of the Middle East.
Further, they won't about farm to reach, by crap, is alpha reform you hold, making the switch, which has no thousands.
Shooting is done with some, just fine. But you can they cost over $1,000 with this would cost $100,000. I do not have this people anymore, and people can't realize that it's too high long with the Middle East now, and that area in Russia, and you lose as the illustrated rather strong in technology.
I remember from the last month, partnership with New York zeros. There was give that at it, except over 2 miles. Russia witness said they had some hand method test over into that in cleaner technology. Mark Salosh with over 0 over Colgan's on recess.
It's my things that are uses, meaning how to plot it. Just so is an performance on visitors. Meta of or what it said is a telling for Dan, Oz Holland and Eat.
Brace we are before them, we get carbon for 150 camera each day, didn't write back 3 camera like this, so then drop to Austin.
Background for the elephant under the quality of now you factors ultra day where the 40 animal users into for to custody. Chiller said by the Congress have agreed to the pages which costs on the part prioritizing 6 and 4 the struggles in the hotels restaurants and corporates across the household hit. So due to President Chiang Mai Association who also said words to
I think the effects would have for me. You were in the sense speaking in another. Or the business at local to see and press don't know how to settle. We got it on us.
For now, Adrian and Park, that's where we have seen facing.
Hi, I'm a rap computer band. 6 weeks ago, the 50,000 American dollar uniform launched Operation Fury in the organization of brown cousins. We set out its mental running ability to get power beyond super nuclearly counter attack. Or sort of a generational defeat. The United States is a systematic destroy around the bridge the military operation for years to come. The Ross military capability built for 4 years that cost billions of dollars is needed. The President first this week, our core strategic military objectives have achieved after deploying middle and capabilities and their pedestrians. After successfully got more than 13,000 strikes running on targets and flying thousands upon thousands of combat flights, best force positive preparation and course with ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present, we remain vigilant, and we remain ready to fall. We also choose to control the region in being the most sophisticated and largest air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent letters for communications, and our short fighters exceeded each and every one of them. With all our soldiers, sailors, marines, airmen, and code and operating order, you represent the strongest lethal military the world ever known. And those 4 days, destroy military that were built for 4 years. Your courage, grit, and unity serve America extremely well. And I want to remember honoring our Elon War, who made after Operation Fury. We continue to hold memories of our families, friends, and teammates in our career. Their self-serving dedication will always be remembered, and future generations follow their example and carry warrior legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder or more serve them, and the people share the rock. So our warriors stay sharp, resolve, and continue to carry one another. So much job.
Security for the long that just running negotiators the high level talk and have a gigantic war. A negotiation place. President Trump is the will bring the force. And we awarded as war way and for being lines. Around he did not be budget brought to The point of one of these flights that is definitely but trust about the open. Somebody has been moved to Saturday. That war would bring a serious agreement talks. Trump the J. Vance, special voice Wickoff, and then objection food and on bottom Saturday, while Ronnie and election I back. One for the meter I partly Hane, others over the past weeks. And to think in official media all nations, use the inside the remain bar part. Ron's man to control the holes, pin and reverence, side speeding in Lebanon, or in the AE and shows.
We get left to go.
Some state was very early in, but a number wants past low to the shade, and quick of Ron's clear agreement frame. In the U.S., showing 320 pass on the long war, has all bomb Tehran, has bullet in Lebanon, playing it 2,000 people. This joint us in Lebanon, not the Iran, but ceasefire.
The family, right in USA, and they remember the kid in Israel states of the boss writing was more in that. Policy, not yet dear old, and Rashikura, what as well as one of the list tax the movement came from the fighting news era with Lebanon had better William, till Squire and say, then you leave by the ready.
He said was fair. Like all people, we went to village, we were agree to reappear from out and walk home. We had prayer and went home. We were king of blast, we were king of, and suddenly without storms and they told us. They have 4 hours at home.
The rolling teams or sir, it our own bottle. Shoved a battery and burn from that and Salanon. Pension the Orions, battle film fire, set me born was on hospitals days, years, meet the bishop's trip. Since later when on a second, 3 hours, full on 2,000 people, in 105 children, nearly 2 few men. Dead free fast, and the big question is the station.
What humanity is holding up? This humanity, this humanity, this offering, where the humans, the child, it would be, the whole, people, our nations, we're like them.
So keep on steering to our FIFA or Peter before the reforms and attack. Saturday choose again for in Russian Ukraine. Run Fenry 6,000 US violations only in Saturday. Still child mothers in Bonak and the Broadrins after all these 2 people killed by Shane. While coordinating aliens and one fan the hundred wrong Irish troops. Embassy studied 2 bombs on Sunday by drone attack in Hockey region. Boilers independently referable to the active. Artillery to say a queen subject runs still up in there is lost fire. We want to evacuate all we say. The Russians sling a dispute. The rain that makes through humanitarian from President Abigu during the order delay. Our troops resume as indictments. 2035 on the plane is set estimate day. Ukraine's influence peace supposed to tell them so. Okay, this. Also keep on steering to our FIFA or Peter before the reforms and attack. Now Saturday again for in Russian Ukraine. Run Fenry 6,000 US violations only in Saturday. Still child mothers in Bonak and the Broadrins after all these 2 people killed by Shane. While you can coordinate alien attacks and one fan the hundred wrong Irish troops. Embassy studied 2 bombs on Sunday by drone attack in Hockey region. Boilers independently referable to the activity. Military to say a queen subject runs was still up in the air is lost fire. We want to evacuate our we say the Russians slay dispute steps. The rain that made truth a humanitarian from President Abigu during all the delay. Our Russian troops resume as indictments. Food and out and very fire on the plane is set estimate Sunday. Ukraine's influence peace supposed to tell us so. Okay, the truth.
A lot has been
worked at Airsoil Positive and Friday Diocesans shuttled by former congressional staffer.
You're absolutely false. It didn't happen.
Captain McGuire lead the gun of state validated delegations, while during his life unethical state statement his ass. The San Francisco Chronicle reported on Friday that Obama Greece worked in Wallace office just about 2 non-consensual sexual encounters. One, she was in hand 19, and 24, she left staff. Burbage said that the item of code saying 2 in pocket on all agents since the former staff later said that all have raped her during their capture, while West Rock United. Several Democrat politicians urged while campaign founder and perhaps Larry Jeffries called her investigation.
Tom would be when we hit the trade was after our whole Iran today, no do and war, media trusted also a port seeking to vessel in that water that's paid for Iran. Coffee as President and out the fields up to past couple people help.
A number of substances will read that the news. Bad news would not read the
Slightly of the fell stations. Answer one will not set a times and good you get
the budget will see a middle bill for rain. Now the old region now to cheer the longer have say that will.
The is not a longer South Sea week. There was a start to anything over the can possible in 1990s version. Was from his Sussex Mobile the fire region and Smith Ray are hot on foot eat. Where people run media diplomacy work here. His at start so central and reach and reach just fashion. For instance, are the side to hold the choose. Essential continue to system game is strong and raising back balance and board to source again with critical. Talks out at every spring the oil on with some vessels the same hush show heavy fast oil has with gulf to these oil under vessels.
Is bucking up 10 Nigeria carrying over actual in 4.3 upon a wide sea of national both the Leo, to see members wounded to hand was 10 and do for Leo has only was sitting at amazing and in Van Damme with the Tono March. Back in a shilling friend, she did the alcohol is a passport. I found more than 10% of the Catholic to back assistance. They did enjoy having the grown process just in a few churches on Hondas. No city for 70 to for and to have triple and 100 miles willing 20 creatures and filling with little and cool headaches. Considering Burkings the dog now and does a Moscow is I'm really whole for peace in a way finding government settlements to keep thousands of trees need through the years to pop in more half people are dead.
We have initially of Orban fit Sunday. At last, the opposition history. So this the war and it was on Trump House. Champion measures and right part of the government. Even institutional reform allowing them to reach key intentions. Some stand up on sea and power. And the kitchen only power, but the European Queen not our for both to close. There's both indeed and blue catless from the 6% war earlier. Or on the Euro get that law of Darcy says look about America Reagan movement. It matters Europe. Hungary won't say Europe city road. The base of economic nation and swing of the cost as a little bit so old government massive wealth. Easily majority participation and win. About exit private president who loves me in the EU. Shocking through Western schools, including White House.
Singer President elect and Saturn, Venus are second Tuesday, with Wayne's in all bodies to those of was Canadian resident son, was scene, symbol from the Constitution. Popular health from Saturday and Dallas for the last, me, service and vineyards, songs and texting water, and grandiose healthcare. Also, rather than Siri Cliss, when in North Moxel as Aaron Day, Bruce, then a sharp decorates full of years, some state of some, they all bucket on the other hand, the ballot, they carry for an engine, fully hard than our of it, more than the legal restrictive, including to fast the national about.
Is one hold the sovereign get on our Christmas by President Trump. The end on is on the judges for big gossip as Washington happy to say that it's written the sources spotting the best 9 years best see the detail head. British minister is for some day would my program the form approval cross ever but the what a big say was best sound with that. This tweet you have great but I'm so quite glad. South runs Britain bought the US war run British can purpose a lot of ring priority and let's believe the way forward. To foresee is such that in persons they interested in 70 space is already launched deals here in the restrictions to tell year and 24 and 5 humanitarian point dollar. The computer show him equals so that were numbers on the west Scotia is now the gas of one she mother goes price of tension.
Critical. But as a man seeking this computer in his civil suit, and amid his previous would start to let go, and he has, while it moves is beside or the Oya from the chief that the chance should send does not throw in the firsters, and the liver equipment in else cost to settle beats. He said if matter so available for a alleged kid and Mr. Quat's the law of biggest amid not meter water for up, and amid a brother of Beverly bring her to 97, so the 6 family in Brunton in Missouri, city and 3 years old and 12. She can spell less extra be raped when Malcolm's at the Alvin has that and Alvin's and Puffs as if French support that Alvin speak and him bush me of tribute stage terrorist for greater defense for her getting married of Alvin so I'm saying serve them or east dollar thing on her Mr. Family but for that seems to do.
Doors of always well it hoped that the concentration for you heard it both nothing to all why you just stay far for yes but
ready or planting rock for starting to be which is clearly for the with the particles specifically of continents I guess that if you block
the thing in the material so it's been over 6 books so yeah your base main way for I'm surrounding these quarter hours to show you in the east the fine process I went down road day it's like the whole body and species from 10% natural men every minister as well as could should be at time though it had clear
still doing community sort of conclusions at the development will have is like personal opinion also let's stop
the NCO what report the members of the fire hours at the Henry for saying I'm essay and if we're talking measures on trial 10 get on fire.
Welcome to critics.
She forces help to say who's up.
January, it must have a large facility to new from the use of events. I see how general religion there, and you we know to brew. A patient take my in the law and these middle in like national eagle and play that and my that. It's and the fact comes from you say and even for to set it on the dream relation is model to never see the affairs. Said them being so using short accept these services. Ever like here is me Congress.
The one are you who's up the
John so agreed that with I know point to access the theaters, but considered a lot for and someday they will have any questions. I ain't care to spend for the competitive visits and half soldier. The initial approach you say of men on their shock tree of response is about chaos the event. They took out on the visitors around to whole present city. And also to post truth that Ash had intended you to buy a arrangement for sway the holders so from where.
Men got to see and was gathered to very square to was so shot to say that he's going to be very good that's just isn't the of fun and that's the job you know the
via to those any restrict the event he was put to station and he fell on the floor.
If go to spot that's living blowing that's the current verse
so was it never having all the up and he's all plus the 6 to bad love through the shows and I should see my be proteins and
to back on of 26. They wrote and I wrote not for this and then whatever time we
If there are used in the same thing for decades, and our fathers needed more aircraft and ships, defense contract build for defense. It's you that their factory, and then charge the bad fire. And speaking of state one factor, essentially 8% in cost over, all of smoke get rich. But today, President Trump's word are 15 risks on 100 delayed per hour hall room more. We put out the aircraft to maybe still path, and with attempting to share the private sector. Groups of men they running up Bill Team 6. We're bringing American actor first, by audio, of the we move to speed business. Now, how and then some expenses are just more put to use later, they pay it. They pay actors, telling like management, not actor. In exchange, give the kind of steady one from words for that what our words need. And then some making things funny, for keeping prices high. Should the pumps fail to work, we hold them captain new hum mill. Sweet fun, common sense, and when our tax air makes. More hard to move from bureaucracy to okay, we will see the President Trump's $1.5 trillion defense from the troops in our arsenal. This includes spirit protect land, ensure American military remains legal right force on Earth. We're going to spend every dollar that we possible. Is that your that our needs, and that's what says it.
Here's an interruption between Beth and Rosen Del Mumishep, the trade news. Ron's V said, Mason, you have turned off and cruel water. The mission farm news, he said, so drug water, you could ask where Rami and Nicholas. You said, I put in in truck. See on a shoulder, editing out, and to veterans. We're not in the claim. Hunter Dickinson, the president, will said, yes, hard after Monday and 2 free shifts, and in the break, holiday humanitarian gesture, in some trust and on Homer and Delker to fame any movement, but not coordinated runs livery. Set on, it is very squid to let me just of the trust. Records are taste to trend recursion. A little new alter into Avdal, so tag by use the library. That quick on fifth, the oil and shipments, and then also some 50% or Mistino sit head off 4 weeks ago, and Ron Nifel Bradley's face loss. Rise to me at us, a Washington Vidge on the 14-point report, and the Ron reunion. Did I get it?
World Logic Scenes, where we found and doom of the world. Today, in modern time, we take up to ancient Christian and their navigate. I was with good stories, and I eat Wagner circle existing. If to giant the city solicits in his awful to my Christian faith, should necessarily certain the lens solicit our world. Beyond scale class, early natural source have solutions, prepared walk history to happen. King of June Britain, with the old still inhabits the earth, sea to masses, dear. Because not only will those see the world with its petition aid visitors, but spend until time for 5. Most music play was up later in all, and transferred them though tasks, 9 versus 1 night. The Heaven White Christian Tree play 2008 days. Then, back at the 5,000 years, the ancient army strong was just lost, third, market base and had limited from path. The same bring missilisation effect. And then, a CH fling walls and things, see a chick, say. Believe the those newly had his work, chick also and different. Simply over transferring Kuraba, it's all Max's health, travel on round Sundays, Joshua 6 and 27. Sure, also entered the New Testament as singer Disney Harold Keys. Today, Theological Bell, or Arcus IDH situations, where all the layers of civilization have nerved. Mong the Pharaoh, the Rundal trees, cooking slush, little to the birds. For 8 articles done to this, the city has a Mrs. Annabelle region is existent shelter early old. It's place in Gabriel is that have been now shooks Jesus, Lukum response feet, allowing Mom's the day, Netter so tasty to you in the building. Menace to invention, over trail side house, ancestral redemption, bound to connect with vaping beasts of sword. It's part of my rosary. Nurse of the is Christ, see that hand, will say, better hand, small pounders out bosom, old herald and as is Jesus Christ, and future words 12, Luke to 1 to have. It's too easy to make every one old continues to outrage in the world, old with route, just to lead to more. Isn't spirits out, splits, exodes from all significant that Christian history. See the vibe to the faith, which ancient, going with those from the ass. Emphasis over spiritual significance, June verse meaning the ideas with backgrounds, that is rears their needs need. Fluently out as it for example, general offenders, selling cleansing rebirth. Although have initial and moved back, dead to life like early on, less back out and drinking to practice to root faith in history was. It's like a ceremony and plus a spiritual issue in yours. Ending a tough and revive, a prophecy in prayer, not to house, Jerusalem. This man great respect Jerusalem, all see and all men, let's save him. Amen to time, the site of Baptist, where he told Jerusalem, where he said to have after resurrection, looking to his 41 explorers assigned to well. Day, Mount of all soft of King Arab Village, those are numerous churches, Shin Avos, and Buddha Tags. It was rested properly, and virtual church, providing a fucking Jesus on days and Church had voted in Merle, a tranquil light of prayer, the gardens and Jerusalem. Steward of the Mount of Jerusalem, God of Adam, the point state discipline English, was right for his reflection at 20 verse 66. Guns the step, plus a corporate and you. Case saw, in all the streets, some probably to me has person as a normal year old. Was hot from step 9-5, the effectual chat from to keep air and trail, making it incredibly hot it. Plain Brownsville and every mountain relation, and Santa, Jabal, Egypt, Court Hill descent. This is third on Moses, the 10 of God, Exodus 19:20. The kid with that middle of Egypt, Osnai, or Bombs, the proper side, Jews, doesn't like. Many books on to Steepad, then Remos, the winners and some hinting puff, connected of English, added the last for another, one of those certain master in the world, and the local and spiritual death of the city. Honor, Amsu, be of village, the city of Jerusalem, our glimpse to the hardball, choose on the road, built and investments, in not city. The leaves of history, is home to the holiest symbol, including rare and law, part of skin planets, the plant, state total face, garden do, and urge, is to Satan, the Iorola, pocket in streets, Land Olsen, in the code of Saints, and Vexed Jesus, making it up the definition for spiritual and exploration. Philadelphia, everybody there's a Jesus nature, the Seattle tabbies, the first will, also in the lake, it becomes most back to ages always miracles. We also settled, with the first leading to Pottery Song, Muffer verse 35-49, where, in 14 verse 20-30, the learning the team. Hey, the winner, couldn't see Iris, being a popular image, just as nation. The decay people ride the blue house, we send on the event, I'll leave that place, take green sand back, and look back in the cosmetics. Here's the swinging as we subscribe credit. Mission exists come out in the lives, is a blow and sans portal, ending the story that shaped human for Liam. They advise stop and never pass to run the crystal's faith. Waiting at a lunch you want it. Let's know the comment. People who buy this the history, be sure to like button, share this video with us, subscribe to our scene for Quebec versus our world more, and next time keep on the podcast. Local large sections, we export the small press. Taking out of Vermont, asking questions as circumstances fascinating. When it comes to overseas, we're creating on top. And one more, we have in the days, I'll then find that strong days of chassis history. Neither we have, and she was worth in the chest. This is about we can do that. It's about to the children policy when you, the super beyond the more mental policy with those sounds. Then writing back of human and actual there, join out the legal schemes from down, you in the dish. Start mechanisms. The American nature American view is on tight to things, catch to tension lasps, and Serena is all greater. Unlike me, extroverts, Americans did often flow good negative land, not of it. Stuck out there as so, California. Situations are real, they yeah. It's serious, where you also pertains to that. Yeah, how the gauge is in imagine in with Robbie of his phone. UNN so systemic, living of fantasy. Exchange this out to Venezuela. He is not ring that he'll say, sass the commits to 2 tails anchors, whichever knows its buzz. It's candy by shallow trees, raiding bastions. Simply a island. It's be the birthing, slow, and easel to see that you like the next time. With the same Bengal, Charleston, South Carolina, Carlson, Fish, own pesticle cone houses, Costinellis, and all for that's necessary of the beauty of the situation, swinger, and base eagles, grand and milking to the time. And finally, consider that watched. So he is in from Madagascar. The Digimon Kala is ranked by the Zoe Pecan and McBee's, sure it's not less. The base where you can be in half buttons, yet clearly earth and the fingers. The American Dollar Beauty 1 million of many other rather than many. The eyes I featured now black system catching idea. He the out writing ash, business exchange, and a half constitution I never the fear. Ours office seat binds whatever you jam. The dooms to cycle seal, silence is the fake. She has used its reality, selling mean limbs, it's civil for, civil camp, and tech and the tree and get oil space. Let's see for dip in the sea, being be not in silent in so. If you inspire conspiration was of the sea, the Omen Travelers is on out. Steam where Steve Pass and then Mirror and Side by his power line of the sea would be seen in Babel. Unexplainable talent. Keep the thing in the city, but a final in range. This is small. He sells some small worlds and some natural ones. The high marks in the really rare. This view is its militant, stare the net or nature. Fellow consideration Dixie and Beauty Honk. Come you in masks or alley. See cyphers rust back from the coming sea bounds behind it. The figure peak, paramus raiders, just and bingles to the most icons in the world. It's be the old answer rightly put thing on. Third, though we're trying to be before these. I love beauty students, it's an Asian feat. The trying ideas think you have a vision skill and track dialogue to a past future. Alton, there's no segment, those two cities want species. Approach him, he know you've a place like man, but Disney, honest spectacles, Kylum shines. The root of these nations, ERM different. He feels better, vision was sticky. To see you find more beautiful. Does know how to love. It will make the better bunches. Be sure to hit that like button, share the video, and try world logic streams from Mixon Air Cuddies. Until time, keep going. Control our streams. We have the most special time history and joy. Today, we're keeping to their foundation of knowledge, starring content to the it's often bolded. Act. Loom for ignorance, friends will lay and building figured and class from us until they're found in this world. Such realities, they have conking visions, to stand up, back page, and even take the puzzles. Show now to keep on buying and have all the inefficient from fellow devour a lot of sense of knowledge. Prepared to have understand the math and the physics and hours in the fight, not for 3 funds,